In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And welcome to round 11 of Tata Steel Chess, and once again we are back to the windy but beautiful shores of the North Sea village of Wijk Aan Zee, a place that quite simply has become the heart of the chess world. Now, it might look calm and serene on those pictures, but for the players in the tournament hall, the pressure is mounting. We have grandmasters, international masters, super grandmasters, amateurs, fans, thousands of people watching this event. It's the final stretch and the pressure is mounting. Well, it is certainly a sight for eyes, and I, for one, am super happy to be part of it. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahalska, and as always, it is a great pleasure to be alongside the Grandmaster David Howe. Now, David, we're in the final stretch.
We are, Jovanka. It's a real honor to be able to cover this final stretch with you. It's been a lot of fun so far. We've had a lot of long days, right? But the chess hasn't disappointed at all. It's been a really varied field, a real kind of mixture of tough warriors, of those young enterprising fighters. And yeah, I'm sure we'll be kept entertained for many hours today as well.
Yeah, you mentioned it there, David. A lot of entertaining chess, long days. Let's take a look at how that has affected the standings after round 10. And you can see it is close at the top. Gukesh might be leading the tournament in sole position with 7.5 points, but breathing down his neck is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and also half a point behind him is Praggnanandhaa. And again, the pack is really, really close. Anything can happen in these final few rounds. So those were the standings. Let's take a look at today's pairings, and they are, as always, exciting. And we kick off with this one: Jordan van Forees against Arjun Erigaisi, both winless, who will emerge victorious today. And of course, a monumental clash between Gukesh, reigning world champion, against Tata Steel champion Wei Yi. Anish Giri, can he gain ground as he faces a struggling Max Farmadan?
And meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev faces Leon Mendonça, one of the tail-enders. Fedoseev has had a great tournament. Can he continue the run? Fabiano Caruana takes on Praggnanandhaa. This is huge for the top. Both players in decent form. Alexei Sarana against Pantala Harikrishna. Both players have had their moments, but who will come out on top? And meanwhile, Vincent Keymer against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It is Abdusattorov with more at stake. Jovanka, Abdusattorov's been so impressive, but he needs to catch Gukesh. He needs to hope maybe for a slip-up, or he needs to get some wins himself.
Yeah, certainly needs to play and focus on his own games, because he's got the black pieces, David, and he's playing against this ultra-solid Vincent Keymer. I mean, anything can happen there. I agree with you. It is going to be tense and pressure all around as we are nearing the end in sight. The championship trophy there is within touching distance for some of our players. So I reckon we're going to have some epic games. And one that really caught my eye was Wei Yi against Gukesh. Now, these two, they have monumental games when they face each other. Who can forget 2024 Tata Steel tiebreak final last year? I think you were commenting on that, David.
Yeah, I commentated on a few of those rounds. The tiebreak day, though, that was epic. I wasn't on that day, but I was watching with a lot of admiration. I was watching with a smile on my face because yeah, the players kept going on and on and on, and I was sitting at home, just tucked up there with my popcorn, enjoying the show. But yeah, Wei Yi, Gukesh, both of them just at their best can defeat anyone in the world. Gukesh, of course, the world champion, starting his reign on a high. And yeah, we saw nice pictures there with Fabiano giving some signatures. Here we see Anish Giri, the local favorite, just adjusting his pieces. Shout out to Fiona and Anamaya in the background. And yeah, I've got to say, Jovanka, that game between Gukesh and Wei Yi, not just for the tournament, but I think it's going to be a spectacular one. But there are some other players to watch. I'm also looking forward to Abdusattorov. Also Fedoseev, who's had a very good event, not quite at the top anymore, but yeah, plenty still to play for. We should remind everyone, 3 last rounds remaining, including today, so it's a big weekend ahead.
Yeah, and there we see on our cameras Anish Giri. He is facing a struggling Max Varmadam. Now, Anish there is on +1, and it's a source of national pride for Anish to do as well as he can. He's won the tournament before in 2023. Can he perhaps pull it together, string 3 wins, and maybe you never know what happens if the other results go his way. And another wonderful lineup that we have here. Match is going to be incredible between Vincent Keimer, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now, they've played each other a remarkable amount of times, David, considering they're both incredibly young.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're part of a golden generation. Love it or hate it, these two players, they're already near the top of the chess world. And unfortunately for them, they do have many strong players of a similar age. But they have faced each other multiple times, as you say, Jovanka. And it is Nodirbek Abdusattorov who leads their head-to-head with 3 wins to 1. So yeah, for Vincent Keimer, starting with the white pieces, knowing he's facing an informed player, what's the approach? How do you try to get into the game? That will be question number 1. Maybe he'll try to use the fact that Nodirbek is so desperate for another win. He might be taking bigger risks.
Yes, I reckon that Nodirbek, he will be taking those risks. He's shown that, especially in his last game against Caruana. He went all out from the win, almost from the beginning. And for Vincent is on a minus score as it stands. So it's a point of pride, right, to finish a tournament with at least 50%. No chess player wants to be finishing on a minus score. And Vincent has the white pieces. He is an ambitious player, so I don't think he's going to be necessarily all that rock solid. I think he's going to be using this game to try and play the role of spoiler.
Yeah, that's right. Not just about that score at the end of the tournament, also the players playing for rating points. I'm sure for these young players, it's not the most urgent, pressing thing on their mind, but it's always nice to be in the top 20 in the world, in the top 10 in the world, in the top 5 in the case of some of the players here. But yeah, for Anish Giri, Max Varmadam, a nice Dutch derby to look forward to. This will be one to watch. I'm pretty sure Anish is going to press hard, despite the fact that these two are pretty good friends. And yeah, that's the one thing I would say, Jovanka, that makes me look forward to these days the most. Yes, it might be 6-hour, 7-hour sessions sometimes, but there's always fighting games. There's always, I don't know, just this uncompromising battle on the board. That's quite rare at the top level. Often you see 2 or 3 games end quite quickly, very peacefully. Here, it is a real rarity. It's a real feast for those wanting to learn, wanting to be entertained.
Absolutely. And I've been struck by the fighting spirit, the precision that all the players have shown. And well, there we see Wei Yi undefeated so far, but only on a +1 score. He is the reigning 2024 Tata Steel champion. He's facing reigning world champion with the black pieces. And here is a gentleman on our screens, Arjun Erigaisi, who is desperate to get that first win. He's losing a bucket load of rating points. This has not been his event. So for him, it's a matter of personal pride, honor, whatever you want to call it. He wants to be finishing on a high.
That's right. One of the stories of the tournament so far, Arjun Erigaisi, but unfortunately not in the way he intended. And yeah, it just feels like he has this curse that needs to be broken, that will be broken at some point here in Wijk Aan Zee. He struggled here 2 years ago as well, finishing in last place. So it's been a turn up for the books. 32 rating points lost almost at this point for Arjun, but finishing on a high, winning a couple of games towards the end would erase at least some of the bad memories as we await the arrival of the world champion. All heads turning, Jovanka. He normally likes to make an entrance, Gukesh. He normally strides in with purpose.
He does. And then that's followed by a minute or so of quiet meditation as he gets himself into player mode. And there we see Praggnanandhaa arrive to the board as he has black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. What a task he has in front of him. How on earth does one play against such an exceptionally well-prepared opponent such as Fabiano?
Oh, you shouldn't be asking me, Jovanka. Anytime I have black against Fabiano, I'm normally busted. I'm normally lost by move 25. But of course, Praggnanandhaa very well prepared in his own right. I think it's going to be about how much risk he's willing to take. Both of these willing to take. Fabiano needs a late surge to have any impact at the top of the tables. But for Pragg, who's in the mix now, he'll also be wanting to take any chances if they come. Vladimir Fedoseev, meanwhile, handshake with Leon Mendonça, who's had a tough tournament, his debut in this type of elite event. But he's played some entertaining games, Jovanka. Nice to see Leon not backing down from any fight, still going strong. Great learning experience for him.
And talking about entertainer, he has as an opponent Fedoseev, who is the crowd entertainer. A very exciting round of chess. And there we do see world champion Gukesh arrive to the board and get ready to make those moves. Now, we did see Gukesh in last round. He employed the first surprise on the first move, employing the pairings for the first time. Do you think we're going to be seeing more surprises here from Gukesh as he tries to outwit his opponent? And handshake.
Yeah, we're off. The gong sounded. Gukesh arriving just in time. I think he was gesturing there that he wants the opportunity to adjust his pieces. There we go. He starts adjusting his king, queen, and his pieces. You mentioned it, Jovanka. His strategy in recent times, a very successful one as well, has been to surprise the opponent as early as possible. We saw it against Ding at the World Championship match. He would often launch these surprises as early as move 5, move 7. I remember he played this Rook E1 near novelty on move 7. He played, I think, A3 in one of the critical games on move 5. He likes to get the opponent thinking as early as possible. Wei Yi, though, will, of course, have been watching that match with a lot of interest. Wei Yi, very close friends with Ding. So it'll be interesting to see the mind games at play. It is E4, it looks like. The king's pawn already on this board. And Wei Yi copies. Copycat chess. Will we see the Petrov, a Chinese speciality? Will we see a mainline Spanish or an Italian game? Lots of questions here, but it definitely feels like Gukesh, he's got the lead in the tournament right now. He shouldn't necessarily be going all out, but he loves a fight, Jovanka.
He does love a fight, and he's a big match moment person. He really rises to the challenge just when things get critical. And there we do see the bishop come out. Is an Italian game. And will Gukesh jump forward with a knight and attack the f7 pawn, or will he play it a little bit more slowly? That is a big question.
Ooh, you can see the meditation that you predicted finally coming out. He didn't really have time at the beginning, Jovanka. Rare to see Gukesh arrive just in the brink of time. Maybe learning from some of his predecessors there. Magnus, but not quite arriving late. But now finally the meditation begins as he chooses a mode here, a strategy. Like you say, White has so many options. You can push a pawn in the center, 1 square, 2 squares. You can go for a really quiet Italian game, or you can go for something a bit more fiery. I've seen Gukesh do both, actually, Jovanka. He's just got so many gears for someone so young. We've seen some fantastic 18-year-olds, teenagers in world chess before, but to see such a universal player who can pretty much do anything, that is a real once in a or twice in a generation type of thing, and really nice to see. So okay, Gukesh pausing here. It is the Italian. Let's go check out what's happening on the other boards in the openings here, Jovanka. We're a few moves in. What catches your eye?
Well, the first thing that I'm looking at is there in the bottom left, the middle one between Kaima and Abdusattorov, because I spy with my eye something beginning with C and ending with N. It's a Caracan. And we see Abdusattorov repeating the same opening that he tried against Jordan van Forest, and Vincent Keimer actually trading pawns there in the middle and going for a completely different approach. So that one I will keep an interest in just for personal reasons. But I also see there in the bottom that there are quite a few E4, E5s. Italians actually seems to be the name of the game. Fedosseev Mendonça, a Catalan, with white opting for developing the bishop to the long, fianchettoing the bishop. That's the easiest word to say. What about you, David?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty much, well, there's 3 openings at play in all of these boards. Okay, maybe 4. I'll say there is the Calvin Klein or the Caracan, the CK defense that you mentioned, the brown board there. There's 3 Queen's Gambits between Fedosseev, Mendonça, Caruana, and Praggnanandhaa, and Sarana and Harikrishna, different branches of the Queen's Gambit. And then there's one Nimzo Indian top left, that is the dark blue board between Van Forest and Arjun Erigaisi. And then there's the Italian games. And 2 of those on the bottom. Those will be a bit quieter. We've talked about Gukesh and his start to the game. He goes not for anything too aggressive, not for anything too direct. He doesn't poke the bear. Wei known to love complications, so he doesn't allow them yet, Gukesh. But I think we'll go back to that green board a bit later. In the meantime, okay, I'm going to push us either in the direction of the Caracan, Jovanka, or the top left at Nimzo Indian. Your choice.
I think we're going to go for the Caracan because I've been playing the Caracan for a fair number of years. And I haven't really seen the approach that's been utilized by Nodirbek. And Nodirbek is a very original player, so I'm very intrigued here.
Yeah, and I was going to make a pun on Caracan, but I'll save it for later. The Caracan here, it definitely looks like a bit of a weird version. Should we do a backtrack? Should we go for an action replay from the start, Jovanka?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the Caracan, I mean, you take us through this. I'll just make the moves because it is your favorite opening, right?
It is my favorite opening. I literally play nothing else in life. But yeah, it is all about supporting a pawn break in the center. Put your pawns on light squares, then develop your pieces, and then go for the counter strike that you'll eventually get. And here it comes. And Vincent says, actually, you know what? I'm going to abandon all tension. And this is actually the most popular response by white over all strengths of players. Virtually everyone and anyone will capture on d5. And now we did see the knight develop out to f6 and knight to f3. And I was actually ascribing the blame to Nodirbek, but actually I can see that it's white, the one that's doing some weird and wonderful things. h3, preventing the bishop get to g4. Well, this is an idea, but what happens next isn't what I have seen. So black develops the knight, and you'd be expecting white normally in these type of positions to support the pawn that's under fire on d4 by protecting it with c3. And Vincent says, nope, not going to do that. Going to focus on development. And then Nodirbek comes out with a knight to b4.
Yeah, and this was the position until this last move, allowing the bishop to be captured. It's really counterintuitive. The white knight, though, just jumping into the center. Vincent Keimer. I will mention that Vincent has played the Caracan himself quite a bit. Peter Lecco, his coach, his second there in Wijk Aan Zee, also got some experience in the Caracan. Just to mention, this is a move order trick that you've alluded to there, Jovanka. Normally after bishop to d3 in the exchange variation, I think most players with black, they just pre-move or they autopilot knight to c6, attacking this pawn, threatening ideas of knight b4, and then white definitely does play c3 And after knight f6, white can play h3, but often white prefers to just bring the bishop out. And actually, we have a transposition to the feared London system, the white bishop on a good diagonal. And after black's bishop comes out, the white queen continues attacking. And this is a whole different branch of theory. But after knight to f6, h3 isn't considered the best move because black can play this move e5 now, breaking out in the center. And despite the isolated queen's pawn, which is a bit like Marmite, you love it or hate it, despite that, white has kind of wasted a move with h3. Black is really active. Bishop about to come out to nice squares, and this is supposed to be totally fine. So in the move order played, knight f6, I guess if c3 immediately, black's main move is bishop to g4. The idea is to come out before closing the pawn chain, closing the door behind yourself, so you're out breathing fresh air. And after h3, knight c6, c3 is the desirable move, but then e5 would come and we've transposed back into the other line that's totally fine for black. So knight f3, it's very ambitious. And Jovanka, which way do you think he's going to recapture if here Nodirbek takes the opportunity to grab the white bishop?
Yeah, this is a question, right? Because automatically you go, well, that introduce a new piece into the game. Maybe the queen can come in. But yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. There can't be anything wrong with that. But then when you dig a little bit deeper under the surface, you understand sometimes that a knight is fantastically placed on d3. And the whole point is that it controls the e5 square, also has eyes on c5. So it's also very tempting to go knight takes knight and then get on with putting the b1 knight onto f3 and then just developing the dark square game. But instinctively, you kind of opt for queen take.
Okay, it's interesting because I think I would play the one capture you didn't mention. I think I would be very tempted to take with the pawn. And we'll see the bar drop there. There we go. Okay, he's going to take with the queen. I was going to say, if you could get one or two more moves, if you could get knight to c3 and bishop to f4, then you have a full bind in the center. And this is actually an idea borrowed from the Catalan, from kind of colors reversed, where if black were to fianchetto, then I think white would have a fantastic position. Just total dark squared bind. This knight really hard to get rid of. Easy play on the c file. But I think maybe it's the fact that black hasn't fianchettoed yet. Potentially the downside. Maybe there are already hits on this pawn, so maybe not quite yet. But I would be very tempted. I love the kind of counter-intuitive, unorthodox way of playing, doubled weak pawns, but you get lots of squares. And this would be a nice twist to the game. I do wonder why Nodirbek is hesitating. Maybe it just looks too good to be true, Jovanka. How often do you get the bishop pair this early as black in a nice, solid position? What else could he be thinking about?
Yeah, this is the thing. Because if he doesn't play that, then bishop to b5 is coming. So you got to do something about that check. So I think Nodirbek is just simply readjusting to the situation and double checking everything before he commits to playing knight takes bishop, because I really don't see what else to do. I mean, you don't really want to be going a6. You don't want to be going e6 or g6, kind of committing your pawn structure. So knight takes bishop.
Yeah, knight takes bishop. I think maybe the one reason he might be hesitating is because if knight takes bishop, let's assume white plays the most natural move, queen takes. Maybe now white's plan is going to be to bring the knight out, bring the bishop out, and castle queenside very quickly. By delaying the capture of the bishop, if we go back to the game position, by delaying this capture, the white queen is still in the way of any queenside castling ideas. So, sometimes in chess you don't want to rush to capture, but here it would be the most natural move by far. Either way, I think, Jovanka, we can say that Vincent, well prepared, clearly still in his opening prep. He might have won the opening battle, at least psychologically.
Definitely. A very intriguing twist there on the Caro-Kann. Should we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at the action that's happening elsewhere?
Yeah, let's do just that. Let's zoom out of this game. And the action is slowly heating up. I'm not going to say there's any kind of fiery positions on the board. Maybe the Nimzo Indian, the top left, I would say here, Jovanka, is the most developed game at least. That's at least a surprise to my eyes. I think all of the other games, other than that top left board, they're relatively well-known positions, still very theoretical. But a Nimzo Indian, the reason I say it's a surprise is because I'm trying to do a quick pawn count, and as Jordan van Foreest reaches out, Arjun grabbed a pawn very early in this game, and yeah, what's happening here? Very odd pawn structure. White about to regain one of the pawns, but it is a pure sacrifice from Jordan van Foreest.
It is. And well, we have to do an action replay because suddenly this position almost looks like it could have come from 1e4 as opposed to d4. You know what I mean? Because when you play d4, you rarely get a center like this.
Yeah, that's true. Normally black, we go back, let's go back to move one already, but normally black plays like d5 or knight f6 as he did in the game, and this square's under lock and key forever. Or it's always unless you play the King's Indian and you just let white take this square with his pawn. But this was the Nimzo Indian. It was black jumping out with his bishop to pin the white knight, and it was this variation. Okay, confession time, Jovanka. The reason I don't play the the Nimzo Indian so much anymore is because of moves like a3 and f3, where it just becomes so weird. It's like on paper you've got everything you want. You've got weak pawns to probe at as black. Long term, it looks like you have a great advantage, but somehow after, for example, Jordan's move here, f3, white always builds a big pawn center. White has ideas of pinning. And the computers always love this idea of like g4, g5. They always love like h4, h5, and it just gets weird and hard to understand. Okay, these two players, they do love a real kind of unbalanced fight though. And nice to see fire meeting fire here on the board. b6, e4. Arjun just goes for the front pawn, the weakness. Very typical idea in the Nimzo Indian. And Jordan says, okay, that pawn was weak anyway. Take me, please. And after a recapture, he's like, okay, I'm not even going to take back. That knight looking pretty dim and gets kicked back. And to catch up, bishop to b5. Interesting that Arjun doesn't defend this knight or move this knight, which would have been logical as well, but simply takes on d4. And this is the game position. Queen takes c6 would have been met by a block with the black bishop. Instead, a capture. And Jovanka, instinct-wise, where do you even begin to try and unpack this position? Black's a pawn up, but white looking good in the center.
Yeah, white is looking tremendously good in the center. And it's not really about the quantity of pawns, rather the quality, because the pawns on c6 and c7, they're just weak. And they're in the way of black's light square bishop. So at the minute, material inequality really doesn't come into the game. I just feel like white has very easy developing moves. You go bishop out to g5, put pressure on the knight, go knight to e2. Okay, knight to e2, it does make an appearance. And you know what? I do have a suspicion that queen to d7 was played not only to defend the c6 pawn, but also with eyes of going c5 at the right time and just trying to liquidate the game into an endgame of opposite color bishops.
Yeah, that's a great call. I think that's definitely on his mind. Just while we have the board as well, just to show what could happen if black does play c5, which I think is very likely to happen. As you mentioned there, Jovanka, queen exchange. Taking now, black could even just be greedy and take back with a knight, defend the pawn. You're not even regaining the material as white, so why have you played this whole opening? The bishop's now suddenly coming out. But after c5, I have a feeling, for example, Jordan might just bring his queen across, and after a capture, maybe he'll just castle. And this type of position, one bad piece for black. Maybe that's what Van Foreest is arguing here, but an extra pawn. A pawn is a pawn, right? And at some point you might be able to give it back to free up your position and should just be level. Interesting, modern chess. Van Foreest just loves giving up these pawns, all sorts of gambits. I was asked to explain what a gambit was this morning to someone, Jovanka. I don't even know how to define it, but this is a gambit, definitely.
Yeah. A gambit, the difference between a gambit and a blunder is to do with intention. A gambit you fully intend to give up material and bank on compensation, but a blunder is when, whoops, not part of the plan.
Sometimes the lines get blurred when Super Grandmasters are playing. They'll never admit it's a blunder, right? They're like, yeah, it's intentional. But what's the difference between a gambit and a sacrifice then?
A gambit and a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay, a gambit is perhaps one pawn, or maybe even 2 pawns at the most. And a sacrifice usually involves you give away pieces as opposed to pawns. That be?
Okay.
Oh, hang on. The gambit you only do in the opening. But you can gambit a pawn actually. Yeah, like you say, oh yeah, just gambit that pawn, and we do use it in terms of middle game, more opening.
Yeah, there's this line in Pirates of the Caribbean where he's talking about like a gambit by a well-skilled opponent, and I was like, yeah, what is the difference between a gambit and a sacrifice? Chat, we need help. Just answers on a postcard. How best to define the difference between a gambit and a sacrifice? I probably could just Google it, but it does make sense, Jovanka. Normally we don't say gambit in the middle game or in the end game, the opening. It's very rare to have like the king's sacrifice. It's the king's gambit. That's the real opening. Sorry for my random train of thought there. My bad.
Oh, I love it, David. As Quizmaster, as Ted Bradley says, I really do like that. Maybe we zoom out and head to the bird's eye view. This position could be a fizzler, could be a sizzler. We'll definitely keep an eye on that one. But if we go and look at that beautiful array of chess being played on colorful board, I think actually this should be a must for over the board chess. If you're playing on the top board, you should be playing on a board with red squares.
I mean, these top players, they can play blindfold chess. So, give them whatever color squares we want. They should still be able to manage. But what's your favorite color, Jovanka? Remind me.
Green.
Oh, let's not go there. I would love to go to the green board, but it's still an Italian game. It's a very quiet one between Gukesh and Wei Yi. Gukesh not even at the board. We'll go to your favorite color later. Deal?
Deal. Absolutely. Okay. Looking at the red board, top right between Caruana and Pragg, that is a Queen's Gambit decline exchange variation where the pawns have been traded. But what I like about this is that Fabi is putting his knight on e2, and it's a very similar game to the one that Fabi had with the black pieces against Vincent Keimer.
Mm-hmm. This is true. And in that game, he reacted very interestingly. Fabi, he brought his knight, he maneuvered his knight around the board. I was going to say, Jovanka, I think we should jump into this one just so that we get to talk about the Caro-Kann a bit more, because this position is pretty much a reversed Caro-Kann. And it's the same pawn structure, right? The Carlsbad pawn structure. One side has like F, E, and D. The other side has B, C, D. And yeah, I mean, just to break it down, maybe we can go from the very beginning to talk about this Queen's Gambit.
No, David, just as a side, BCD sounds like the name of a rock group, right? Like AC/DC, BCD. There you go.
That's definitely what I was going for. It's definitely what I'm naming my band. There must be chess players play music. I mean, okay, I'll get sidetracked later. We'll form a band at some point. I like it though. And okay, this started life as a English opening. Just to point out why I joked about the Caro-Kann, Jovanka, the Caro-Kann that we saw in the Vincent Keimer game, the exchange variation, it can pretty much lead to this exact pawn structure that we see in, let's say Queen C7. At least the pawn structure we see in the game that we're about to investigate, where a bishop comes out and pins. Again, it's, for example, going to be BCD, the famous band, against FED here. And it's just colors reversed pretty much, because what we see in the game started as the English opening, goes into the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit declined, so not taking this pawn early. And the exchange variation, again, same pawn structure. And okay, it's very interesting. H3 just been played. Jovanka, you've played these pawn structures your whole career in Caro-Kann, now some QGD, Queen's Gambit declined. What would you say the kind of the middle game plans are? What's your forecast for the near future?
Yeah, it wasn't quite H3, although that is definitely a move that has been played like later on in the game. Because usually when the knight comes to E2, like white is looking to build up a center with moves like F3, Queen C2, castles, bishop H4, bishop F2. So there'll be a lot of maneuvering. The rooks get centralized, and then E4 gets played. I have also seen ideas where white just kind of goes for A3, B4, the queen side minority attack. You just try to create a weakness there on C6. But it's an interesting one, H3, and I do wonder whether H3 is because he just wants to wait it out, and maybe he's going to go Queen C2 and castle queenside. But David, before I delve into that, I do have news. You asked for a definition between gambit and sacrifices. What are the differences? Okay, there, and look at this. You asked, they delivered. A gambit is a chess opening in which a player sacrifices material with the aim of achieving a subsequent positional advantage. Okay, that's a gambit, so it's a chess opening.
I get it. So it's, specific to the opening maybe, or at least more common in the opening. Yeah, Queen's Gambit. And okay, in chess, we need to work out sacrifice as well, Jovanka. A sacrifice is a move that gives up a piece, okay, not a pawn, with the objective of gaining tactical or positional compensation in other forms. So that's interesting. So just to go back again, while we've got the board, Queen's Gambit, it's a gambit because you gain definite positional advantages. If black accepts the gambit, you just occupy the center and maybe regain the gambited pawn at some point. I think a sacrifice may be closer to a blunder then. Jovanka, a gambit definitely with purpose, whereas a sacrifice can, doesn't always have to be fully intended. As we jump back to this middle game.
It's like that quote between the difference between courage and foolishness. It's literally, there's no difference. It's just really to do with the consequences. If it works out great, it was courage. If it didn't, well, okay, foolishness.
Yeah, if it works out, if you win a game after a series of sacrifices, looks like the bravest, most beautiful game ever. If you sacrifice all your pieces and then realize you have no attack, then foolishness, as you say. Just to point out as well, before we move on from this game, it's a very standard Carlsbad position with this structure. I think H3 might just be a prelude, Jovanka, to white castling, because if white had castled on the previous move, just to put it on the board, castles, then whoops, Greek gift, bishop takes pawn, check, and the knight comes, check, and next move the black queen takes this bishop, and this is the one downside between putting the behind putting the white knight on E2 rather than putting the knight on F3 where it would defend its bishop. So maybe just a inkling here that Fabiano just wants to castle kingside and get on with things. Maybe that other plan you mentioned, the minority attack playing on the queen side.
Yes. Yeah, I hadn't quite realized that the bishop was on D6. And the bishop normally doesn't go to D6, it goes to E7. And there's a famous game actually where Moisenko lost to Casacoli in this wonderful game. I recommend everyone check that one out, where Moisenko tried to do the F3 E4 plan and it just didn't work. Beautifully refuted.
Beautifully refuted, and shout out to Casacoli because he did that more than once. I think he got away with that exact same trick in the Queen's Gambit from the black side. I think he's played it out pretty much twice. It was fully planned. He pretty much pre-moved the whole game against a very strong grandmaster and won. I think the black knight came out the other way, but essentially it was the same thing. It came out via A6, went to C7 to E6, later to G5, and did some nasty sacrificing when the white king was castled on this flank. So Casacoli, Queen's Gambit. If you Google, I think that's enough for everyone at home. Real masterpiece. Definitely one to study. And Jovanka,
he got away with it twice.
Yeah, I think he did. Some other strong players have enacted that trick as well. But this one is going to be thematic stuff, right? I I think just by watching this game alone, going to learn about some of the plans in this Queen's Gambit structure.
Definitely. Okay, zoom out time, David. Let's go back to that beautiful bird's eye view. And, well, my eyes again drawn to top middle, but I'm seeing that some exchanges happened in the center. Again, I think the play will be developing very much in the middle game, in that game between Sarana, Hari Krishna, and it's just tension city in the games between Anish Giri, Max Vamadam there in the bottom right, with the black bishop coming out to g4 and pushing back to h5. There's a pin on the board, and it's also very, very tight there in the game Gukesh against Wei. Where are your eyes being drawn to, David?
Yeah, I mean, I did promise that Gukesh and Wei Yi will go back at some point. We see them on the camera there. The game's starting to liven up, but I would like to maybe do a quick update on Sarana against Harikrishna, because that one, it does feel like it's hurtling quickly towards the middle game, maybe even an endgame in the near future. And yeah, I do love a bit of copycat chess. And I mean, these knights in the center look really nice. Maybe we just do a quick recap here from the beginning, because again, it covers a whole range of openings from the start. D4 was met by knight to f6, so it started life as a Queen's Gambit declined again. This structure, white not going for the exchange variation, though, not taking on d5 too early. Black just playing this waiting move, pawn to h6, that's become very trendy. I've dabbled myself. It's simply preventing bishop to g5 with a pin. White chooses to play e3, very quiet move, and after a6, pawn to b3, black decides, okay, I want that symmetry, and now we see the pawns about to disappear in the center. This block is about to explode. Just, I was going to say like Tetris, or is that the right game? Either way, c takes d5, c takes d4, a bit of symmetry here, and knight takes pawn, knight takes pawn. The one difference I would say here, Ivanka, is that white is slightly ahead in development. I'm not sure how much it counts, but it's pretty much total symmetry with the pawns, almost. But white has this knight out, and the bishop potentially about to land on this long diagonal. What do you make of the beginning here? It's a bit of a weird one, a bit of a weird opening.
It is a bit of a weird one. It's a bit quiet, and I do think that if white doesn't up the pressure, then simples, it's going to actually fizzle out to a draw, because black will have a good development. But David, this one seems a very quiet start. Could brew into something more. We're going to keep an eye on it, but I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a break, zoom out, and it's the perfect time to grab yourselves a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and get ready, because when we come back, we are going to dive deeper into the analysis. So see you in a few minutes.
So what's really one event that really had a big impact on my career, and I'm really happy with the way my career has gone, and I'm really happy with what I've achieved, but I'm not sure whether that event had a positive impact overall, and that is the same tournament of Wijk Aan Zee, the same place, but a different year, where I lost 5 games in a row. And it came in an interesting moment in my career. I was 17, and I just won my first super tournament. I won the tournament in Reggio Emilia, and I was on an absolute high. Like, there were articles all over the chess media. They were saying this is like the historic result, the youngest top tournament winner since Karpov, I think, at the time. Like, it was a little bit different time than now. Like, 17 now is already old, but back then it was kind of more special. And I was really on a high. And then I played the Wijk Aan Zee tournament, which was, this big tournament. I started with a win against the World Championship challenger Boris Gelfand. You can imagine, like, the build-up to greatness. And then I lost the game later in the tournament. And then I came back the next day with a win. So I'm again back. I'm on an absolute high. And then I lost the game. And then I lost another one. And then another one. And then another one. And you keep thinking like, okay, but I'm not going to lose the next one. But like, it's like this casino rule, like It cannot be like that you keep putting on the red and you say, okay, it cannot be like red 4 or 5 times, but it kept coming, you know? It might have had an impact on my career, and I've learned a lot from that, for sure. If it hadn't gone that way, I would have likely become a different player. In some sense, this was like hitting a rock bottom. And I think the good thing about hitting the rock bottom is that whenever later you get a hit, it will never be as painful as that. So you've got the biggest blow already, and you know how to deal with that.
Okay, white to play and win.
Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... Well, I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of a g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, king f8, g4. I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. My king's already on f8?
Yeah.
Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, in my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think.
It has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon said it probably works with bishop d6
think
as well.
Yeah, Levon said it probably works with
Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
It's a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Impressive.
And we are back with more action of round 11 of Tata Steel Chess. And there you can see the race is on. There are titles to be won. There are prizes to be had. And of course, it's not just a Super Grandmaster event. There's an amateur section. There is also a Masters section. Everyone is gunning for that first place. And talking about the challenges, well, let's take a look at the standings because there's so much at stake. The winner here will win a place into next year's Tata Steel Masters. Van Nguyen is leading the championship so far with 7.5 points. Erwin Lamy half a point behind 7. And this is a packed field. And I love the fact that within that we have prodigies galore. We have an 11-year-old Faustina Oro. We have a 15-year-old Liu Miaoyi, who is so close to getting her first Grandmaster norm. And then we also have a lot of people vying for that first place. So let's go to the bird's eye view. Let's dive in. And David, have you seen anything spicy here?
Ooh, good question, Jovanka. It's actually the one catching my eye is the game we have on the camera. It is one of the players you mentioned there, Liu Miaoyi, who's been very impressive. She's performing almost at Grandmaster norm level. I wonder whether that's on the cards, but she's facing Erwin Lamy, who's in the chasing pack. He's just half a point behind the lead. And a win for Erwin. I mean, I actually lost him just 1 week before this tournament started. He's in top form. At least that's what I'm telling myself. That's my excuse. But yeah, Erwin, for him, winning this event, qualifying for the Master section, having another go at those top guys, I think would be fantastic. Erwin, one of the most popular players on the scene. And yeah, maybe we can just jump into that briefly because I'm a bit, well, interested, confused is another way of putting it. And yeah, it looks like Lu Miaoyi has sacrificed 2 pawns. The double D pawns, though, not making a great impression here, Jovanka, I would say. But more than that, she's just going straight for some kind of attack against Erwin's king. Her last move just bringing her knight forward. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's ambitious stuff. I absolutely love it because that knight has eyes on f7 and h7. And yeah, Erwin is struggling with development as we speak. So queen to f4 is it a, you don't have to build it like that. You can build it with bringing the rooks into the game. I just like the way that white is just going to be able to sit on the space. Queen takes d6. Yes, let's not forget that there's a pawn up for grabs. One mustn't forget that, David. I must remind myself.
Rule 101 of chess. Always take pawns.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I am familiar with this opening, so just very quickly to jump in and show everyone at home. If you're curious how she got here, Lu Miaoyi, and got such interesting attacking chances, it was actually one of the most popular openings in chess, again, at all levels. It's the Italian, the bishop coming out, and rather than one of the slower Italians, the Gioco Piano, the Gioco Pianissimo, where white just defends the pawn, the game becomes very maneuvering. She goes straight for it, opens up the center, and after a capture, a check, not playing the old move. Back in the 19th century, they used to dabble with knight to c3, but black can safely take a pawn on e4. Instead, knight d2, and after a capture, we saw a bunch of exchanges on this d2 square. So white's actually down a pawn, but to justify it, she's ahead in development. She plays d5, exclamation point, I believe. No. Instead, it is d6, a sacrifice. And knight to g5. Until this last move, I was very familiar. I've even had it myself with black, but queen takes pawn would have allowed black to move the knight, kick the queen away, and only then kind of unleash the d-pawn. It's all about getting this bishop out and bringing it to safety. So knight g5, I just wonder what her intention is after d5. Yeah, lots of support for her in the chat there. I see some feature chats wanting Lu Miaoyi to win. And very impressive player, Jovanka. Do you think she'll drop back, or will she just take this pawn?
I think she'll drop back. It does. It makes more sense somehow to keep the bishop alive.
Mm-hmm.
Because the pawn on d5 interferes with the bishop on c8, and there's no natural developing move for that piece as we speak. Could change, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have a look. After all, we do have power take bishop to d3.
Yeah, bishop to d3. I guess the one downside is, unless there's a knockout blow, I was briefly looking at like knight h7, Jovanka. I don't know about you, but it looks a bit tempting.
Yeah. Then knight f6.
And then knight f6 check. I mean, we don't even need to rush. We could maybe just move the rook, but knight f6, yeah, this looks... Wow, the bar doesn't even drop much. It says slightly better for black, but I mean, this must be terrifying for Owen Lamy. I mean, there's all sorts of mating ideas. This is a threat. If black blocks with a knight, then white can, at the very least, force a draw. Maybe it's the very most as well. And there's going to be checks forever, because the black king shouldn't step into the e-file due to some checks. And this is just going to end in a repetition. But if he plays f5, this was my question. It's like, where's the follow-up? Black is an extra knight up, but the king is bare. Ooh.
So you can introduce a new piece into the attack. So I'm thinking either f4 with the idea, but I don't want to go f4 because it allows queen to b6 check. So let's go rook to e1 first.
Mm-hmm. Which rook? Maybe the other rook? I don't know. Maybe there's no difference.
I was thinking the other rook, but...
Mm-hmm. F5, maybe the other rook. It's a coin toss, right? 50-50.
Yeah.
I mean, why the other rook is like +2 for black and why this rook is just equal, that's a mystery to me. But maybe it's due to the fact that rook takes rook won't come with a check at some point. Mm-hmm. And now I have queen to b6 just to try and get rid of the white queen, which looks very logical. What would come next?
That is the question. I guess you would step back to h4.
Yeah.
Pins alive. I'm
Wow.
impressed, David. The evaluation bar is not judging my play too harshly. Maybe I should play like this a bit more often.
Yeah, I think we would all love to play like this, Ivanka, just like devil may care, just caution to the wind. This is definitely a sacrifice, I'm going to say, because it's pawns. But like, if black just defends now, then just to point out on the board, white has bishop takes f5 as well. This is a pin. I mean, she started, and then next move, the queen comes in, and this is just going to end in disaster for black. But yeah, she started this with a gambit, just on the topic. She gambited this pawn. Then a few moves later, this position, she gambited a second pawn. But, I mean, knight g5, Erwin must be terrified because d5 is the most natural move, I would say, trying to kind of release the tension. Now you get your bishop out, and it's just going to be equal, at least for black. Extra pawn still temporarily. But if Lu Miaoyi's played this quick this far, then I think she's got sacrifice on her mind. And yeah, this looks unprepared, at least, without a computer. This looks terrifying for Erwin. Wow. Okay, fun game. The challenger section always entertains us, right, Ivanka?
I think it's because of the mix of players, let's face it. You know, when you have youth, when you have ambition, and of course, a big prize of getting into the Masters section where you're going to be competing with the top dogs. I think everyone is definitely inspired by that. Maybe we take a pause from the Challengers section and go back to the Masters, back to our glorious bird's eye view. And well, David, I can see that there have been some developments.
There have indeed. And on the top left, we see Van Forest against Arjun. That's just been a couple of moves. We predicted that position. Van Forest still a pawn down. Sarana against Harikrishna. That's the purple board at the top of your screens. That's looking still very symmetrical, although Sarana slightly ahead in development. Slightly behind on the clock, though. Caruana, the red board, Ivanka, castling queenside. That's one we briefly mentioned, but nice to see. He's aiming for a real scrap with mutual attacks potentially on the flanks.
Scary stuff, right? When one of the World Championship challengers back in 2018, you know, he comes at you with preparation that involves queenside castling. That one, I agree, it's going to be a full-blooded fight. And Gukesh against Wei Yi there in the bottom left. I can see that there have been some changes in the center. It looks pretty balanced for now. But it's always the question of for now in the Italian, right? Because when you look at it optically, it looks good. And then I guarantee you, like 10 moves later, it's crazy position. And one side is clearly better. And you're like, how? How did this happen? And you don't really have an answer for that one. And the game between Kaima and Abdusattorov, well, the bishop was swapped off for the knight. But it looks pretty solid now. And I would say Fedoseev, Mendonça, still very much in Catalan territory. And just tension city there in Giri Varmadam on the bottom right. Where do you want to go to, David? I'm going to put you on the spot. Sorry.
Yeah, never say sorry, Ivanka. This is a great spot to be in. We've got 7 exciting games. I'm actually going to take us very quickly to Jordan Van Forest against Arjun Erigaisi because something a bit crazy has just happened there. But then we'll do a recap and we'll make sure we cover all of the games, all of the positions and openings that we haven't had a chance to look at so far. And look at this, Ivanka. This is chaos suddenly. It's a check. But if the checks dry up, then the black queen has some targets. Black's rooks might be the first to mobilize. I think we have to do a quick action replay. The last 3 or 4 moves, things have exploded rather unexpectedly.
Let's go there because is this also a question of ambition? So let's rewind and then answer those questions.
Yeah. So just a quick recap, knight to e2 was the last move we saw on the board. We were predicting correctly that c5 would be played, trying to seek safety in an endgame for Arjun. Black still has an extra pawn, so this was rejected, the offer of a queen exchange, queen to c4. And after a set of pawns were traded off, I did notice this actually just as I was about to lead us away from this game earlier, bishop to a6. And then I thought, nah, that will never happen. Clearly, look at the clocks. Jordan has 1 hour 41, nearly 42. So he's got more time than he started with. Arjun out of preparation. He's got half an hour less. Yeah, the courage. We were talking about what's brave, what's foolish, Ivanka. The courage to play bishop a6, allow this bishop to be captured in return for the knight in the center, but then to get checked. This is very, very brave. And king to e7 played, queen takes pawn check. And you mentioned the question of ambition. How do you think Arjun's going to react here?
Yeah, this is one of those things. Just wondering whether Arjun wouldn't like to pull the brake and go queen to e7, queen to d7, sorry. I'm just looking at the clock times as well, and that's influencing my opinion because Arjun has just over an hour, but Jordan has got more time than when he started, and that's always scary because you're like, yeah, Jordan has seen this position before, he knows exactly what to do, and if you just step the king back or block with the knight, okay, blocking with the knight makes a lot more sense than stepping the king back, and there we see on the board.
Yeah, knight to d7. The knight did block, and the blue arrow appears. The infamous blue arrow that marks the computer's top suggestion. Normally, there's, as we see there on the bottom right of your screens, it's the computer analysis. The blue arrow basically says this move is best. Anything else is not as good, and normally there's a bit of a margin. So it's not going to be losing for Jordan if he doesn't find this move necessarily, but he might just be worse. And I think this is an obvious one, Ivanka, this blue arrow move, bishop check. You need to somehow save the rook, and you need to gain time in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. You need those tempo moves. And the white king can't castle either. So you do need to start involving all of your pieces into the attack. So f6 is the only block for that one. And now you have to, yeah, the blue arrow being quicker than I can speak. But rook to d1, you have to generate the initiative. And now Arjun is forced to defend the knight on d7. So queen a4, I don't see any other move. Unless there's a... Hang on a second, Yovi. Indian School of Chess, rook h8. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe you can break it down, Ivanka, why you called that the Indian School of Chess. It's just a counterattack, right? It's not backing down, not retreating, not reacting, just counterattacking.
Exactly. You know, that was one of the things that I noticed when I first started doing commentary, was that the Indian juniors especially were exceptional at finding these counterattacking possibilities, which are difficult to find when you're calculating them in advance. Because often you think, okay, rook attacks the queen, queen moves. You just think in that very straightforward way. But they are brilliant at simply going, okay, the queen can be attacked. These are the counters. And I do feel that queen to a4 invites queen to d6, and the black king has to take a step back. And there you can see the arrow says, you're not going to survive this one for too long with your king disjointed like that.
Yeah. And yeah, you have to defend your knight. This pawn is also hanging. This just looks disastrous. The black queen's just offside, right? As you mentioned, Ivanka. So it does look like moving the queen just being purely reactive doesn't work. So process of elimination. One of these two rooks has to hit the white queen. I have no idea which one. I think I would be tempted to start with the h rook, just so that the black king can kind of walk into the corner if necessary. And it just looks like it works out for Arjun, right? It looks like he's got it all covered.
Yeah, it does look like that. The white queen can't move. I mean, okay. Again, this is very wild and it needs some thinking going on here. So you can take the queen, rook takes queen, and get into that endgame. You can also...
Yeah, and this is just an equal endgame, probably best play. He's about to move Arjun, it looks like. Go on, Ivanka.
And then the other move to calculate, if you're in for a fight, is to go queen to g3.
Oh. Clever. Very clever. Eyeing up this pawn, maybe. And if black If black is careless, if I just move to the wrong square, I was wondering if you can play like bishop takes pawn check. Maybe this is okay for black.
It might be okay, right? Because the white king isn't that safe either. I mean, white would have it in the bag, right? If that king were there on h1.
Yeah, but it's not. So after rook takes knight, there'll be a check. Whoops. And then there'll be a nasty checkmate incoming with the black rook.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and we should just point out as well in the game position after rook c8, which we are expecting, queen takes rook is usually an idea to like just jettison the queen. It's going to drop anyway. So, yeah, of course, you hope that black takes the queen, and then you take the black queen and you laugh. You have an extra rook. But black flicks in another intermediate move, another intermezzo, submissions of his own, check. And again, the dust settles. It's just a level endgame, 5 pawns each, bishop versus knight. So Jordan, Ivanka, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like he's just playing a memory test. It feels like he's not being too ambitious. He's playing something that Arjun might have looked at before or needs to work out. But ultimately, white can pull the break at some point, get the queens off, head into an endgame. So he's not risking much. He's just testing Arjun. And if Arjun finds all the best moves, it should just be equal. It should just be a draw.
It certainly should. Yeah, so this is the thing about Wijk Aan Zee. It is a long tournament, and because it's on in a village, it can feel quite claustrophobic. I mean, I heard many chess players say that when they're doing great, it's a fantastic experience. When they're not doing so well, it does feel like it's all gotten too much. The weather, the chess, the long time control. So maybe Jordan is feeling, he's kind of saying, well, I might as well just go for that long memory test. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, then it's a draw, and we're one step to finishing the tournament.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Ivanka. When I played in Wijk Aan Zee, actually both times I played, I fell a bit ill under the weather. It's very cold and windy there. But the second time I was playing in the challenger section, so in the B group, and I was leading after 5-6 rounds, and I was playing some of the best chess of my life, sacrificing, attacking, all the things I've forgotten how to do. But yeah, suddenly I fell ill, things turned, and 4 rounds later, I think I lost 4 games in a row, and you spiral. I mean, just like Arjun is in this tournament, sometimes, yeah, you feel like you're caught in this bubble and you just can't break out. And I've got to say, it's really surprising. Jordan Van Forest and Arjun Erigaisi, 2 of the most kind of aggressive, ambitious, uncompromising players in world chess, and neither of them have won a game this tournament. That just shows how tough it can be at the very top level.
It's incredibly tough, especially in this day and age, when everyone comes to the game well prepared. It's so unlikely that you're going to surprise anyone and win straight out of the opening. It doesn't really happen at elite chess anymore. And it's a long event, and it starts to kick in. When, David, have we played a 13-round event? I mean, I can only think back to the Olympiads. And the Olympiads, they promptly reduced to 11 rounds. The rest of us are not playing such a long event and perhaps unused to the level of stamina required.
Yeah, it's no longer the early 20th century or mid 20th century when there were all these round robins where you played the same opponent 4 times, twice with white, twice with black, and you'd have these kind of 40-something round tournaments over months and months of chess. Now, yeah, I mean, 13 rounds is a marathon in classical. Maybe the World Junior Championship is one of the few that still has or had that length of play. But you can tell the body language here, Ivanka. Jordan's feeling it. I mean, he's been blitzing up to this point. He's only just gone below 1 hour 40, so he's only finally started to think. And I mean, body language looks negative. It looks like he's praying now. It looks like he's just resigned to the fact that he has no advantage. His opening didn't quite work out, at least in terms of getting the game going. And tell me if I'm wrong again, but it looks like Jordan's ready to try and force a draw to bail out here and just get closer to the end of the event.
Yeah, that's the look that his body language is giving. And, well, we'll see. We'll see. That's the only thing that we can see, David, that maybe Jordan has a clever idea up his sleeve. Maybe it is going into the endgame and pressing bishop against a knight. But it has been a very grueling event for both of these participants. It's certainly not gone either of theirs way.
Yeah. Pressing in the endgame or depressing? The fact that he's struggling to win any games, that's the big question for Jordan van Forest right now. But yeah, we will check back in on this one later. It looks like the fireworks have come to an end. It looks like we might be seeing a queen exchange and an equal ending. So let's zoom out and see whether there's more tension elsewhere. Ivanka, my eyes are drawn to that bottom left suddenly. Your favorite color, green. It might be the fact that I'm green with envy at their chess skills, but it might also be the fact that Gukesh is sacrificing a pawn, at least temporarily.
Yeah. And let's head there. And I just wanted to quickly say that Jordan did reject the trade of queens for now, and he did retreat the queens. So we might still see fireworks on that board. But talking about fireworks, yeah, it looked at one stage like it was going to be one of those long maneuvering games, and then Wei Yi broke out in the center, and then Gukesh said, hey, I'm not going to allow you to live with all the space. I'm going to break out too. So maybe we can rewind and actually show it on the board.
Yeah, we were here already. I think this was the first game we started out, and that was on move 3. We left it with Gukesh about to make a decision. But let's go back the whole way just to remind ourselves. It was e4, e5. It was the Italian game. Featured chat there. Abhishek pointing out that Gukesh has 100% accuracy. That is because most of this game is theory, but Wei not quite at 100. He played knight to f6, and of course, knight to g5 hints at the fried liver, potentially. If black plays into it there, that is very greedy, goes after a pawn, but loses a lot of time for white. d4 is another move, another very old romantic move that was popular back in the day. You can even castle here as white, but d3 is the way to normally obtain quiet waters. And bishop to e7. Normally, it's more trendy to bring the bishop out to c5 for more active square, but that has been very well analyzed. So we're avoiding mainstream theory. And knight b to d2. I've got to say, this is quite rare. Ivanka, I've had this position hundreds of times myself, if you include online games. I usually play the move my arrow's going rogue. I normally play the move rook to e1. Just to prevent black from breaking out, because then there would be tension on the e5 pawn. Another move would be pawn to a4, just to gain some space, escape square for this white bishop. But knight b to d2 is quite a rare one. And after d5, taking advantage of the fact that the white rook is no longer on, or not landing on e1, black exchanges, and only then, when the pawn is attacked, f6. And I'm wondering what Wei Yi has in mind and why he spent so much time on the clock, because, okay, knight b to d2 isn't the most popular move, but this is very forcing and very brave. If you don't want to allow this type of now d4 and pin and this type of action, he didn't need to play d5. Kind of playing in a different way would have been totally fine as well. So what moves come to mind here, Ivanka? It does look like white wants to somehow put more pressure on this pinned knight.
Yeah, and let's dive into the first question. Why can't black capture the pawn on d4? So you have to be careful with how you do it. So you should do it with the pawn, because if you go knight takes pawn, well, then you might be in for a blooper, because after knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, then you have bishop takes knight check, and the queen captures the bishop, and oops, this is the definition of a blunder, because you didn't see that the bishop on e7 was hanging. It was not planned.
Yeah, this would be a oopsie moment for Wei Yi. That will not happen, of course, but you mentioned taking the other way, and okay, just to kind of put a natural move on the board, knight to b3. I assume that white regains the pawn, some pressure on this knight, and it's suddenly looking a bit unpleasant for Wei Yi, I would say, Ivanka.
Yeah, it's definitely looking unpleasant, on account of that pin. And the pawn on f6 doesn't really fit in with the pawn structure actually on the board, right? Because you'd like to put the pawn on f7, no pin, and then you can kind of develop the light squared bishop in peace. But the presence of that weakening actually means that there is going to be too much pressure against the knight on d5. White can be looking at moves such rook takes bishop in the air. These are the ideas in the air. There's knight takes d4, and yeah, it's very, very worrying. Yeah, I'm also looking at the e6 square as well. So yeah, that doesn't fit in. So if you can't take on d4, then what else do? You have to develop, obviously. So maybe it's time to establish the pin. And bishop to g4.
Yeah, bishop to g4 looks very natural. And then you just have to decide what to do with this bishop if it gets kicked. Retreat or capture? I assume you retreat.
Yeah, I assume that one as well.
Yeah, capturing allows the white queen to come out and hit the knight. So retreating, and yeah, this looks okay, at least at first glance. Oh, g4, or not to g4, Jovanka. I would never g4, but Gukesh probably would g4, as he did several times in the World Championship match.
I think Gukesh would. Let's put it on the board. In fact, we might be seeing this line, David, because bishop to g4 has been played. And yeah, you did see the evaluation bar creep down, so...
It's not g4. Probably... Yeah, probably it's just too weakening, but I think maybe the move c3 would be okay, the bar creeps down again. I was going to say c3 with the idea of like queen to b3, sneak out this angle. But maybe it's just the fact that black kind of shuffles the king in the corner, and queen to b3 can always be amply met by knight to a5, and black cleans up all the mess that his previous moves made with a bit of interest, maybe. So yeah, it's very tense. Bishop to g4, game position. I'm just surprised, Jovanka, that Wei Yi spent so long on the clock. This is, I don't know, bishop to g4, process of elimination. I think we got there. I'm not going to say that much quicker than Wei Yi, but we got there. And maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the tension, and the fact that Wei Yi needs to win this if he wants any impact at the top of the standings. And for Gukesh, a big game too.
It's a huge game for Gukesh. You know, he's in pole position right now, half a point lead against over Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And let's take a look at his run-in for the remainder of the tournament. So, Wei Yi, big game. Black against Van Foreest. Now, Jordan, as we saw, he's a creative player, very original, but struggling, winless so far. And also finishing off against his countryman, Arjun. Would you say this is quite a tough one, David?
This game or the run-in, I mean, both, I would say.
I mean, the run-in, it's quite funny because obviously Arjun is an incredibly strong player. So is Jordan, so they can play the role of spoiler. I do remember that 1 year Nodirbek was cruising to win the event. He plays Jordan Van Foreest in the final and he loses.
Yeah, in 2023, I believe that was the year that Anish Giri finally got his hands on the Tata Steel Masters crown, leapfrogging Nodirbek in the final round because Nodirbek did overpress against Jordan. And the reason I'm saying it's tough, Jovanka, is purely because Van Foreest and Arjun Erigaisi, they're both struggling. And it is those players with nothing left to lose that often present the biggest hurdles. If, for example, Gukesh in the last round were playing Nodirbek and Nodirbek needed to win to kind of leapfrog Gukesh, then he knows he's going to get a fight. He knows he'll get his chances when they come. But often a player like Arjun in the last round might just want to be solid. Overpressing there could come with some risk. So, yeah, for Gukesh, I think it just depends on how his rivals do in these next two rounds. And I don't think he'll want to burn too many bridges as we close in towards the end. We might even see playoffs, as we did last year.
We might be treated to playoffs. That would be a spectacle. I agree with you, David, actually. The more I think about it, the more it depends on what Gukesh needs. If Gukesh needs to win, say in the final round against Arjun, and Arjun's having a miserable tournament, Arjun's going to go, no, you're going to put the blocks down, you're not going to get through. And that's going to be a very difficult one to break down. But if Gukesh just needs a draw, then I think it's a great pairing, right?
That's true. Just judging by his play today, Arjun, and just over the last few rounds, it feels like he's ready to get this tournament done and dusted, get it over with. So yeah, for Gukesh, I mean, classical wisdom in the old days, they would say you've got the lead, play it safe, hold on to your lead, and only see what happens. Only if you need to press, then you go for the win. But it's not in Gukesh's nature to necessarily go for draws either. It looks like he wants to win. Actually, this whole Indian contingent, I've never seen them really take quick, safe draws against each other, even if it suits them sometimes. They really want to fight. But this current game position, Jovanka, it's got all the makings for what could become a quite explosive middle game. Italians do sometimes liven up like this.
They do though, David. I was complaining to you in the break. I was like, Italians are some of the most difficult openings to understand because everything looks peaceful and then suddenly you have action and then one side just emerges as with a clear advantage and you're like, I don't understand what happened. How did that sequence even occur? Because I was fine and now I'm not fine. And here you also see it as well, because, when you were analyzing, we looked at C3 and suddenly that wasn't accurate enough and black was absolutely fine. In fact, black was more than fine because the pieces are really actively placed. So it's a critical moment for Gukesh. He has to press on the right spot. And that's not so clear cut, actually. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, well, what to do? Attack the bishop seems logical. And what is the next step? Not so easy.
Not easy at all. Jovanka, I'll confess it now. The Italian, it's my favorite cuisine, but my least favorite opening, just because it's so confusing. Like you say, with white, with black, we're only 9 moves in and already two of the best prepared players in the world. They're struggling to navigate their way forward. I'm sure he'll come up with something great here, Gukesh. I'm wondering whether you maybe at some point move the knight, maybe even leaving the black bishop on g4, which is a bit of a vulnerable square. But I think this is one where he'll be in the tank for a long, long time. Already 6 minutes thinking, and probably more to come. So I think we zoom out here for now. Let the world champion, let's trust his judgment. Let him do what he does best, some calculation.
And calculation is the name of the day. And some of these positions. So again, my eyes are going to be drawn to top right, but maybe we should give our attentions to a game that we haven't checked in on. And that would be Fedoseev and the one on the bottom right, Giri Varmadam.
Yeah, let's go to those two boards at the bottom right, starting with Fedoseev against Leon Mendonça. Talking of Indian prodigies, I just want to mention there was a feature chat, I think by Backslash, saying, last year, the final playoff, there were 4 players joint first, if I remember correctly, and the final playoff was between Wei Yi and Gukesh. And that time, Wei Yi came out on top, thanks to a last-minute mistake from Gukesh. So maybe revenge on his mind, Jovanka. We shouldn't forget that these top players, they bear grudges, right? And often they want to settle those scores from past games.
They have long memories. That's the one thing that I've noticed as top players. They really remember every single detail. And often, like, you'll talk to them about like some random game you played against them 20 years ago or less, and they'll go, "Yeah, I remember that game." And they have great memories for all the classic games that have been played in the past, and they can refer it. It's almost like the alphabet to them. They can just simply recite these games, where the rest of us just go, "Wow, that's impressive."
Yeah, I often find myself doing that, just nodding along while like Magnus talks about some game that I definitely should know from the 1960s, and I'm just like, "Oh yeah, of course, that one, yeah, of course." In the meantime, let's backtrack on this game because Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, has just left the board. And he chose the Catalan opening. This is something you mentioned earlier, Jovanka. The Catalan here in the Queen's Gambit declined is not to capture, for example, or bring the knight out. It's to fianchetto the white bishop on its dream diagonal. And after a capture, Black plays c6. This is one of the most ambitious ways of playing, I've got to say, against the Catalan. You're basically grabbing a pawn and you're telling your opponent you'll try to hang on to it, most likely, by playing the move b5. The downside is that you kind of lock your bishop in long term. And a4, Fedoseev showing that he doesn't really want to encourage pawn to b5. Then there would be a capture and the white bishop would open up. So black gives a check. And black defends that checking bishop. And bishop to c3. How's your Catalan theory, Ivanka? Mine is a bit fuzzy, but bishop c3 is not part of part of my knowledge bank here, I must admit.
Yes, it's a long time since I played the Catalan with the white pieces. Bishop c3 kind of made an appearance in Queen's Indian positions, but I haven't really seen it in a Catalan before. I mean, I've seen knight to c3 and the white knight jumping into e5 with ideas of e4 and just kind of slowly building on the position. But yeah, bishop to c3 is an interesting one. I mean, how did black react to that one?
Yeah, so very interesting move. I think he's saying, okay, we can trade bishops, but it'll always be on white's terms now. White will be able to recapture with the knight. Nice developing move. Or even with the pawn, just to back up the center. So castles, can't be wrong, can't be bad by Leon. Although the bar rose slightly for white there. Knight to e5, trying to regain the pawn and realizing he cannot defend it anymore, Leon Mendonça. He just says, okay, I'll push the c-pawn a second time, c5. I'm not such a huge fan of this, just because I'm always a maximalist, and c6 followed by c5 3-4 moves later does feel like a loss of time, but white has also been messing around with this bishop. So it makes some sense, and white castled, black played knight c6. So basically saying you can take this pawn, but then I'll get your d-pawn. But if you take this pawn twice on c6, then the c4 pawn survives. And now Vladimir Fedoseev, yeah, he's so slippery. And I'm not just saying that because he's called the big fish, but he's so slippery because you never can guess his moves. And knight to a3, Ivanka, he's just letting his center crash and burn. He's letting it fall. But he's finding these weird, wonderful ways to just regain the material to develop his pieces. What do you make of this?
Yeah, this one, I'm impressed by knight to a3. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is that both sides actually running a really, really it's really tricky here, because 1 foot wrong, black is going to be strategically lost. If white doesn't regain the material, then they could be suffering as well in the long term. So this one's really, really tense. There's so many captures as well for black. You know, you've got bishop takes a3, you've got bishop takes knight, there's knight takes knight, there's knight takes d4, and my mind is racing furiously as I speak, trying to work them all out. But this one is tense, David.
Mm-hmm. Tense is a good way to put it. I think if this were in the old books back in the 1990s, back in the early 2000s, they would say, they would put this position, they would just have this squiggly infinity sign, they would say unclear. And you're right, Ivanka, because this is the position, this is the type of position we need to calculate. As you say, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, there's at least 5 logical captures here. Maybe more. And yeah, working your way through that. I mean, you literally have to spend 2-3 minutes on, I don't know, bishop takes knight, 2-3 minutes on bishop takes bishop, a couple more minutes on taking this pawn, maybe even taking it with the knight, and finally to take this knight. And yeah, calculation always begins with the forcing moves, so the checks, captures, and threats, and just too many captures to work through here. What do your instincts tell you? Yes, black has a kind of whole vast choice, but should he be able to hold the balance? You mentioned he's strategically lost if he's not quick enough, but Leon, how do you think he'll be able to handle things? He's having a tough time in the event.
Yeah, he is having a very tough time. And whether the question about being able to handle, because I know a lot of you will be like, I don't see black's problem. Black can just plonk a knight onto d5. Yeah, that's very much true. But the problem is that there's been some squares that have been left behind in black's pawn expansion with a5 and c5. I'm looking at b5. I'm also eyeballing the d6 square. And this bishop on g2, that is usually the MVP. And if a knight does come and block with d5, you can often just kick it away with e4, and then comes like this big pawn center. So for Leon, he just has to really just knuckle down and come to terms with all the calculation that will be on the board right now. And like but there's one thing actually I wanted to rewind one move, David, because I have a question for you. Because a lot of people will be asking, well, hang on a second, why knight a3? Why not just go knight takes knight and win the pawn back? And my answer to this would be, yeah, you do that, but on the other hand, you've given life to the bishop on c8. The rook can just slide up to either a7 or b8. Does need some calculation. Maybe yeah, okay, the evaluation bar doesn't move down. But next move will be bishop to b7. And the bishop on g2 is the pride and joy of White's position. It exerts a lot of pressure on c6. And often the threat is more dangerous than the execution because the bishop on c8 doesn't have too many squares to go to if that pawn remains on c6. So this is why I wouldn't be advocating for rushing to capture that material.
Yeah, and he kept the tension. Very good point, Jovanka, because I think in a blitz game, I would also be very tempted to just release all of that central tension and take this knight, regain the pawn, and the game goes on. But yeah, that final position, the black rook is also very strong on the b file. White's piece is a bit asleep, so going for this kind of direct play very rarely works out when you haven't mobilized your whole army. So knight to a3 does get some of the army mobilized, and this is the current position. Leon has to worry about what happens if knight takes pawn. Some captures here as well. Still knight takes c6 on the cards. And yeah, this ocean of options that he faces here, not ideal, I guess, but he does have still a lot of time to contemplate what to do next. So maybe we leave him to wonder, to ponder, and we'll see his decision a bit later. So yeah, there's one game we haven't investigated, haven't explored too much. Just before we dive into Anish Giri and his very slow, tense battle, Jovanka, maybe a quick update on the other boards, especially those top three boards, which have been moving quite quickly along.
Yeah. And the game between Van Forest and Arjun, well, it was quite funny because we did see Jordan on the camera retreat the queen, and I thought, the queens might stay alive. We might see some deep opening middle game attacking preparation from Jordan, but no, the queens did come off, and we're now in an endgame where both sides have very reasonable chances. Probably going to fizz out to a draw. Sarana Hari Krishna. It's little center is what I call them. Baseline chess. I have many words and phrases in chess that I often use just to kind of describe the situation. And this one to me is like a rally. You know, you play from the baseline, just lobbing the ball where you can. And yeah, it's all to do with the pieces, not to do about pushing pawns. It's just centralizing. And often it falls on little factors like, can you connect the rook? Are all your pieces working? You have to be precise there, otherwise the game will just fizzle out. But I would say White has a minute degree of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Very English way of saying that you prefer White's position there, Jovanka. And in the meantime, the board on the top right there, the red board, Caruana, going for it with his queenside castling. He is potentially about to have castled into it as Praggnanandhaa starts to chuck pawns down the board. I think we'll go to that game very shortly, but just to do our duties as commentators, let's go and recap what's been happening on Anish Giri's board. One of the home favourites, two of the home favourites, I should say, Max Varmadam as well. Really making some strides over the last few years, and a real foundation of the Dutch national team now. So, Jovanka, your choice. Should we go back from the start? This is a very quiet game. It started life as an Italian.
Yeah, I think we don't need to go all the way back from the start because this is looking pretty gentle so far. I think things will be heating up soon. So maybe we just give an assessment as the position stands so far.
Hmm.
It looks
And
nice for white. That's
mhm.
my quick assessment.
Yeah, that's a good assessment. The eval bar confirms. Very small advantage for white. Minuscule there, 0.3. I think it's the bishop pair, one of the main factors. Yeah, the bishop pair comes to life a bit later on. Maybe not right now, but yeah, could have a factor later in the game if things open up. I don't know, what would you say black's pluses are? Maybe it's just the fact he's got nice active pieces. Flexible in the center. Hard to know exactly what to do though for Max Varmadam.
That is the big problem. I mean, Anish at least has a plan, right? He can drop the bishop back to a2 just to get out of any contact with d5. And if he's feeling like a caveman, he can go knight h4, g4, and go, haha, crap the bishop.
Let's just put that on the board.
Sorry. I'm not very subtle.
No, it's a nice point though, like rook to e8, just a generic move. It looks like black's about to get ready. Let's say black, I don't know, moves the knight or plays b5, gaining space on the queen side. Knight to h4, and suddenly it's very scary, Ivanka. g4 is a winning threat. Like, again, if black does nothing, and g4 just wins a piece because no escape. Nice spot there. There's a pin, so black cannot recapture. The f7 pawn cannot move. But even if g4 weren't to work, like, I don't know, knight into f5, some potential sacrifices on these squares, the black king side is very vulnerable. The white queen and bishop poised. Like f4 might come, just open up the white rook. I could definitely see Max getting in trouble if he plays too slowly. And of course I was playing slowly just to make a point there, but how does he play fast? How does he play to the point here? Is it d5? Is this too much to lash out immediately? They do say accelerate the position if you're facing the bishop pair. This would be my first instinct, Ivanka.
That was also my first instinct, but then you also have to ask yourself, are you playing into white's hands because white has the bishop pair? Bishops thrive in these open positions where they can work their long-range magic. Pawn takes.
Yeah, there's also the option to keep the bishop on the board and keep the tension, trying to take this pawn. But let's assume white recaptures, or sorry, captures in the center. Black now takes back.
Yeah.
I don't think white wants to part with a beautiful bishop.
Can we quickly just work out that knight takes e5 doesn't work to queen to e6. And well, who has been... Oh, hang on a second. The king actually carries on because of queen to e4.
Oh, queen to e4 is even better. I was going to say knight take c6, but queen to e4 actually gives an advantage. Yeah, nice. You've been studying the Indian school of chess, Ivanka, the counterattack after counterattack after counterattack.
Well, I'm trying to run through the most obvious moves and just make sure that everything is fine. Because I'm sure there's a lot of greedy chess players in chat as well. And we've got to look out for those type of players, don't we, David?
Oh, we do. We always do. And I mean, this is definitely relevant, very relevant, because Max Varmadam, he's now been thinking 8 minutes. And I mean, this is a minefield it's like a labyrinth of calculation. Like knight takes queen, knight takes queen. Currently white's a pawn up, but then you've got to calculate what happens if black's knight takes this rook, what happens if black's knight takes this bishop. Like I would even be tempted to take this bishop initially, but then I don't know if there's any way to trap this white knight. I wanted to just jump back and then take it next move, but white now kind of opens the cage and the next move has an escape square. It gets really like small margins here because otherwise black's just almost winning, but suddenly it's white winning because of this move d4 or f4 maybe there as well. And likewise, if you take the rook, then white takes this rook and both knights are trapped. White will have an extra pawn. Maybe it's just something like this, Ivanka, and like king takes and then knight to e5, and you might get an opposite color bishop endgame, which probably is holdable, but do you want to suffer one pawn down? White has 4, black has 3 on the queen side. Oh, dilemma. Lots of questions for Max.
It is a dilemma as well. Do you want to do this or not? Well, anyway, we saw that it involves a lot of calculation, a lot of correct assessment at the end of those lines. So not so easy to assess. I suspect that we might see a move like rook to e8, build it first and just ask white, hey, what are you going to do as your next developing move?
Yeah.
And then strike out.
Yeah, I think Max, if he plays a quiet move, just has to ponder, what happens if g4 at some point, or what happens if like knight h4, knight f5, all those plans. But if he works out there's a defense or there's not too scary, then he might just play rook to e8, as you say. But if he's terrified here, Jovanka, which I probably would be actually, then he might try and force his way to a draw with d5. But it's always that double-edged sword, forcing the issue, making it maybe easier for Anish. Anish, I think, would love, it's his style as well, to just love an endgame, one extra pawn, no risk, try and grind it away. But yeah, we'll see. Big moments in the middle game.
And it is indeed a big moment as Max Barmadam decides to take a step forward in the center and initiate play. And yep, the stage has been set. The middle game is in full swing. And on that note, we are going to zoom out and go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to deep dive into all of those complications. So don't go anywhere.
Well, it is my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We all know that when Vishy Sir walks down the street in Chennai, or frankly anywhere in India, he's going to get attention, autographs, selfies. You seem to be on the trajectory, almost certainly, of having that happen to you now, probably for a lifetime. Are you ready for that? And do you embrace that? Have you thought about the fact that, you're now a public figure forever?
Yeah. So firstly, I after the candidates and the Olympiad, especially after the Olympiad, because it was huge for India, and me getting recognized was more often than what it used to be. But I didn't think it got to a point where it was annoying. And after the World Championship, I haven't gone back home, so I don't know what kind of extent it will be. But I generally, handle this quite well, and I feel like this is my kind of role to play to develop, the interest for chess and to bring more people into the game. And there are a lot of people who look up to me who are interested in what I do, and I have the chance to get more people into the game now, and I think it's a huge honor. Yeah, chess has given a lot to me, and this is the least I can give.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. At number 2 is Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen from the AIM Chess Rapid in 2022. Now, Gukesh was just 7 years old when, in his hometown in Chennai, he saw the crown being passed on. Magnus Carlsen won the 2013 World Championship. Fast forward 9 years, and Gukesh is 16. This is the position against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has just made the move, knight from the center of the foreboard, falling back to g5. Once again, pause your video and have a think. What would you play next as white here? Now, if you did your puzzle rush, I'm pretty sure you got this one. And Gukesh did as well. He goes in with a sacrifice. Rook takes knight, awarded 2 exclamation mark. And that is a brilliancy, a tactical trick on the board. If Magnus captures that rook, the queen comes in, not just winning material. That would be checkmate on the world number 1. Now, rook takes knight is relatively a simple trick. This is not what Magnus missed. To really understand the beauty and appreciate the beauty of this tactic, we have to backtrack just a move. Because in fact, this move was inevitable. It could not have been stopped by Magnus. And why is that the case? Let's take a look. It all started at this moment. Gukesh had just landed the rook on the 7th rank, attacking Magnus's knight. Magnus makes the move rook to e8, defending that knight. And here Gukesh played what seems like a quiet move, but it's an absolute disaster after that for Magnus. It is the only move in the position that wins the game for Gukesh, and he finds it queen to b6. It's sort of like the assist to a goal. Rook takes knight was the goal, and queen to b6 is the assist. And what's the point of this? You're setting up the tactical trick that we just saw. Rook takes knight, queen coming in, winning the game. But it also has another far more devious idea. Because with this last move, white now has defended a key pawn in the position, and there is a big threat to trap Magnus's queen at the center of the board. For example, if Magnus, to stop the threat of rook takes knight, falls back with the rook to defend his last rank, suddenly out of nowhere, the white knight steps back to d3. And that queen on e5, it's over. It's gone. There are no squares for the move. It is trapped by its own pieces. Unbelievable. Queen to b6, threatening the deadly knight d3, which had to be stopped, forcing Magnus to fall back with his own knight to create some escape squares for the queen, which allowed the tactical trick of rook takes knight. And as is often the case, yes, rook takes knight is the brilliancy, but queen to b6 for me is the assist to the goal, and the assist steals the spotlight. And after rook takes knight, the brilliancy, the tactics, the rook could not be captured, Magnus continued, but just a few moves later, as Gukesh converted this flawlessly, and it was right here as the white knight jumps in. The e-pawn is unstoppable. There are big threats against the black king. The world number one, Magnus Carlsen, resigned. This was Gukesh's first win against Magnus. A big moment in his career, because believing you can do it is one thing, but knowing you can do it is a whole different thing. And with this, Gukesh also set a new world record of being the youngest ever player to beat Magnus Carlsen as world champion.
And there we can see on our board, we are back for round 11, and the players, they are blitzing out the moves. Jordan Van Foreest, Arjun Erigaisi, a handshake. Well, we have to find out what happens. And the kings, they both get aligned in the center because a draw has been declared. Players signing it out. They were playing on the speedway to equality.
That's right. And we see this was a draw. The players now discussing what could have happened, what did happen maybe in the game. But let's do a quick recap because we were here around 10 moves ago. And it was this moment we saw the attack on the black queen met by an attack, a counterattack on the white queen. But very accurate. I think almost 100% accuracy play. Just to confirm, both players had 99.5% accuracy this entire game, Jovanka. Pretty impressive. And ultimately, perfect chess is a draw. So the queen dropped back for white. The black queen still hit. She retreated to b6. So a very good choice of square, stopping the white king from castling ever. And after the white bishop retreated with a hit on this pawn, black simply reacted with pawn to g6. Now Jordan making it clear he's happy with the draw. He didn't want his king stuck in the center for too long. The queens came off the board. Pawn to e5 locked things out. Block center normally helps the knight over the bishop. And when black jumped in, we saw rooks getting exchanged. Well, actually, first it was the bishop for knight and a pure rook endgame in a moment. The whole queen side about to disappear. Black about to take this pawn. White about to take this pawn. Everything equal on the other flank. 4 versus 4. And about as balanced as it gets. Jovanka, entertaining game, but ultimately fizzling out relatively quickly.
Yes, it's been a tough tournament for both of these players. You know, they've never quite managed to get motoring, and it's a grueling event. So this draw brings them one step closer to the end, and well, it is going to be round 12 for them. But for the other participants, they are in full flow. A lot of fighting chess on the other boards again. So many things catch my eye, and it's primarily the one in the top right. I've been talking about that one, obsessing about that one. Caruana against Praggnanandhaa. It's opposite side castling, and it feels like that board is just ablaze with drama.
Yeah, I think we will jump there next. Just an update as well on the green board on the bottom left and the camera we see in front of us. Gukesh, he hasn't moved. I predicted he would think for quite a while, but I don't think I would have predicted he'd be in the tank for 25 minutes at this point and counting. So, yeah, big moment for the world champion, and we'll update you if and when the moves tick in there. Bottom right, we did predict Giri against Varmadam, all of those exchanges. Yeah, feature chat saying Gukesh spending 30 moves. Yeah, and it is actually a known position as well. So we will update everyone. But first, Caruana and the fire against Praggnanandhaa. Jovanka, who would you pick and why? And where to even start?
Well, this is one of those positions where I've actually played this type of things with the black pieces, and I've felt nervous throughout. Because, black's pawns, they're quick. But the thing is, when white's attack gets going, it comes with a full might, because you just go e4, e5. And before you know it, the other pieces just kind of swarm into the position. And it gets really, really dicey, because the problem with black's attack is that it's literally two pawns that are trying to do the legwork. And sometimes that's not enough to actually make any form of inroads whatsoever. And when you're attacking on opposite sides, you really want to be opening up a line. That's like the most important thing. I mean, just think about it when you're in old stage warfare. You'd assault a fortress, and you basically do that is to try to get those lines into your opponent's position. And yeah, that's not so easy. So I'm going to say white. But it's definitely going to have a few twists and turns, and I'm down for it, David.
Me too. I can't wait. And it reminds me slightly of Pragg's one of his early rounds actually in this tournament against Abdusattorov, where there was opposite side castling, there were pawn storms, mutual attacks, and ultimately that one balanced out with a draw after some twists and turns. Yeah, the feature chat here saying from Wisim saying that Fabi failed to convert against Hari Krishna in a previous round. Maybe not quite at his best, Fabi, but yeah, this type of position, it will just favor who's better on the day. It's as simple as that. And just to be concrete about it, Jovanka, like you said, these pawns alone won't do any damage. If, for example, white makes a build-up move, I think it might be time for white to be tempted to strike in the center. Wing attack, you normally want to counter it in the center, but if white makes a build-up move, I don't know, g4 or h4, just to put it on the board, b4 is very rarely scary because the white knight actually has a perfect outpost. Again, counterintuitive, but on the edge of the board, this knight can never be evicted. It blocks all of black's attack, and it also has a nice outpost on the c5 square a bit later on. Black has a very weak backward pawn on c6, so b4 is never, ever an issue. So it actually takes black a few moves to get going, like a4. Again, if white just does nothing much, h4, then, okay, we see the bar dropping because I'm being slow with white, but you need to push this pawn forward to a3 at some point. b4, again, doesn't really cut the mustard. Happy to take this pawn, defend the knight with b3. It's very hard to break through to the white king. And even the move a3 here. Again, white blocks it. Black struggles to break through, right? It's this beautiful a4 square, time and time again. It's very hard for black to get the attack going. So I think maybe the attack will be based on knight to e6 at some point, attacking this bishop, but also supporting the c pawn and the fourth pawn joining the attack. Either way, it's knights in the room, not always dim. It's going to be hard for Pragg to break through. No easy moves for either side.
No, it's no easy moves, and because even the knight to e6, which you really want to get, can't be that easily achieved because the pawn is hanging on h7 after bishop takes f6. Then h7 pawn falls, and with that, a line has been opened. So this is the problem with black's position. You need to build up And you need to be quick at the same time because White's attack with e4 is coming, e4, e5. And you could be the victim of like a pawn roller. And a pawn roller is basically when White starts marching down the position with the pawns. It's as simple as that. We have these fancy expressions as chess players, all very technical things. My favorite's like desperado, smothered mate, suffocated mate. It's like suffocation mate, sorry. The dragon.
The Norwegian rat, the hippo, all these random terms, right? But it's a special language, Jovanka. We should be proud of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was actually thinking during the break, and we'll get on with this position in a minute, but would you rather, Jovanka, play only gambits the rest of your life or no gambits for the rest of your life?
No gambits. I don't have the constitution for gambits.
Okay.
I mean, just imagine that every single game you're going to have to sacrifice a pawn or gambit a pawn in the opening. You're going to have to play super actively with a lot of energy and calculation. And, you know, there are days, David, where I wake up and when I'm playing chess, I'm like, I want to be lazy. I just want to rely on my experience and take it into an end game with some good structure and do minimal calculation. And yeah, I'll do that. You're gambiting away.
Yeah, and I want to know, chat, what do you think? Gambits for the rest of your life or no gambits for the rest of your life? Nothing in between. You have to choose. I'm on the same page as you, Jovanka. The older I get, the more I realize it's my dream to just win without calculating a single thing. And unfortunately for gambit tears, for gambit addicts, that isn't the way. You need to have some substance to the attack. And in the meantime, oh yeah, go on, Jovanka.
Go on. You were going to talk about chess. I was just going to talk about something else. So yeah, go for it.
Please, no, keep me away from the chess at all costs, please.
No. I was just I had one scenario where I broke my ankle once and I was on crutches. And so you could see I was like visibly slow. And my opponent played really aggressive chess against me. And I felt that was morally not quite right. But because I'm like, dude, you know, it's going to take me 20 minutes to go to the bathroom and back. And you're forcing me to stay at the board. And I was like, I'm helpless here.
That's literally, or almost literally, the definition of kicking someone when they're down, right? Like they're injured and then you're just not letting them rest, not letting them chill. But I don't know. Chess is chess. We can't fault people for playing aggressively. Can't fault them for showing us no respect and coming for us.
I know. I don't know why I felt like that. That's like, normally I don't care if people play super aggressive chess against me, but on this particular occasion, because you know, I was hopping here, you know, about the playing hall, and you know, it was like, have you ever been on crutches? Unbelievably slow on things.
I have. These days I pretty much live with ambulance on speed dial because I keep injuring myself. But luckily I don't have to sit at the board too often these days while injured. I can't imagine it being too fun. I remember Ding Liren kind of, was it breaking his hip or breaking? Yeah, he had a leg injury and he was on crutches for ages, poor guy. But he was still playing some fantastic chess. I guess it isn't always a hindrance necessarily. At least you have to sit at the board and calculate most of the time, forced to concentrate.
Yeah, and chess is like a distraction in those type of scenarios, because I had my best tournaments actually when I had an ear infection and the whole world was spinning. But you know, at least on the chessboard, I could kind of focus and forget about that for a little while. But talking about forget about things, you can't do that here. You have to play very aggressively and you have to make purposeful moves every single step of the way. And for Pragg, this is such a big game, because if he loses, not only does Fabi step into the fray, but also he loses sight of the leaders, and you know, that's going to be difficult. Even Pragg himself said 1 point deficit is actually quite a big gap to make up.
Yeah, especially if it's just 2 rounds remaining after today. If Pragg doesn't win, if he's 1 full point behind the leaders, then his fate isn't in his hands. The leaders will just need 1.5 points to guarantee that Pragg can't catch them. So for Pragg, this is big, and actually it's a dream scenario for Pragg. The fact that it is so kind of imbalanced, the mutual attacks coming, and it's about to become a fist fight, as Salva says in the featured chat there. I fully agree. It feels like we've joined it just slightly early, if anything, Jovanka, because it's about to explode. It's just a matter of when. And I think Fabi's choosing how to begin. I don't know if you want to investigate e4 as a pawn break before we jump over, maybe just very briefly, because in my mind, e4 looks like the way to continue for Fabiano. Just break open the center. That's what they tell us pretty much from chess birth. It's like fight for the center. But Fabi, I think that must be what he's contemplating. It's likely to happen, so we'll check in if that does, if that move does appear on the board. In the meantime, finally, Gukesh has made a move. I think he spent over 30 minutes on that one, Jovanka. That's a long think. That's the bottom green board.
Yeah, it's a long thing, but there you can see from the evaluation, which is slightly in White's favor, it was not a wrong think. So Gukesh just may be unfamiliar with the theory. That's unsurprising, right? Because chess players these days have to know so many lines that sometimes things just drop between the cracks and we forget certain details. But knight to b3, supporting the center, still hence battle ahead there. Khaima against Abdusattorov right next to that game. That looks very solid. For black. For white, white is kind of pressing. Although the knight standing in front of his pawns on the queen side could lead to some danger if Khaima doesn't play accurately. And again, I'm just moving along the bottom, so there I can see that there have been some trades on c3 in the game between Fedoseev, Mendonça, and Max Farmadam. Giri did grab the pawn on e5, so now pawn up for Giri.
Yeah, Anish Giri a pawn up, but opposite coloured bishops. Maybe we just do a quick action replay of that game, and then I would like to take us actually to Vincent Khaima against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because we were talking about the top of the table, and for Abdusattorov, that is going to be a key game. He needs to avoid defeat in order to stay in touch with Gukesh, and we'll check back in on that one in a moment. But action replay, Anish Giri with an extra pawn, 4 versus 3. We left it with black playing the move d5. We said, good decision, Max Farmadam. Your opponent has the bishop pair. Do not let them build up. I think a good tip for everyone at home, bishop pairs are fantastic. The longer the game goes on, the more influence they have. So normally you want to accelerate the play, not give the bishops time to find their ideal posts. A trade in the center. Interesting that the blue arrow appears, Jovanka. We mentioned that knight takes e5 was possible. You wanted to kind of explore the consequences. It turns out it is the best move by quite a distance. If white just plays slowly, like retreats the queen, black solidifies the center, and black has fantastic play, control in the middle of the board. So knight takes pawn, loose pieces sometimes drop off. This queen actually moved, so not going into the complications after the queen exchange. So queen to d6. Anish said, okay, enough's enough. I'm just going to take that knight and take this knight. And how would you evaluate this? Firstly, is it a gambit? Is it a sacrifice? And secondly, how worried should Max Farmadam be that he is a pawn down?
He shouldn't be worried too much for the time being. You know, that worry can come later on if the queens have been traded. Say, for instance, black hasn't managed to put any pressure. For the time being, white has some issues to solve, namely development. You know, you are still a pawn down. Rook to e8 is going to be coming for black. Bishop to e2, followed by an attack against d3. So white does have to tread very, very carefully. First step, though, for black is to answer the question, which way to capture, with the pawn or the queen? Now, my vibe is to capture with the pawn. Yeah, capture towards the center. And then you can maybe even go c5. I see the evaluation bar was like, no, not the best.
It's fine. It's a pawn. It's just a pawn. It's opposite color bishops. I quite like it as well,
Exactly.
Ivanka.
Exactly. What could be wrong with that? I guess white is going to go D or queen to G3. Yeah, I didn't know which one to go for. D4 first.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe it's
Oh,
just the
hang on.
fact that it's a double attack, right? Maybe it's just very concrete. Like this pawn is pinned on G7, so you are threatening to take H6, and this one now undefended. Whereas, yeah, maybe after queen takes, at least now queen G3, this guy, this little soldier on C7 is held, so you can just kind of... Actually, also you're defending H6, I didn't realize. So you can just kind of move one of the rooks into the center. Swing it up and across.
Interesting, David, right? Because the reason why you're drawn to capturing with the pawn is because you want to save time. But ironically enough, dropping the queen back is saving time because it guards against those two threats. And yeah, of course, Max finds the best response. And he can just get on with the plan of just centralizing the rooks. And still some issues for the white position, you know. Where are you going to develop the bishop on c1? It can find a home on f4, but that's about it.
Yeah, and Anish about to make a move. I think he will move his queen just preemptively because it will get hit next move anyway. I briefly wondered about queen to e4, trying to get the queens off the board, but I don't believe actually any endgames is necessarily promising for white, just because these four, especially the d3 pawn, are quite weak. They can easily be blockaded, and if all the rooks disappear, it's just pure opposite color bishops with a very high drawish tendency there. So I think he will slide his queen to g3, bring his bishop out to f4, and yeah, I did see a feature chat, Ivanka, saying that, oh, he does play queen e4. I was going to say that there was still some attacking chances for white. I don't believe there are, actually. I think it's just about trying to survive long enough to nurture your extra pawn to victory. But queen e4, interesting that Anish kind of leaned back confidently because, I don't know, I'm surprised. To my eyes, even if the queens come off, Max should be fine. Max should be okay here.
Yeah, maybe Anish prefers his chances without the queens on the board, because one of the things that did concern me about putting the queen on g3 was that maybe the black rooks could have like done a rover, swung up to e6 or d6 and then gone to g6. And there's unpleasant play against the white king. So if Anish can just find those tempo moves, and the dream for Anish would be, say if the queens did come off the board, that he's able to establish a blockade on the light squares. So I'm thinking something along the lines of queen takes queen, pawn takes queen naturally, and I don't know, rook to e8. Let's say black plays into it. Maybe an idea of like going g4 and f3 and clamp those light squares.
That's really nice, really instructive, Ivanka, just leaving the black bishop sidelined, pretty much. And I think likewise, kind of on the inverse side, Max should be aiming for the opposite. So like, I'm not sure how to start like rook e8 or bishop g6 or something, but just to, as an example, like, okay, now you're hitting this pawn after d4. If you can somehow get your bishop out, I'm not sure whether you should start with this. I just kind of want to rush the point, but if you can keep your bishop on this diagonal, I think maybe you should stop white's bishop coming to f4 first. So a move like g5 might even make sense, taking away that square. But for example, yeah, keeping the bishop on this diagonal later, putting a pawn on b5, it's going to be very hard for white to break through long term. But yeah, of course we should stop rook to e7 first, or bishop to f4. And yeah, maybe he was going to start with rook to e8. That's another way. It just feels like you want to invite the trade on black's terms rather than white's. And the question is whether white can really get the rooks active without allowing them to be exchanged. I'm slightly skeptical. I've got to say, it looks like a martial attack where you give up a pawn and yeah, just cling on in the endgame as black. Not much fun, but sometimes that's got to be done.
Sometimes. And well, at least white can claim bragging rights, right? You know, I drew from a position of strength. And black is going, yes, I could defend, was nothing. So well, at least there's that. So this one is maybe heading to a draw. I mean, Anish definitely is going to push. He's on +1. He needs to gain ground. And Max, despite having worked with Max, he's definitely struggling here. So Giri will be looking at pushing hard and seeing if Max can make a mistake.
Yeah, ultimately that is very important, Jovanka. They know each other's strengths, weaknesses. Anish, he quite likes grinding in the endgame with no risk. Here, White has an extra pawn. Maybe he'll win. More likely it's a draw, but he'll never lose this, Anish. Whereas for Max, I don't think he particularly enjoys defending these slightly worse positions. So maybe Anish knows that, being friends, and he just wants to kind of torture Max for a while. And yeah, how depressing is this, Jovanka? Max has got 98.8% accuracy so far, but he's a pawn down, and maybe he's maybe he's going to draw it, but he's definitely not going to win. That's just modern chess, right? You might play perfectly, but you still have to defend for a long, long time ahead.
Yeah, the art of suffering. That's something that you have to perfect at one stage in your chess career. Okay, Max needs to do that. I would say one thing about Max. I've noticed that he plays excellent chess, but then on occasion he's want to blunder. He did it against Nodirbek, he did it against Fabiano. Brilliant chess, fighting all the way through, and then suddenly some big move blunders and the game just falls apart. Also against not Caruana, sorry, it was against Gukesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has had a couple of one-move slips in this tournament. Also, yeah, just putting people away in the endgame. He was winning against Vincent Keimer, couldn't quite finish it off, got a bit impatient towards the end. I've played Max a couple of times before. His endgames maybe still a little bit of work to get on a par with these 2,800 players, but he's still, he's got very few weaknesses, Max Varmadam, and very impressive. Just his ascent in the last few years, Jovanka. I played him before the pandemic. He was, I think, 2,400 something at the time, but he's made a huge jump up over the last few years, and he's aiming to consolidate now in the mid to high 2,600s. A very impressive rating. So, okay, we'll let Max try to defend this. Maybe not the most exciting game, but an update for everyone. I think it will stay this way for a long time. Anish will have an extra pawn for the next 4 or 5 hours, probably. In the meantime, we're back to the bird's eye view. Gukesh, after his long think, has made Wei Yi think for a long time on the bottom left of that green board there. Vincent Keimer, Abdusattorov, I think will go there next. But the game's, this feels like jockeying for position now. We're heading into the richest part of the middle game.
Definitely, this is the most dynamic, and we do see the top right. Fabiano, he did advance in the pawn center, but David, we did promise a game, and I just saw that it's getting very spicy with a roving rook on the board. And we're there, we see the eyes on the brown, and there you see Vincent Keimer, Nodirbek, and it looked like black is rock solid, not the most active pieces on the world, I've got to say, but there's nothing wrong with the pawn structure. I will stand by that one. I will die on that hill. And on the other hand, there is like counter-attacking potential based on the fact that the bishop can come to b4. And in an endgame, apply unpleasant pressure against the knight on c3 and the pawn on a5. But before the endgame, the gods have placed the middle game. And this one is tense.
This one is very, very tense. Black's last move does hint at a bit of fear. I'm going to say, Jovanka, putting the king in the corner, just because of that roving rook that you alluded to, the white rook swinging across with a big, big target. I'm not sure whether playing that now is just hitting thin air and not really creating or threatening too much, or whether that's something Vincent wants to do. At some point, he might even just give up this a5 pawn. It won't be too relevant. I mean, if it's weak in the endgame anyway, maybe it's time to swing this rook across, release the other rook, swing the other one up, and the rooks kind of join the attack on the king side. At some point, it might be time for Harry the h-pawn, the infamous alpha zero pawn, to make an appearance. Lots of attacking potential. Very hard to see how black breaks out of this bind of the white d-pawn, the white knight combined. But yeah, first it's Vincent's move. He's significantly behind on the clock. And yeah, it feels like he's trying to be creative here, Jovanka, Vincent Keimer, but no clear-cut kind of way forward. It feels like he's done all the build-up moves, but what next?
Yeah, what next? Indeed, that is the eternal question in the middle game, right? The happy moves have been played. Now what? And it's not easy because Nodirbek is doing some fine things. You know, he's put his queen on c7. That prevents the knight on c3 from getting involved into the attack. Also, the rook on a1 can't easily swing over because of the vulnerability on a5. So you mentioned plans. I by the way, I've really approved of your Alpha Zero advance the H pawn. We're English. I'm always gonna approve of that one. You know, when in doubt, just push H pawn. That's good enough. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, and Vincent burning a lot of time on the clock. And another kind of plan that you often see is just to, you know, relocate the knight to d3 and then maybe, I mean, also f4. F4 on the other hand comes with a lot of risks because, you know, you leave behind the e4 square, and that's not necessarily something you want to do. I see it's not very easy. G4. But this is why we're actually seeing the time imbalance, David, on the clock. You know, Nodirbek, he's playing quickly with 1 hour, just making those natural moves. And Vincent burning the clock down to 33 minutes. And wow, we've only had 16 moves on the board.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, partly because chess is so complex and so kind of bewildering sometimes, I try to break it down, styles and plans, positions. I try and break it down into this kind of dual, this duality in my mind. I'm like, okay, there's two types of position. There's here with white, where you've done everything, you've built up this beautiful knight, beautiful bishop, your rook is about to slide, your knight looks fine, you've got space on the queen side, you've done everything, but it's unclear what next, so you still need a lot of energy to keep going. But then in my mind, there's this other side of chess where it's like, okay, you look passive, but you've got everything covered, you've got the long-term advantage of the bishop pair as black, you've got targets long-term, you don't need much energy, you just need to survive. And the older I get, the more I'm like, okay, I like black's position here. But I think, show me this position 10 years ago, Jovanka, I would have been like, rook g3, white's going to play bishop h6, sacrifice the bishop, the queen's going to come in, it's just going to be checkmate. And it's, of course, the truth is somewhere between the two, and it very much depends on one's mood, one's style. But I can see why both sides have reason to be happy here. I think Vincent doesn't necessarily want those positions where there's a lot of pressure on him to create stuff. I think he thrives best when things are happening and he can take some element of control, take the long-term kind of trumps up his sleeve and use them for later. But here, white's long-term stuff isn't so great. Short-term looking okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe we jump in and show a couple of moves because to my eyes, rook g3 still the most logical. How would you defend here? You're the Caro-Kann player.
And you are as well, David.
Well, yeah.
You are one of those that I have on
me.
fashion. I go on your internet games and go, David plays like this. No.
Yeah, I won't name names, Jovanka, but someone literally made a chessball course based on my Blitz games, and I was like, wait, they didn't even credit me. Literally, all of the recommendations were my Blitz. I won't say who, but naughty.
Okay. That was a bit naughty.
Carry on.
They should have said the David Howell's Blitz Caro-Kann. Yeah, so how would I do this here? Again, I'm very uneasy when I have I'm facing positions where my opponent has their pieces on my side of the board. And normally I try and boot them out. So the first thing that I would be looking at is, you know, working out whether knight to d7 is a possibility, because that knight is just annoying. No, yeah. Bishop takes bishop. I was thinking first up knight to g8, and then I thought, hang on, let's be a bit more sophisticated, go knight to d7. But yeah, that's also knight to h5. Yeah, why am I going backwards when one can go forward. So let's try knight to h5. Do everything with tempo. I
I
agree.
think you're right. You're right, Jovanka. Just to point out, Vincent did play knight to d3, so he's gone a very positional, slower approach. We'll investigate in a moment, but this was very tempting, the attack, and just to try and get to the kind of route to why this didn't happen, knight to h5 would have been very likely the reason. Yes, there could be a bishop exchange, but that doesn't necessarily help white, and this rook looks a bit awkward now if it comes back. I mean, firstly, the black queen can start jumping in, attacking some pawns. At some point, you mentioned kicking away this knight, Jovanka. Maybe knight to f4 first, and then f6 might come in the near future. Yeah, you can see why Vincent didn't want to trade pieces necessarily. So, yeah, knight to h5. I love those knight moves you mentioned. Maybe other ones were strong too, but to go back to the game, knight to d3. You mentioned this one, and in conjunction with this pawn, just in the Carlsbad structure that arose in the Caruana game as well. These three, normally it's against these three, but white's pawn's still on c2. Jovanka, it's because of these two squares, basically, right? It's just the flexibility to go either side, to go either flank.
It is. And a plan that I've seen is to try and put a knight on c5. Usually you do this in conjunction with a white pawn being on c3, but it's really most unpleasant. I've had it done to me many times. They go b4, knight to c5, and sit there with that extra space. And you're just arguing that's actually very difficult to break out. Yeah, like this. You can see. And maybe there's even a threat of, in the game position, say you played h6 instead of queen to b8. And I was trying to work out what happens. Okay, yeah, I was just wondering whether you can go bishop takes knight and then knight to c5, but you can't because the bishop takes d4, unfortunately.
Beautiful tactic, undermining the white knight, and black wins a pawn. But maybe we can do it a different way, Jovanka. I think this is very instructive, like bishop to f4 maybe, hitting the queen. And okay, black should move Her Majesty there, but if there is an exchange, then now the knight gets in. And I'm surprised the computer says this is only a minimal advantage for white, because it looks like that knight after b4 is there to stay for life. And it's going to be hard to work around that knight. This looks beautiful for Vincent Keimer. So very positional approach. I did say he likes his long-term stuff, so he's playing for squares here. He's not going for the black king anymore. No more checkmate.
Yeah. It's also really clever to do this type of stuff as well. You play rook e3, you threaten to go all gung-ho, attacking the king side, and in the end, you actually take a step back and you're going, oh, hang on a second, the rook on e3 might have been there just to protect the knight on c3, not to go g3. So some clever trickery involved, and that's certainly disconcerting for Nodirbek, because it's so much easier to read your opponent when they just play in a very straightforward style. Like, oh yeah, just want to play right. Oh yeah, they're going to quickly. If they do this, you can get blindsided, and yeah, not an easy move to actually face, because like you mentioned, bishop f4 is actually a really annoying threat.
Yeah, and I mean, that reminds me what you were saying there, Jovanka, of a story where, I was talking to a very strong English grandmaster, and I said, in this opening, I've had this model game of yours. I've had it in my database for years. I've just been trying to learn off this, trying to copy exactly what you did in this game. Like, it was all these rook maneuvers, like rook to e3, this type of thing. It looks like it's going for an attack, but it turns out it's useful on the queen side later to go after pawns, for example. And then afterwards, he was like, model game? What do you mean? I was so indecisive, I couldn't decide on a plan, so I just kept playing random moves, and it just kind of by luck they all came together later to perfectly kind of the pieces harmonized later, all the tactics just flowed. And he was like, yeah, it was just pure accident. I just put my pieces on decent looking squares, and it kind of worked out. So sometimes that's what the top players do, right? Vincent might have wanted to go for checkmate, but he was like, nah, knight back to d3, more positional now, and now it looks harmonious, but I doubt that was necessarily the plan. Yeah, chess is chess. You got to be spontaneous. You got to go with the flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you have to be flexible and be able to pivot. But in knight to d3, I thoroughly approve of the move. And big questions for Nodirbek, because this game is actually super important. Of course, Nodirbek, he's half a point from the lead, but he has a very tough run-in. Because look at this, okay? He has black against Arjun. Arjun, we know, he's not having the tournament of his life. He's going to play solidly with white. It's going to be difficult if Nodirbek needs to win. And then he has the white pieces against Hari Krishna. And now Hari, I mean, he went through 2024 without hardly losing a game. So Hari Krishna definitely very solid, excellent player. We saw how resourceful he was against Fabiano. One of the things that impressed me about Hari Krishna's game against Fabiano was that it looked at some point like it was all over. The curtains were closed, there was just no lights on in that house, but he pulled it out of the bag, and with resourcefulness he managed to save the game. It just goes to show that there is no easy opponent in this section. I mean, it's stating the obvious, but it's so true.
Yeah, there's no kind of bankers, as they say. You can't guarantee that you'll win against certain opponents. You can try, you can target certain opponents, save some energy for certain games, but no guarantees. And this is the closing stretch, right, Jovanka? He knows Nodirbek that he needs to probably win at least one of his last 3 games, maybe even win 2 of them to keep pace with Gukesh to catch up now. He's half a point behind the lead. And that adds a bit of pressure. It kind of influences decisions. Sometimes playing the tournament, as we saw from Nodirbek 2 years ago, when he was so desperate to win his last game, guarantee first place outright, avoid a playoff. Sometimes that can backfire. Sometimes it makes you kind of lose some objectivity. But he's looked very composed so far this tournament. Very, very impressive. What do you predict in this game, though? It looks cagey. Hard to know who's better.
Yeah, I do feel that it's advantage Vincent, and it pains me to say that as a Caracal player, but it's a small advantage for White in the sense that their plan is slightly easier. But definitely the pressure is mounting, and everything is going to turn on those critical moves, critical moments. And we are going to zoom out once more and go to a break. And when we return, we are going to analyze more of those chess games.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid. Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online. E4 or D4?
E4.
E4. Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight. Work on opening theory or endgame technique?
Endgame.
Both. Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense?
Sicilian defense.
Or King's Indian. Favorite opening as white?
1e4.
Yeah, 1e4. If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy.
Yeah, usually take banana during the games, but post-game it's some snacks. Something spicy is what we prefer.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Dosa or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, dosa.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Anish.
Better player growing up? Pragg or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger then.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take one food of all my life, I think it would be veg.
And we are back with action, and action is certainly what we are seeing here at the Tata Steel Chess Festival. There are chess players, fans, spectators, cameramen, journalists, anyone, the who's who of chess, they're all congregated here. And amongst this crowd, there is, of course, the Tata Steel Challengers, where world junior champions, world girls champions, prodigies, and grandmasters are fighting it out for that top spot, because the top spot is going to guarantee them, the golden prize. That is a place in the Masters next year. So let's take a look at the standings. Oh, well, first up, we'll have a look at the bird's eye view, because from the standings in the lead, there is Van Wyn, and it is really, really close. And I can tell you, David, that the leaders are in trouble.
That's right. It looks like this could be a round to shake up those standings, to really turn the tables on their heads. And it's that green board, which features the leader playing black. That is the Czech Grandmaster Van Wyn there. And it looks like not necessarily anything too significant, but slightly worse. Looking a bit cramped for him. A draw here, I think, would be a great result. It's just consolidating, especially if the Czech there realizes that his main rivals are in trouble. The board next to it, Lu Miaoyi against Erwin Lamy. That's one we investigated earlier, Jovanka, and Erwin Lamy half a point off the lead. So he's in second place right now, but potentially this opening surprise that he got caught in, it looks like he might have gone astray. He might have not found the right path out for black.
Yeah, his king is looking certainly very shaky there on the dark squares. And there are a lot of exciting possibilities there for the 14-year-old Lu. That would be very exciting. She'll be one step closer to getting a Grandmaster norm. Yeah, and also when you take a look at the top, Vaishali Suleimani just 1 point of Van Wyn, the leader. His position is slightly worse as well.
And Benjamin Bock there, that is the orange boards just on the bottom. I am colorblind, so sorry everyone if my colors are a bit off, but the Benjamin Bock there against Arthur Pipers. And it's actually Benjamin Bock with white, the higher rated player, the player doing better on the leaderboard. He is struggling. Black has a significant advantage with a nice, beautiful knight in the middle of the board. So not according to plan in that other Dutch derby. We see a Dutch derby in the master section, also here in the challenges. Which one do you want to investigate, Ivanka? Maybe just a quick peek at an update, at least, on the Lu Miao Yi board?
Yeah, that's the one that I've got my eyes on, because the first thing that I'm noticing, if we can dive right into this, is there is a tactical possibility on the board, which may or may not be very good. And the first move that kind of catches my eye is to dive in with a knight to f6. Now, that could just be wishful thinking on my behalf.
Let's show this. Cool move. So just to mention, rook to d1 was played in the end after a long think, nearly half an hour think. Knight to f6 was possible. Black's last move given a question mark, king to g7, trying to plug some gaps. It's a very understandable move from Owen, but knight to f6. I can confirm it's totally fine, Ivanka. The knight is poisoned. King takes knight. Oh, maybe not poisoned. Where would the checkmate have been? That would have been the question, I guess.
Or maybe it was just enough for a draw. But it was tempting, you know, to see the warrior king leading from the front, you know, scurrying around the battlefield.
How is this a draw? Wow. I guess white just simply has to give checks and the position just repeats itself. But yeah, it's just so frustrating. Like, you think you're about to checkmate the opponent, then whoops, the king goes back and hides, and there's no way to justify that earlier knight sacrifice, not a gambit, the knight sack. Yes, positions like this, like if it's puzzle rush and there's a king on g5, the answer is nearly always like queen to g7, because you stop the black king from coming back. But here you just have no pieces left. You need some backup, unfortunately, to catch the black king. So very close. Just to mention as well, she played rook d1. I might have been tempted. Similar positions to this do arise in other openings, especially any opening where black fianchettos a bishop on g7. But normally you should try to provoke like f6 as a weakness. And then I would have been tempted, again, I'm not sure which rook, but one of the rooks to d1. And I don't know, if there's an exchange, you regain the pawn, and clearly white has a big attack brewing against the black king. Rook to d1. I wonder, now the bar does drop, I wonder whether Erwin is fine if he can find the courage to maybe just give back some pawns. Okay, the bar doesn't like it. White could take either of these two. Okay, still some pressure for white, I've got to say. Erwin, really unpleasant defensive job ahead.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, decisions as well to be made for Erwin. Not so easy, actually, because psychologically, you can see the queen sliding over. Also, a potential rook landing on d6. And that's going to be very, very scary times. And there's no clear way to develop the pieces, because I'm always talking about development, but that's super important in chess. You want to be playing with your whole army. You want to be playing in a harmonious fashion. And if you don't manage to get that, then you're just suffering. And black king in a spot of bother, being on an open diagonal. Never forget that a king on an open diagonal is not.
Yeah, a king on an open diagonal. It's the scariest thing, right, Ivanka? Or one of the scariest things. Lots of scary things.
It is really scary, but somehow or other, the brain doesn't associate it with my brain. Let me just clarify. My brain doesn't associate it with that much danger, because usually you can be checked, but it's often, usually you can be blocked is what I want to say. But often in the calculation, the diagonal check is critical in getting the attacker a critical advantage. So it's something that one must not just casually disregard. Always justify your position to the king. So scary times for Erwin.
Yeah, the high-rated player here, but yeah, not necessarily with a great position. He's in the same situation, actually, that Nodirbek Abdusattorov finds himself in the master section, where half a point off the lead. How hard do you press? How much risk do you take? Here with black, if he tries anything too fancy, he might just get punished, might just get knocked out, Erwin, and a loss with black here with just 2 rounds remaining could be detrimental to his chances of winning the group. I think that would be a dream for him. That would be a huge accomplishment, maybe one of the best things on what is already a very nice CV, Erwin Lamy. So yeah, Lu Miaoyi, she keeps throwing these spanners in the works. She keeps taking down, or at least causing these top players a lot of trouble. Very, very impressive. She's definitely a name to remember.
Definitely. And she's still, I saw that she was 14 or someone said 15. It doesn't really matter. She's still young and still, incredible talent. Probably going to be amongst the best in the world very soon. She's making waves already in the Tata Steel's challenges. And David, you mentioned Nodirbek and the race to the top in the Masters. Should we go back there or?
Let's just jump over to another game very quickly, just that Dutch battle we mentioned. I paused for a second there. I thought Erwin was about to make a move. He gestured. He did bring out a piece. Erwin Lamy bringing out his queen. I believe that was a good move to limit the damage. But let's jump to Benjamin Bock, who's well known actually to a lot of you out there, probably. He's been commentating. He's been streaming a lot in recent times. And very, very strong player. Especially in speed chess, he's got great instincts, great openings, great understanding. But here, Jovanka, understanding is one thing, but this knight, it's just a menace. How to get rid of it? I don't see any way to get rid of it long-term or short-term right now. Looking very nice for black.
Yeah, if you can't get rid of it, you do the next best thing. You play around it. That's not easy to do either. And David, maybe we can backtrack just a few moves because there were some twists and turns in this. So we can go back to move 14. Their players are currently on move 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll go to move 14 where looks very balanced. Black brings his bishop out. And it looks like here, wow, this was the only way to avoid what happened in the game, Jovanka. White did have a brilliant move, and this has been pointed out by our producers. So thank you, Vic. But he castled, I think, the most natural move in the world, Jovanka. Or one of the most natural moves. There's a lot of pressure here, of course, on the f3 knight. Just to point out, this knight is pinned, so cannot move because the bishop is undefended behind it. And I don't know if you've seen what the best move is here, Jovanka, or whether you want to guess it, but I don't think I would have found this in a bazillion years for White.
No, exactly. I did see the move, David, and I also would never have found it because why make a random move like that when you can just castle, And I think I'll let you reveal the
star move. I mean, I was going to ask everyone in chat to guess, but I think this would be beyond most of us. If not, then Stockfish would have been on. But king to f1. Wow. You nearly never see this. A top player kind of willingly, when they do have the right to castle, just saying, okay, I'll move my king instead. And this is very deep. Mainly it's to protect the bishop, actually. So now the white knight is free. You want to be able to capture this black knight, open up the beast, the bishop on g2. But the key detail is that if black tries what happened in the game and captures on f3, the whole point is that you do not need to wreck your own pawns. So here, bishop takes f3, knight takes f3. The reason that this wasn't great for white in the game is because he actually castled, so the king was on g1. This was a check. But due to the fact this isn't a check, rook takes c5, the Zwischenzug, the in-between move. You can grab a pawn, hit the black queen. It goes on. You have to see that knight to d2 check is a clearance sacrifice, hitting the rook in the corner, but you have to realize king to g1, you just defend the rook, and the knight is actually trapped behind enemy lines. So when the black queen retreats, white cannot grab the knight, has to keep an eye on the rook, but I'm assuming that white just retreats the rook now back. The knight drops off the board. Actually, one safe square, b1, but then the white king will move and pick up the knight next move. And white just extra pawn. Can look forward to the future with a lot of confidence. Jovanka, that was so hidden. This is a positional gem. This isn't a tactical concept necessarily, but it's more positional gain, kind of more positionally aimed at least. And who would have thought it? King f1 instead of castles. That would have
exactly. You don't go there, right? You just no, it's not going to happen because if you're going to move the king, you get it to safety. Not to the weird and wonderful square of king f1, the deep idea that it's not a check. But yeah, brilliant move. And yeah, here in the game position, you can just see the existence of that knight sitting pretty on d4 is going to be annoying for black. And look, I mean, it's not catastrophic just yet, but it's just unpleasant, right? And there will be a lot of groveling done by Benjamin.
Yeah, I just want to mention as well, like, if Bok had seen King F1, he might still have chosen not to play it. That's the kind of move, like, you look at it, like, you realize, oh, it might be good, but then you're like, oh, wait, someone's going to come take me away to a back room and check me and scan me and everything if I play a move like King F1. So sometimes you just got to play the most natural move. And this position, it's horrible. It's grim long term. But if he can hold on, if he can somehow maybe get the queens off, because black would then have a tender pawn on c5, then he still has chances. Queen to e5 is one idea on the tap, on the cards at least. So not over, I'm going to say, even if it looks like an uphill struggle for white. Big game.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view. I'm just laughing at your King F1 comment, like you might get checked. But sometimes you're afraid that people will just laugh at you. They'll look back on the history book, goes, why? You know, you could have just castled and had a normal game, but you've gone King F1. And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, I think you either get dragged away by the chess police or you get applauded and you feature in all the books. Either way, Benjamin Bok needs a result here to stay in the race for first place. So big game. The 2 games we featured there will be key for the standings. And Van Wen, the leader, slightly worse, but nothing too significant for him. In the meantime, let's go back to the Masters where, we were last at the game Vincent Keimer against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Ivanka. We've had some developments in the meantime. The players playing very quickly, partly because Vincent's quite low on time. We've reached move 20 finally. But there's a big threat on the board. The bishop X-raying against the queen.
Can we just do a little action replay? Because when we left it, knight to d3 happened. And was Nodirbek literally just kind of offering up a draw? Someone was tempting the other one with a repetition and then snatched it away at the last minute because the bishop came out to...
Yeah, the bishop came out to b5. And knights are normally better than bishops in locked central positions. And the center is pretty locked here. So knight came back to e5, didn't want to get exchanged. And likewise, knight takes bishop, just to point out for everyone at home, would not have been desirable because actually black has a lot of pressure on the c-file now. This b-pawn is not weak. It can even step forward and break the white center. Knight to e4 is also a big threat. Actually, this would have been a winning threat. So the white knight jumped back to e5, ignoring the bishop. The bishop retreated. Ivanka, repetition. And it was Vincent who said no. He did not retreat his knight back to d3. Instead, moving to f3. Ooh, some sneaky sacrifices threatened, maybe. Something happening on the f6 square. Black retreating the knight. Didn't want any of that. Bishop f4. X-ray. Threatening knight to g6 check, winning the black queen. The queen dropped, and this is the current position. Knight finally landing back on d3. Do you think we'll see the dance again? Will it continue? Bishop and knight.
But wait 1 second, David. I just want to point out a lovely little pattern. So black's last moves have been like knight to g8, bishop to e8, the queen back to d8. What he needs now is like bishop d6, bishop b8, and hey presto, you got all of your pieces on the bottom row.
Wow, he's getting ready for freestyle chess next week. Looks like a freestyle position almost, except the king isn't between the rooks. Yeah, that's a nice spot, Ivanka. That's baseline tennis, right? You just retreat. You run back into your castle, you shut the gate, you're like, retreat, and hope the enemy can't break through.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not suggesting bishop d6 because that would be not a great, because of the reasons we discussed earlier, which is like literally the white knight wants to jump to c5. So don't be doing that. So I'm expecting knight to f6 and or maybe bishop can come back to b5. Maybe Nodirbek has found like some great maneuvers, just going forward. And when Vincent jumps in, you just go back. And then you continue this beautiful shuffle and just get ultimately you can't break through.
Do you go back or do you go Nordi back? Bishop
Nordi
E5
back.
and Bishop E8. Yeah, all
Yeah,
these
Nordi
pieces
back
are going
is like
back.
hyped up type of backward chess, right? With some intention, not like Yovi plays backward chess, which is curling up in a ball. But okay, yeah, I'm expecting knight to f6.
Okay, we can put some. I'm glad I didn't say that. I was going to say we can put a bet on. I was going to say bishop to b5 would be my my very confident bet, but no, you're right. Knight to f6, and it does feel like we're going a bit around in circles. Vincent really kind of not finding a way forward. Black just holding the barricades, holding things tight here. Knight to e4 now, a bit of a threat. Attacking pieces, and White's pieces a bit clumsily placed. What are your predictions going forward? Is it going to be a mad time scramble, or will Vincent at some point admit, okay, I've only got 22 minutes. Let's repeat the position. It's getting a bit out of hand.
No, I think Vincent will play on, but I think that we're going to see some more of this dancing going on. I think we're going to see rook e3 at some point, just to cover the e4 square. Maybe we'll see some more knight to e5, knight to g8 dances. But Vincent, I mean, just look at him. When an opponent leans like that on the board, full focus mode, you're like, okay, they want to be here for a long time.
Just like we do. We want to be here for as long as we can. But in terms of this board, as Nodirbek leaves the board, I think maybe we leave it as well, because Vincent is at a crossroads. I want to zoom out, just a quick update everywhere before jumping into what looks like it might be the game of the round, at least in these early stages. And that is the red board at the top of your screens, everyone. Fabiano Caruana against Praggnanandhaa. That game has, as expected, begun to explode. There have only been a couple of moves on the Gukesh against Wei Yi board. Time trouble imminent there, especially for Wei Yi, it seems. They haven't made many moves at all, and he's down at 17 minutes. That's the green board. Elsewhere, looking level-ish between Sarana and Harikrishna, although Sarana maybe starting to retreat a bit too much. And Fedoseev, Mendonça, Giri, Varmadam, I'm going to say both haven't changed too much. There've been some exchanges on those two boards, but do you back me here, Jovanka? Is the fire where I think the fire is?
Yes, it is. In top right on red. I'm wearing red. Let's head there, because red light means danger.
Yeah, danger for who? I mean, the White King looks like it's living a charmed life. It looks like it might not survive too much longer. The Queen is coming in. Maybe the downside here, Jovanka, is that the Black Pawn actually doesn't want to be on the board. Wants to kind of give itself away just to open up this rook. And in the meantime, what did you call it? The Pawn Avalanche, the Pawn Storm, the Pawn Roller?
The Pawn Roller. It is coming. And first up, we've got to establish, at least because we're jumping into this position fresh, that it's Fabiano's move. So he does have the liberty of covering the b4 square. And he's just going to say, hey, there's just a pawn coming at my king. That's not scary when I have a queen and a bishop and knight, rook surrounding the White King. Should we do a quick backup just to find out how we got here?
Yeah, let's do just that, because we've only had 5 moves since we were last here. We left at this position. Fabiano, we were debating, will he step forward, blow open the center? I think playing the move e4 might have backfired due to tactics such as knight takes e4. Another very typical idea, especially in the Queen's Gambit, where the bishop is suddenly attacked, and rather than allow the bishop to drop, you might take, but then, whoops, knight takes is a check. And next move, black takes the bishop and has gained a pawn in the process. So Fabiano decided instead, okay, e4 can't be played because loose pieces drop off and this bishop is loose. So he exchanged it first. Very quick decision, at least in terms of speed on the board. Yeah, it took him a while on the clock, but e4 now he can blow open the position. A4 met by a move that surprised me, Jovanka. We're taught not to do this. Touch pawns in front of your own king on the side you're weaker. He played a3, Fabiano. perhaps scared of his knight being destabilized. And now Pragg just said, okay, pawn schmorn, I don't care about the little foot soldiers here. I need that currency, the open lines. And a3 trying to blow it open, white blocks. And this is how we got here. Okay, where to begin? What's going through, which moves at least are going through Fabi's mind?
Yeah, so the question is about this queen takes b4. If you're not scared about it, then I guess you also start. I was gonna say e5, but e5 is just simply going to be met with the bishop retreat to e7, and I've literally helped Black regain the pawn on b4, and that looks quite scary. Do you therefore just take some time out and go knight a2, knight 4? Okay, let's hold on, because let's be chicken about this, David, if you can indulge me.
I will never argue with holding on to an extra pawn, Jovanka. I can guarantee I will never argue with snatching a pawn or defending a pawn. Yuvalbar doesn't like it.
I know the evaluation, but because I feel like the position actually deserves a lot more of an aggressive response, and I'm just being too cowardly here. So, okay, what would be Black's response? First up, the pawn on d4 is untouchable, because you can just simply capture the bishop, and then you can see the evaluation bar just rise up, and now here you can just go e takes e5, and well, look at that. There's going to be bishop takes h7 in the agenda.
I like that one for white. So what is the downside? Normally, one side retreats, the other side should go forward. But knight to e6, although it's the most tempting move to my eyes, okay, the Yuvalbar doesn't hate it, but I was going to say it does loosen the grip for Black over this pawn. So like e5 now would come with gain of time. And I could see why Fabiano might be tempted here. I don't really understand why this is equal. After bishop to e7, bishop takes pawn. White's just 2 pawns up. Evil bar here is the way it needs to be seen. This is just hard to comprehend for either side. I guess the bishop is trapped, Jovanka, maybe. And if it drops back to d3, then you can capture the d4 pawn. If it drops back to f5, then Black will say, please exchange. Or maybe I won't say that, because maybe White will... Oh, chess is hard. This is hard, this position. Maybe it's bishop takes knight, and then I was going to say this looks scary for White, but White does have the option to put a stopper, or put a brakes on any of Black's plans, and then Harry will make an appearance. The Black King will be blown open. ABC, and checkmate.
Yes. Oh, it looks terrifying, but I'm not sure I would instinctively even consider the possibility of giving up that light squared bishop. So, yeah, I guess White's attack actually isn't going anywhere on h7, because if we could just kind of go into that line again, because I'm sure a lot of us, after knight to e6, e5, bishop drop back to 7, or wherever it went. Okay, bishop takes. There's actually no way to involve the white queen, because immediately when you're looking at this, you have ghosts of a white queen like appearing on h5 as if by magic. But you realize that after the queen comes to f5, that actually knight to g5, you cover f7, the bishop on h7 is trapped, everything is fine.
And I mean, these are long lines we're showing, but calculation is the name of the game here, and it is one of Fabiano's strongest points, I would say. The calculation, it's also one of Pragg's strongest points. Yeah, I mean, other than Gukesh, I would say these are 2 of the best calculators out there right now. Knight a2, I love it, Jovanka. It's actually a dual purpose move. It's not just a sad kind of defensive move guarding b4, but it also totally blocks the a pawn, which might be willing to sacrifice itself, as we mentioned, to blow open the a file. So I think that would definitely be on Fabi's radar. Other moves you mentioned, like knight to a4, tempting, but it does encourage black to capture. I mean, e5, we've ruled out e takes d5, although it does kind of grab material. It is something Fabiano would very much like to calculate. Maybe e takes d5 is the way. It just looks so ugly, right? Like, but maybe it's best.
But Fabi, as you mentioned, is all about calculations. So I agree with you. He doesn't care about the aesthetics. If it works, it's good enough. Okay, so first up, you can't take on d5 because knight takes d5. And still messy, but there's knight to c7. And you can see that black might run out of attackers, actually. Like the knight on e2 is covering the necessary square. So I wouldn't go for that. But what about queen takes b4? Let's get closer to the action.
Yeah. And let's say I just play devil's advocate and take another pawn. I think more inclined to put a bishop on c4, which looks like a nice defensive square, like going this way, but also just clamping down here. But let's say I take a pawn. Evalvar doesn't hate it.
It doesn't hate it, but it's as if by magic, the sacrifices. I'm thinking of rook takes e2, bishop to e6. You want to target b3, but nothing is working because they're just getting in the way of each other.
Mm-hmm. Black needs one more attacker, right? If the knight was somewhere better, like e3, of course it's a big attack, or if the rooks were already placed on b8, if this bishop had somewhere to go other than e6 where it just gets blocked by white's pawn. Although, wait, bishop e6.
Yeah, then you go to d5.
d5, I take it, right?
Oh.
Or no, wait, maybe I flick in the other move.
Oh,
I was gonna
a2.
a2 maybe? a2 first.
Yeah.
Check. And if the white knight takes, now there's no threat actually. Knight takes queen will be met by rook to a1, checkmate, and the white king is trapped, and the black bishop is perfect. So maybe now bishop takes d5, and every move the eval bar changes its mind. But black is winning. We're not finding the best moves, but good enough moves. And yeah, this is what probably is scaring Fabi. I think Jovanka, like he can grab all the pawns he wants, but at the end of the road, there's no pot of gold. It's always just the white king, though. The white king, all roads lead towards it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that looks terrifying. So, yeah. And the other move, I don't think we're going to see e takes d5. It feels like a computer-like brave decision where they've calculated everything and computers just can see beyond the horizon. So I think e5. Let's go for that.
Bring me that horizon. e5.
Yeah. Oh.
Back. Okay, he's actually played a move. So he's played very logically, especially after what we investigated. I think we deserve a pat on the back, Jovanka. We saw this a2 idea be very scary. So king to a2. Cut out all of that nonsense. Now the king is nice and safe. Behind the shield, the double agent pawn on a3.
Okay. It's a nice move. I approve. And as well, it makes more sense actually now that Fabi's played it, because now knight a4, knight c5 comes and, white will be playing to dominate the whole board. So I like this one. So what happens if queen takes? Or, yeah, queen takes b4.
It is Fabi. Maybe he's going to take a pawn. I was thinking about king a2 in the other position, so I've got there by transposition. But yeah, now at least there's no tricks.
Yes. Okay, I rewind, David. I made a mistake. I admit that. So let's look after the d5 pawn. So instead go bishop. I did really like your knight to e6 idea, though.
Yeah. I don't know if I liked my own idea. I only suggested it initially because I'd forgotten this h7 pawn was hanging. Here it might be different as well. Like here it is like e5, or maybe even e takes d5. But even e5, just to show, like here it's different because the white knight's actually in play on c3. Although, yeah, I think Jovanka, we can't draw too many conclusions. It's just one of those positions where it's just very messy. And yeah, Pragg. I don't know who you would pick here, Jovanka, because the eval bar says it's almost level, but I think I would take white just because the pressure's on Pragg to actually prove the compensation. He's given up a pawn. White already has this clear plan, like the pawn roller we mentioned.
Right. This is the thing, like the most natural move on the board for me is like bishop to e6, right? You do that, and then the white response just feels like it's going to be e5. The bishop steps back, f4, f5, begone light square bishop. f6 is now coming with tempo, and you're just like, whoa, the position is collapsing. So you can't do that.
You can't. What can you do? That is the question for Pragg as he goes into the tank. We're only at move 19 here, Jovanka, so we're guaranteed action. It's pretty much guaranteed a time scramble now. Maybe before we get to the time scramble, we can zoom out and do a quick action replay, show what is happening elsewhere, because there have been developments. I'm mainly looking at the bottom half of our screens here, and that is between Gukesh and Wei Yi. A lot of pieces have disappeared from the board. Likewise, Giri against Max Varmadam. Still a pawn up for Giri, but it looks like Max has done everything right in holding, or at least in the direction of holding that opposite color bishop position. There's been a knight exchange in Vincent Kaimet against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and the orange board, Fedoseev against Mendonça there, looking very, very solid, especially for Leon. Okay, I'll give you the power where to jump to.
Yeah, I think we have to dive into Gukesh Wei Yi, because Gukesh is in the lead, and even though the position does look like it's in in-game from city center, we do have to investigate, like, how did it get there? What's exactly happening here?
Mm-hmm. We also have to investigate why Wei Yi is down at only 11 minutes at move 17. He has 23 moves to make before getting to the time control. And yeah, Wei Yi, it looks like he's done everything right, I've got to say. It looks like it was a good investment of time, but will that come back to haunt him later? That is the key practical question. That's the green board on the bottom left. We're jumping into that in a moment. Elsewhere, yeah, things heating up, but yet to reach boiling point in the other boards. And this is the headline game, at least on paper. Last year's winner, Wei Yi, against last year's runner-up, Gukesh. Gukesh, the leader, of course, this time too. So this is the current position. The queens are off. Gukesh brings his bishop out. Looking a bit like Anish Giri's idea earlier. We talked about this pawn a few times with the bishop on f4, but let's just rewind all the way back to knight to b3. We left it after black pinned this knight. Long think here by Gukesh, half an hour. Knight to b3, a good solution in the end. And it was 37 minutes spent on king to h8 Jovanka by Wei Yi. Big investment of time. Just looks simple once you see it, but stepping out of the pin. I think the reason he was pausing for so long was that he was calculating what happens after pawn takes e5. Most likely this knight now attacked would have stepped back with gain of time against this bishop. Next move, black would recapture it in the center. And yeah, after h3 instead, played by Gukesh, the bishop stepped back. And after c3, very calm, keeping the tension. Finally, things were released in the center. We saw a trade of pieces. The white queen came out. The white knight now not defended by Her Majesty anymore. And that meant the pawn structure was wrecked. And knight to b6, allowing the queen exchange. Interesting here that he chose not to keep the two bishops, Gukesh. I would have been very tempted to just move this bishop out the way and argue that the pawn structure is counterbalanced by the strength of the bishops. Instead, he took with the rook, a very concrete solution. And now he brought his bishop out. So ignoring this pawn, really not caring about pawn structure at all, Jovanka, but he's going for pure dynamism activity. One rook on the 7th rank, maybe the other rook soon to join. Who do you think is the favorite here?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, but Gukesh, he's had a tremendous 2024 and a great tournament thus far. David, I just want to show you this check it out because it's quite unbelievable. You know, who do you think has the largest rating swing in this event? Actually, the answer's being revealed, but check it out. Gukesh, plus 17. It's actually really difficult to gain rating these days, and Gukesh, he's just showing us how it's all done. Arjun, unfortunately, he is the biggest loser in the rating department, using minus 31.9, which translates to 32, because you do round up and round down when it comes to rating wins and rating losses. Yeah, and have a look at some of these other cool stats.
Yeah, Gukesh, not just with the largest rating swing, also very impressively winning the longest game, the longest decisive game of the tournament. 72 moves against Vincent Keimer. That was a very impressive victory. And yeah, we see some winning streaks. But yeah, it's all about that rating, right, Jovanka? Before the tournament, despite being world champion Gukesh, he was trailing Arjun in the ratings. Arjun was 2,800. Suddenly there's been a nearly 50-point swing between them. 17 gain for Gukesh, 32 loss for Arjun. I mean, things change so quickly in the chess world these days. It's not just the youngsters taking over, the changing of the guard. It's the rating list day by day. It feels like a shake-up at the very top, showing how good everyone is in this modern era.
Absolutely. And yeah, Gukesh, well, he's coming into this round having won his last 2 games. So if he wins this, he will be able to match Praggnanandhaa's 3-game winning streak. Knight takes pawn, they're played on the board, and now it's a question for Gukesh. There's a pawn for him to snack on c7, but does he want to go for it immediately, or does he want to build his position up even further? Maybe move his rook to attack the knight. Choices.
Mm-hmm. Lots and lots of choices for Gukesh. Something you taught me, Jovanka, is that rook and bishop often combine better than rook and knight. I struggle to explain why. Of course, it's very general, but I have seen many cases of that. The rook and bishop together, maybe because they're both long range. The black knight is a short range piece, not coordinating with the rest of its army. But do you think that makes Gukesh a favorite here once he restores the material balance?
Yes, it definitely will. So say, for instance, we go into a complete bishop and knight endgame. And say, for instance, there's a unbalance in the pawn side majorities, then this is definitely going to favor the bishop, because the bishop can escort, like this. The bishop can just keep an eye on things from afar. I mean, they can activate at a moment's notice. And yeah, David's highlighting a nightmare scenario for black, actually. You know, the bishop is anchored by a pawn. Incidentally, David, did you know that both bishops increase in power when they're anchored by a pawn?
I didn't know that kind of I've never heard that saying before, but it does make sense. I think I've had enough experiences with a strong bishop just to show, for example, if the knight keeps chasing the pawn. I mean, it does make sense, right, Jovanka? I think just they can never be captured. They protect each other. It's like 2 friends just holding hands. It's like an unbreakable wall. Often a pawn and bishop together like that are just as strong as a rook, right?
Yeah. I had never heard it verbalized until literally a few months ago, and I was like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. And now I can't unsee it. It's one of those things that you're like, oh, look, they're all doing that. And also a pawn supporting a knight, even if a knight is not necessarily on an outpost, you know, just the fact that the pawn is supporting the knight increases its power. And also, we'll look out for that in future. And I find that these rules, okay, they're not hard and fast rules. Let's put that out there on the table. But there's certainly great signposts for guiding the direction that you should be thinking in. And yeah, big question for Gukesh. Does he take the pawn with the bishop or the rook? Or does he go rook to b1? Now, I'm kind of inclined to go rook to b1, just to
try and get in. Yeah, and I think the big question is that type of endgame we were just discussing, Jovanka, where black does have the option of trading. Wow, nice call. I mean, you are the prophetess. You always get it right. When in doubt, trust in your banker. But it does allow black to exchange one pair of rooks. So here Wei had to, and now has a big decision ahead of him, I should say. Gukesh, the clock situation as well, very much on his side. I don't think he's risking too much. And yeah, maybe he'll create some magic, as the featured chat there says. It feels like Gukesh trying to test Wei Yi. It's just about whether the Chinese Grandmaster there has the answers with only 9 minutes left on his clock.
Well, and David, you know exactly what happens when the clock starts ticking down. Well, the pressure starts increasing, and we are going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we are going to be in full flow as time trouble strikes. So don't go anywhere.
Do you think you're stronger than Magnus?
No.
True. Do you think you're stronger than Hikaru?
I think I can reach a level at classical chess in which I will have a higher peak than Hikaru.
True. You do have confidence.
Yeah, of course. I've been in this business for years.
So have you ever cried after a chess game?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
True.
Yeah, it's not like I lost, no, it's more like, last time I remember I really cried. It was at a tournament. And the fact that it was a tense tournament and I played many games, it contributed to that, but I didn't cry actually about I just got very emotional over something I would normally not cry about, I think, but I just kind of...
Do you think Magnus is the greatest chess player of all time?
It's for sure between him and Kasparov, I think. I honestly,
yes or no?
I haven't studied that. No, but I haven't studied that question honestly, and I think that probably by the end of his career he might be. But I really haven't studied. I think you have to study Kasparov and Carlsen in detail, the length of the reign and all this number of tournaments. I think it's like there is a mathematical answer to this, but I haven't studied it.
I don't know if he even cares.
Yeah, actually I don't. I literally don't. I actually don't care.
He literally doesn't care.
No, it's not a relevant question for me.
When people say that they literally don't care about something, do you think they mean it?
When people say it, maybe. When Hikaru says it, no.
True. Do you watch Hikaru streams?
Very, very rarely.
True. If I was on a trial and you knew that I am guilty, will you try to save me or throw me under the bus?
No, I never want to save someone who's guilty.
But it's not murder, it's a small thing.
No, well, online cheating, bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're on your own, buddy.
True. Damn. I
No,
cannot count him as a witness.
No, but truth, for me, truth is above other things. Like
You just lied 5 questions.
No. That was my truth, not your truth. Your truth is different.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true. But there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations. And that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.
We are back, and look at that. There we see the players. Some of them are thriving, some of them are just surviving, and some of those players, they are in the driving seat. Well, it is time trouble stage, and this is the moment when things are likely to go wrong for our players. Will they play pitch perfect chess, or will they put a foot wrong? Well, let's go to our bird's eye view and have a look at the developments. Now, first up, let's track the evaluation bars, and ooh, I see some swings.
That's right. Some players have been struggling over the last few moves. We are getting to that phase, that stage, at least in the day, where the clock is ticking down, the nerves are jangling. And I'm looking at two boards, Sarana against Harikrishna. So that's the purple board at the top there in the middle. It looks like Sarana has been taking some risks that haven't paid off. Harikrishna is the one in the driving seat. And also Anish Giri on the bottom right. He's the one vibing in his game. And we see them on the camera. So I think we should start there, Jovanka. It feels like Anish working that endgame magic, playing true to his strengths. He might be about to cash in on his extra material. Max Varmadam, you said it earlier in the broadcast. Occasionally, he lets things slip, just one or two careless moves here or there. That's the only thing separating him from these top grandmasters right now, but it might prove costly to him. Other boards looking balanced. We'll, of course, update you on the Caruana Pragg game and the Gukesh game against Wei a bit later.
Yeah, let's head there, because when we last left it, everything looked like it was in the balance. Yes, black was a pawn down, but had enough compensation with active rooks. And rook to a6 being awarded a question mark. Ooh. Pawn storm incoming. f4, f5 on the agenda. David.
Oof.
That spells trouble.
Yeah, that is terrifying for the black bishop. You're talking about thriving, surviving. This bishop is not doing either of those if the white pawn lands on f5. Let's just do a quick action replay of where the mistakes might have been for Max Varmadam. Very quick move there, retreating his king. But he's only got a few minutes left, 3 minutes remaining to make the last 12 moves of this time control to get to move 40. I would say that nothing too major happened after the queen exchange. We left it at queen to e4. The queens came off the board. Nothing too major happened until Max chose where to park his bishop. First, he got his rook in, very logical, attacking this pawn, which duly moved. And this little one under attack, maybe he could have defended it. Instead, he chose to go active. He blocked the queenside, Max Varmadam allowing the pawn to drop, with the idea being now there's a double attack. This pawn is hit, and when it was defended, this was the idea, jumping in with his bishop, so he regains one of the pawns. But Jovanka, I've got to say, I'm really shocked he brought his bishop back in this direction. Earlier, I tried to show a line where just parking the bishop in the center, you kind of control everything. You control your f7 pawn, you control the weakness that is the backward one on c6. It feels like the bishop needs to be in the middle of the board, but he brought it the other way, given a question mark. Maybe there were concrete reasons based on the white rook coming to g3, but hard to figure out why he would put his bishop on a very passive square. And this was punished by Anish, dropping the bishop back and coming in with his rook to a6, the latest mistake. Understandable, he wants to guard this pawn in advance, but okay, g4 by Anish. And okay, where's the killer blow? Is there a killer blow? That's the question, I guess.
That is indeed the question, but what's wrong with just simply going f4, being consistent and doing the plan? You know, incidentally, we're actually seeing the principle that we were discussing earlier on about a bishop, when it's reinforced by a pawn, increases in strength. And Anish did that earlier on, right? He just dropped back the bishop, and the square that Max should have gone to is c4, a square supported by its own pawn. So it was just a very interesting thing that what we were talking about actually were the best moves in the position.
Exactly. And it's always easy, right, when there's no pressure on us and we can just use pure kind of cold logic, just use general principles. But in the heat of battle, I find myself, Jovanka, actually my chess got better for a while after I started commentating because I would talk myself through positions more. But if you just get too caught up in calculation, I think Max was there. He was like, oh, if I go bishop c4, there would have been rook g3, all these problems. Then you just forget what you should be aiming for long term, and you get a bit kind of stuck in your own head. But yeah, it just looks too late for him now. Anish giving a check. I think the other rook might come in, the other white rook in the near future. If that ever lands on the back rank for black, on the 8th rank, there's going to be a nasty checkmate behind the black king. So if the white can somehow teleport his rook up the board, it takes a few moves, but I'm sure he'll get there. Maybe starting even with rook e1. The reason I don't like pawn to f4 now for white is that the black bishop can kind of correct its own mistake and zigzag back in the direction it should have been a bit earlier in the game. So losing time, but maybe for Max, that's the, well, I don't see any other productive moves. He needs to escape with that bishop before it's too late.
Do you also think that Anish might be just repeating moves just to gain some extra time on the clock? Although having said that, Anish is the one who has all the time in the world, so no sense in getting that one move closer to move 40 where the players will get the extra 50 minutes. Yeah, you heard that right, 50 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a while this Friday evening. I hope everyone's joining, getting in the zone for some chess tonight. And in the meantime, I actually think, Jovanka, it's very clever what Anish has done. I'm trying to buy myself some time there to figure out why he checked and put his rook on e8. But if you think about it, this rook now totally dominates its counterpart, the black rook on the edge of the board. So if we look on the left of that board there, the black rook is totally stuck, nowhere good to go. It can no longer retreat back to get into the game. So Anish is basically saying, you blundered, mate. You put your rook on a bad square, and I'm going to lock you out on the edge of the board for a while. And okay, we're zooming in. It is that white rook that we see, the MVP. Oh, wow. Cameraman, we're so in sync right now. We're vibing. Love it. That white rook in the foreground, that black rook in the background. The two culprits there. One is great, one is less so. Jovanka, this is some creative work.
It's some beautiful work. And on that subject, is the White King in mortal danger? Because I can see some kind of nice checkmating nets. So I'm just thinking, h4.
let's put these moves on the board, maybe. So which king's in more danger? The white king, the black king?
The black king. The black king.
Okay. H4.
No, doesn't get a H5. Yeah, because if you hadn't had H5, then white would be playing H5, and then ideas of and then your idea, rook to F8. Yeah, rook F8.
Oh yeah, rook F8. Or maybe the other way, but
yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Same. Coming in. That's going to be a nasty checkmate. The king caught in the box. I mean, even here, just to show the power of the white bishop, you could even just sacrifice this rook and come for this pawn now. And the bishop far outweighs the power, the influence of the black rooks. I like your H4 move, Jovanka. The only question would be H5, right?
Yeah.
And
H5, and you'd have to weaken some light squares, which is not ideal when you're trying to shut the bishop out of the board. Okay, so let's take that one back. And what about this F4? Which comes... No. Yeah, gives too much activity to black.
Yeah, I think the black bishop now would come round. It would save itself, and better late than never would arrive in the center, whereupon there will be some counterplay for black against the white king. So not f4 forward this time. I think that's what Anish planned. If his rook were on d1 or something, maybe that's a decent move actually. Just guarding this square, then maybe f4, f5 would land with power. But I do wonder, I was just trying to calculate, Jovanka, like rook e1. I just want to checkmate, basically. So rook e1. Okay, the bar drops slightly. And
take
if black...
A3.
Yep. And now I just want to move. Again, I'm not sure. C8, f8. I have just feeling f8's better just to keep an eye on this square. Threatening to come in and behind.
I tried to do a great escape. I'm just going to show it to you. F6. I know exactly what you're going to play, David. But I think it's so beautiful that I think you should put it on the board. Isn't bishop takes f6? Yeah.
Bishop takes f6. Maybe rook e7 is just as strong, but yeah, just to show. Whoops. And this will end in checkmate in a few moves. Not sure how best to get there. For example, you could take this way, and this is one checkmate. The black king would have to go back, and white would just have to pick up all the pawns, but yeah, this one will be over very shortly. So, wow, okay, Anish, maybe you can go for it now then. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure I would see or even try to calculate rook e1 unless I see the eval bar like we do, Jovanka, because the eval bar tells me like there's basically something immediate. But Anish doesn't have access to that, of course. But he must know that there's something here, and he needs something quick before the black bishop gets round. And again, it's game on if the bishop gets to d5. So yeah, I have a feeling it is quite natural once you see it. Okay, he goes the same idea, just a different order, rook to f8. And the reason I didn't want this one was because the black rook now could come to e2 and block the entrance of the rook in the corner, this rook in a1.
But you know what Anish is arguing? He's going to go bishop to e3.
Just put this on the board, bishop to e3, maybe one of the moves, and you come this way around. Could you also, maybe the other thing he could be arguing, Jovanka, is that now f4? And now because the rook is on f8, the bishop cannot really relocate. I mean, you can, but then you lose this pawn, and it's going to be game over. Could be over soon.
Yeah, great move there. Rook f8. I also thought that rook e2 was a nice antidote, but actually, no, it's not enough. Max Swammerdam in huge problems. f4, f5 incoming, rook e1, rook e8. Too many problems to solve. Okay, David, do we zoom out and go back to the bird's eye view, because time trouble is coming and we should catch the action elsewhere?
It is looming. It's already there for Max. It's a very, very harsh reality. He's down to 2 minutes, but it does look like Anish Giri is going to take that game. Elsewhere, things are changing. Abdusattorov now in the driver's seat. Wow, where to go, Jovanka? The Gukesh against Wei Yi game still very balanced, or looking like Wei Yi defending well, but maybe it's Abdusattorov.
Yeah, we have to go there. That's exactly the game that I had in mind. Because, well, Black is taking over, as you mentioned here. Bishop pair. Change in pawn structure. Huge lead in time for Nodirbek. What happened? How did this occur?
Yeah, first of all, we should say there was a blue arrow move, the computer's best move by a distance. Of course, it was found by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Rook to d8, sneaky, stealthy move, hitting the white queen. And now the white queen has to protect her bishop, but that means she will most likely have to struggle to stay in touch with the f2 pawn, which will soon become a target. But we'll break this down in a second. You asked how we got here, Jovanka. We saw a lot of dancing just half a dozen moves ago with the white knight. The knight was going between e5 and d3. Eventually, after knight to f6, he jumped this way, knight to c5. To my eyes, this was mysterious. I thought, oh, wait, this is just a pawn sacrifice. But if the pawn had been taken, the white bishop would have posted up on a beautiful diagonal. The black king looking in big danger. Nodirbek decided, okay, no, I don't want to defend. I want to attack. Bishop to c6, defending the pawn. And b4, maybe this was the start of momentum changing. He wanted to defend this knight, but after knight to e4, he suddenly realized that, okay, he's just very loose on this side of the board. And after an exchange, rook to g3, whoa, black lining up on this diagonal. Rook to e1, the queen slid across. And it's just the clock here, Jovanka, I think, playing a huge part. f6, a building up move, not playing g5, which was actually stopped. Question mark here from Vincent Kleimer. e5 was the idea. Blowing open the center, trying to get to this pawn. And current position is this one. Oh, poor Vincent, 3 minutes. Still 11 moves to make. Jovanka, can he survive? Even the next few moves?
Yeah, like you mentioned, he has to move the queen. I mean, of course, you have to do that. You have to keep connection with your bishop. It's because of this h4 pawn move. And this bishop on e7 has now come alive. The knight on c5 is out there on an adventure in Siberia. It's actually very, very difficult because you can see with no time on the clock, Vincent, it's going to be difficult for him to even find those accurate moves in order to make Black's life tricky because, okay, say the queen drops, so you drop her back to c1 just as a move. Then Black's next move is just going to be super simple. Look at that. The evaluation bar says is completely losing. Pawn takes pawn.
Hitting the bishop. The bishop has to drop back to defend f2. And then, yeah, as you say, super easy, Jovanka. Pick up a pawn and win the game. It's just over. Pick up a second pawn next. So white has to move the queen the other way. Queen to e3. But Vincent struggling to make a decision here. Queen to e3. I think what he doesn't like is, for example, bishop takes knight, hitting the white queen. You can do this maybe in another move order. The queen has to defend a bishop, so you take back with the pawn. Now this bishop is almost trapped, only one square. But now the rook comes in, and this just looks absolutely terrifying. Still alive though. Queen to e2. Opposite color bishops. Oof, it's just ugly. I don't think he's even calculating much. I think he's just hating his position, Jovanka.
Well, he doesn't have that much time to hate his position. He has to find those good moves, and okay, he finds the best. Queen to e3. Only move to survive. And I really like this bishop takes knight and posting a rook up to d3. And then the beauty of it is that you just leave that rook there, like a thorn in white's side. You don't trade off rooks.
Yeah, is there something better? That's the only question. Wow, not chief. Jovanka, how about, wait. The fact that the eval bar dropped, g5. Is that a move? Or maybe bishop takes knight and then g5? I'm not sure which one's better. The whole idea, just for everyone at home, okay, the bar drops, so it's not g5. But maybe bishop takes knight first. Pawn takes forced, and now g5. Wow, because this bishop now is trapped, as we mentioned. It only had one square. If we took this way, the bishop can escape and survives at least a few more moves. But if you force white to clog up that square, g5, with a pawn, then now you take on e5 and you laugh. Oh, wait, the bunch. Oh, now g6. It's not so simple.
Whoa.
Wow, g6 threatens g7 check, and the bishop escapes again. This is a minefield. Oh, wait. No, wait. Oh, where's the win? The bar says it's over. Black is winning, but where is it, Jovanka? I need help.
Can you take to take the pawn on g5, David?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop
you're
takes,
right.
and then rook to d3.
Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
Everything is overloaded.
Everything's overloaded. The queen is attacked, has to defend the f2 pawn. If she steps back, you just trade rooks, and then you win the bishop. Wow. And I agree with Cringe Stealer here, Vincent. Struggling this tournament, just especially with the clock. Jovanka, he's been a bit unlucky in a couple of games. He was very lucky round one, Vincent, winning from a dead loss position. But yeah, since then it's been all a battle, and he could have forced a draw in this game. He could have repeated the position. Now, that is beautiful. Should we show it one more time? Maybe you can talk us
Let's
through it.
absolutely do an action replay on that sequence of moves. First up, g5 is actually a very difficult move to even think of, because you're literally giving up a pawn and you're weakening your king side, which is really difficult to do, especially when you see the option of bishop takes knight and rook to d3, because that looks beautiful as well.
Yeah, so bishop takes looks like might be the best move. And this is like Abdusattorov when he beat Jordan van Forest in what I thought was one of the most beautiful calculation exercises ever. He found like this variation where in 3 different branches there were like 10 forced moves just to win. So here you force white to take with a pawn. The queen is hit. She cannot lose protection of her bishop. Now you play g5, very forcing, trapping the bishop, forcing white to take with a pawn. Now, oh wait, you said this one. Yeah, I think your move is the key here, Jovanka. Nice spot. Pawn takes on g5, forcing this bishop, which is attacked now 3 times, to move. Then you force the queen away. And at the very end, you either take the f2 pawn or you win the bishop, as we showed, if the queen retreats. Rook takes rook, and simply winning. Maybe the best bet here, Jovanka, after rook d3 would be to just like give the queen up and just try to set up a blockade. Or like, just can't work, surely. White's busted.
Yeah, I do think that's the best chance, right? Bishop f6, and hang on, you have to be careful, right? You have to do it if the queen takes. No, you can't go. Can you do queen takes rook first? Is going to be met by queen takes f2.
Yeah. Extra queen for rook. Wow.
And bishop f6 is simply met by rook takes bishop, and all is well.
Yeah. Yeah, you can take this one. f7, you can just take this rook. And okay, all forced, but black now saves the day and wins. But okay, Jovanka, going back to the game position, what do you think the odds are of Nodirbek finding this, striking a blow? Oh, he takes the knight. That's step 1.
Yeah. And now is the second moment, g5.
Oh my gosh. He's so good, Nodirbek, I've got to say. If he plays g5, I'm just going to... I don't have many gold coins here, but if I could, and if I were in Wijk Aan Zee, I would get them out and shower the board with those gold coins.
Would you chuck it at him? There you go. Like, why are you doing that, David? I'm just like, we're just congratulating you. g5. No, g5 is an amazing move. But okay, you have to fight the urge, because I'm sure the most natural move is to go rook to d3, attack the queen, which, as we've seen, is also incredibly promising. So you have to sit on your hands and, again, run through that list. Attacking moves. g5, bishop on f4. Doesn't have too many squares. What a sequence to find, David. What a sequence if he gets it.
Yeah, and he has to fine tune it. Like when I first suggested g5, I thought before bishop takes knight, that was wrong according to the eval bar. Then you had to spot that white has that trick with g6. So you've got to do things in the right order. So many tempting moves like pawn takes pawn, rook to d3, as you mentioned. So there's no guarantee he finds it, but he does have 17 and a half minutes. And body language, Jovanka, does look like he's calculating something, Nodirbek. That is his calculation face. Wow, this could be huge for the tournament. He'll most likely catch up Gukesh, who isn't looking like he's winning his game at the moment. Wow, it'll be a sprint to the finish.
It will be. It'll be so close at the top. And there we can go to our bird's eye view. We can see in the bottom left, Gukesh, Wei Yi, the evaluation bar firmly in the middle. White's rook is good, but the bishop on e1 is not the happiest of pieces. Meanwhile, the black knight is there, anchored by its f6 pawn, sitting happy in the middle. And tracking the evaluation bars, I can see Hare Krishna is taking full control in his game there against Caruana in the top left in purple. And Fabiano Caruana, it's a mess against Praggnanandhaa, but it does look like Pragg is the one on the back foot there.
Yeah, let's. I don't think we need to rush towards Gukesh against Wei Yi yet. Wei Yi now moving his rook. Okay, maybe we just do a quick dive into that one, Jovanka, just because it's the leader, and then we'll go to the drama that is happening on the other boards, especially Caruana against Hare Krishna. We haven't checked in on too much, and Caruana Pragg, of course, very important for the standings. Yeah, let's quickly jump to. Okay, brief check-in, very brief, with Gukesh and Wei Yi. White is a pawn up, but I think it's just the fact these pawns are so ugly, Jovanka. So bad. Worst pawns I've seen in the last 24 hours at least. And also X-ray against this bishop. Got to be a bit careful if you're Gukesh, not to walk into the firing line here.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. And it's also really difficult to untangle the pieces, right? For Gukesh, if he goes f4, the black knight just simply steps backwards, gives a check, and the white king has to hold on to this bishop on e1. So, I guess for Gukesh, he just has to find a way how to mobilize his bishop, just park the bishop on e3 so that it has some eyes on the prize that is b6.
Jovanka, I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think Gukesh, after some thought, is going to play bishop d2, as you said, just to block any checks. There's no good discover checks, luckily. And then after knight to c4, forcing this bishop off the board. This is a check. The bishop blocks. I think we'll see an exchange of minor pieces. And black will play rook to a8, regain the pawn. And this rook endgame is going to be simple draw, 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. I think that would be most likely the way this game is going to end, or something along these lines. If the knight and bishop get exchanged, it's just almost guaranteed to be a draw. So for Gukesh, mixed feelings. Very strong opponent in Wei Yi, but he might lose his lead if Abdusattorov wins. Okay, Wei Yi looking away confidently as well. Okay, let's zoom out of this one because big update actually for the tournament. Abdusattorov did not find g5. Vincent Keimer still alive. Looking difficult though. And that is the brown board on the second to left on the bottom row there. Jovanka, maybe some chance for Vincent Keimer. I say through gritted teeth there.
He has some chances to kind of keep the position alive in the sense that he can grovel. He can tuck the bishop on e3. It will defend f2 and c5. And it's unpleasant, but he's still very much just holding the position, I just want to say, just maintaining the balance. So it's not like the position is falling apart as yet, but talking about falling apart, I can see that Anish Giri is doing the business as his pawn advances to f7, and we arrive just in time to catch the handshake. And in the end, another one move blunder from Max Varmadan, and Anish, when presented with the opportunity, he just took it with both hands, and Anish starts to gain ground with that very important victory.
Yeah, wonderful technique from Anish Giri, showing that even the smallest advantage can be pressed and can be eked out and turned into victory. Really nice finish as well. And for Max, a tough day. And okay, this game that we see on our cameras looks very balanced. I'm wondering, okay, maybe just a quick update between Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa as well, because that game was very fiery earlier. It has stabilized somewhat. And if this game is a draw between Gukesh and Wei Yi, that does open the door slightly to players like Praggnanandhaa to try and gain ground, to try and catch up. Okay, Jovanka, I'm going to jump in. Maybe a very quick action replay on the last 8-9 moves that we've missed.
Yes, let's go there, because the position was so sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
it was very confusing as well, because it wasn't clear like how both sides should be maximizing their potential.
Mm-hmm. And this is the current position, white with some nice doubled rooks, really reminiscent of Pragg's game against Abdusattorov, I've got to say, earlier in the tournament. But let's just quickly backtrack before catching up with the current position with both sides at 6 minutes. We left it with white's king sitting on a2, nice safe haven, where it still sits in the current game position. There was an exchange of pawns. Black captured in the center, Pragg. We weren't sure what he should be aiming for, but he decided, okay, he needs at least to restore the material balance. b5. Black found the only move here to stay in the game, bishop to d7, clinging onto the pawn. The black queen attacked, kicked back, and yeah, just some exchanges. White now lining up against f7. This was duly defended, and the white knight looking pretty in the center. In the meantime, I can confirm there was a draw agreed between Gukesh and Wei Yi, exactly as we predicted. A couple of moves in that one. We'll catch the final few words here being spoken. I think Wei Yi just asking where the opening theory ended. Maybe one or two scary moments for the Chinese Grandmaster, but Jovanka, fair result in the end.
Yeah, fair result in the end. Very balanced game between these two. And, well, Gukesh holds on to his lead for now, because there is someone half a point behind him. David, can we just make a beeline for that game? Because Vincent's clock is ticking down. And this position, still a lot of fight in it. But this one, it does feel like things could turn on any second.
Yeah, we'll go back to the Caruana against Pragg game later, but that is very balanced. Both players have a bit of time. Here, Vincent, 1 minute, Jovanka. It's like watching my own games. It's like you lose control, you have 1 minute, and it's just pure panic stations. But Vincent clinging on. Blue arrow says, the computer says that rook takes g3. Swap the rooks. That is best for Nodirbek. I'm going to say that's not 100% obvious, though. You lose a bit of momentum in the attack after white recaptures with his bishop and attacks the black queen.
Because
do you think Nodirbek's going to wrap it up before move 40, before we get to the time control?
No, I think Vincent has enough resources to keep the game alive. But I was going to say one thing, that rook takes rook, and then just with the idea of actually capturing the pawn on c5. Yeah, it looks quite natural when you're suggested the move by the computer. But I would say when you have a position like this, with a bishop on c6, queen on f2, everything pointing at this pawn on g2, the last thing you're thinking is those retreating moves that just net material. You literally got your eyes on the prize, which is the white king. And it's difficult to suddenly adjust and bank it.
Yeah, there is some pressure. There's a threat against the g7 pawn. Maybe that's the other reason that rook takes g3 is likely to be played, at least to kind of defend and deflect the white bishop away. I'm going to say, though, that the first move that popped into my mind is probably bad, but rook to f3, just ignoring everything that's going on. And just going purely for the white king, but we don't need to delve into the realms of fantasy right now. There's much safer ways for Nodirbek to handle this advantage, the big advantage. Rook takes rook, queen takes pawn, pawn up and with an attack, and there's another target over here in the corner. Might even be 2 pawns up in the near future with the time advantage.
And the pawn on h4, such a liability. It's like the one moment that I think Vincent will really regret. Advancing that pawn, weakening his king, and it looked like such a natural move when it was made all the way back. I don't think he even dreamt that a kingside attack was incoming. But yeah, big threat, as David points out, of bishop takes g7 on the board.
Yeah.
But you know something, David? I forgot that white has threats of their own. I was so focused. I was so focused on things happening against g2. I did not even think that there were stuff. Oh, he finds it. Of course he does. And now queen takes c5. Pick up the material.
Especially before white was able to establish a bishop on d6. As we know, pawns and bishops protecting each other are phenomenally strong. So that pawn has been eliminated. And this one might soon be dropping off as well. Eval Bar says it's only plus 1 point something in black's favor here, in Nodirbek's favor. But with the clock combined, it does feel like it should be a decisive advantage. Panic clearly running wild here on Vincent's mind. Okay, he's going to make it... Oh, go on, Jovanka.
No, go on to finish your thought, because I just had news on other games.
Oh, please, yeah. Please feel free. I was just going to say, Vincent at least is surviving for now, although that bishop move looks a bit loose. Go on, tell us what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, I just saw big developments in the game between Fedoseev and Mendonça. And Mendonça looking likely to get his first win in the event against Fedoseev. Fedoseev losing in round 10 against Praggnanandhaa. Looks like he might be heading in that direction, as well as look at the white king.
Oof. Yeah, Fedoseev taking massive risks, and it looks like they will not pay off. Still some work to be done, though. I'm not going to say it's completely simple. Mendonça has 4 minutes on the clock, and he has to decide whether to capture Fedoseev's rook. That black knight looks very strong, but it can take the white rook. And yeah, it's difficult, Jovanka, when you have this kind of mental block. You're like, oh, I haven't won a game so far. I know I'm winning now, but how to convert it? Then you start to see ghosts. Actually taking that rook and then just marching over with the black king in the next few moves to stop white's pawn. That should be enough. That is the orange board we're talking about. What do you think? Do we jump in there, or do we stay on the games at the top of the table?
Well, I think we stay on the games at the top of the table. I just wanted to cast a peek at that particular game and give it our assessment, because the action is happening between Vincent Keimer, Nodirbek, Fabiano Caruana, Praggnanandhaa. Those are critical games for the standings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and meanwhile, shout out to Harikrishna, who looks like he has a big advantage. He's currently up a exchange against Sarana and should be able to convert that to victory. But let's go elsewhere. And okay, time trouble everywhere, Jovanka. I'm my biggest weakness, indecisiveness. Where to go? There's been a question mark move played by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He does have 10 minutes on the clock, though, against Vincent Keimer. Still a big favorite. Maybe we do quickly jump in with Harikrishna just to show how he should be winning. He's a whole rook up, but he doesn't have too much time on the clock. Or at least Sarana doesn't have too much time on the clock. And it looks like we might be reaching the final stages there. Okay. Actually, we will update everyone on the games that are still in play a bit later. But let's first go to Fabiano Caruana, which, I mean, I've got to say, Jovanka, it's been a very weird game, a very kind of imbalanced game. It looks like it was calm for a while, at least in the eval bar, but this could, again, this could go either way. Whose knight is stronger? Whose king is weaker? So many questions.
Again, yeah, that's it. And also, take a look at the clock times. Fabiano ticking down to almost under a minute. And like you say, you are in massive defense mode. You know, when your king is there on a2, there's a rook queen lined up against b3. And oh, that's a big one, David. Knight takes b3 as being highlighted by our engine. That's a killer.
Wow. Okay, we've jumped in at the moment of the time scramble, but also the moment of a blunder. And look at Pragg's body language. He's leaning forward. He's looking at that white king. He's literally staring down Fabiano's king, calculating now. And there is a sacrifice. I must admit, this isn't 100% obvious. And Fabiano probably played the most natural move, so we can't fault him too much. But it is just the fact that the king is weak. And pure panic there for Fabiano. He's trying to keep the poker face. Knight takes pawn, a killer, just blowing open the white king. Jovanka, he's got to be looking at it. It's just about whether he can work out how strong it is.
Yeah, he will be calculating furiously. And there you can see Praggnanandhaa on the screen. He excels at this type of calculation. The whole reasoning is that if you capture the knight with the bishop, you can simply trade off rooks and then swoop in with your rook to deliver a check. And that is going to be deadly for the white king. But
what do you think? Odds of him playing it now, Praggnanandhaa? You can see the impatience on his face to play the move. He reaches out. Of course, he finds it. Knight takes pawn, blowing open Fabiano's king here. A potentially winning move from Praggnanandhaa. Fabi replies immediately. He just doesn't even take back. He admits that he's just blundered a pawn. He just continues like nothing happened.
But what a pawn it is, David. And now the white king has got no pawn cover whatsoever. Pragg now can just drop back the knight. And just knowing that the initiative is now in his hands. It's going to be difficult for Fabi to survive up until move 40 here with his king so vulnerable like that, David.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. Although I will mention that dropping back the black knight might be a mistake. If the black knight retreats, white does have some checks of his own. The white knight might come in. The white rook is actually pinning some of the black pieces. So Pragg has to be a bit careful. This knight is hit, and you really have to be wary of where you retreat it or move it. And not too many squares. Maybe the black bishop could jump in, defend this knight. Pragg, though, he's got 2 and a bit minutes. He feels it. You can see the body language, the shaking, as his sister passes in the background. And Fabi, I mean, this is going to be huge. Again for the standings, Jovanka. A win for Pragg here. He's right back in the mix for first place.
Completely. And if Fabiano wins this one as well, he pulls Pragg down. And look, that bishop comes out, supports the knight. Tension galore here.
Great move. White is just tied, pinned. I mean, this rook on the c-file is just really loose. Oh, Fabi, it feels like he's curled up his pieces into quite a decent ball here. All the pieces almost protecting each other, but it's just that one white rook that kind of sticks out and has been targeted. And of course, the white king not liking the tactics that are just swirling around it. This is going to be huge. Fabi nearly never loses with white.
And it just turned on one blunder. But the position is still massively complicated, David. There's still checks to be calculated. The knight could jump into the e7 just to decoy the b7 rook away from that square. Also, it is possible for white to make another move and try to keep the position alive that way. I still would not write off Fabi just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as long as the players are not at move 40, this is move 34 imminently. I was going to say there's always going to be a chance, but look at that eval bar sinking again. And Pragg almost frowning at that last move, given a question mark by the computer, a retreat. Again, one of the most natural moves. He was pinned. He wants to break the pin. But the blue arrow appears. Knight to c5 wins, Jovanka. The eval bar says +7 for Pragg. Wow. That's not an obvious move, though. Knight retreats are the hardest to find in chess.
It's not an obvious move. And let's not forget that Fabiano is threatening ideas such as the knight jumping into e7. The situation could also turn, for instance, if Pragg steps with a foot wrong, plays rook takes rook. Things are far from easy. He has to find knight to c5.
Okay, will Pragg find it? What do you think? He's down to 1.5 minutes, Jovanka. Yes, no. Will he find it?
Yes.
Okay.
He's that kind of a player who will navigate. He'll have to work out what happens after knight to e7.
Mm-hmm. It's very difficult, this move. Backward knight moves. The whole idea is that you will be hitting white's rook, which cannot move due to some infiltration on the b2 square by black's pieces. But it is slightly hidden. Pragg tapping his fingers there. 1 minute left. Moment of truth. He's reaching for the knight.
It.
Wow. Double exclamation point. It's a brilliant move, Jovanka. One of the first of the day. It's a sacrifice. The knight is hanging, but Fabi just can't control the black pieces anymore. Checkmating attacks in the air. The white king. It's all about the white king, which is doomed, sitting on the edge of the board.
It is completely doomed. Rook to b2 is a massive threat should the white rook vacate the c2 square. Bishop takes rook, threatened. Rook takes rook, also threatened. And Fabiano just seconds left on the clock, and it's mission impossible for him to defend this one. Wow. What a series of tactics and magnificent moves here, David, from Pragg.
Yeah, this is maybe the series of the day in terms of the series of moves, the combination, the 3 or 4 move sequence that Pragg has just found. He gives a check, Fabi. The black king needs to move. This knight is untouchable. The black rook cannot go and take it because there is a pin. The black queen would drop. So as long as Pragg moves his king, corner is safer here. Don't want to move towards all the checks. He finds the best move again. Of course he does, Pragg. Now he's totally winning. White just has no coordination. Wow, I'm going to go back and replay this later, Jovanka. I hope everyone at home does as well, because there's so many deep tactics lying beneath the surface, but Pragg has seen them all. He's seen everything here.
Yeah, Pragg just calculated that one move deeper, and there we see the rooks come off the board. The queen will recapture that rook, although you can throw in a check, but instead, now massive threat of the queen swooping in to b3. There's also bishop takes rook, which is going to be absolutely devastating if it appears on the board.
And look at that, Jovanka. Pragg's game is being watched by his sister there in the background, Vaishali, taking a moment, having reached her time control in the challenger section, taking a moment to admire her brother's tactics here. Okay, bishop to a6, a desperate throw of the dice. Last roll of the dice, probably, from Fabiano. Attacking the black queen. I don't really understand why you can't just, for example, take the white knight and then take the white rook next. There we go. He does play it. Maybe there were other victory game clinching moves as well, and it's a handshake. Pragg was about to be a piece up with an ongoing attack. He takes the win against Fabiano Caruana. Pragg there with black. Now he's surging up the standings. He's got a chance, Jovanka, to win the tournament still with 2 rounds remaining.
Yeah, what a fight from both of these players. Fabiano did not shy away from the fight. He castled queenside. He also went for it, and in the end, what a game it was. And in the end, that beautiful sequence there from Pragg, well, he managed to secure the win and now moves up the standings. And here we see another game that is going to be decided by the black pieces as Mendonça. He's a comfortable exchange up against Fedoseev. All he has to do is step back with the rook, just pick up either the h5 pawn or the c pawn, it doesn't quite matter. A rook is superior to the bishop. And, well, this one, Mendonça playing the role of spoiler here.
Yeah, again, it's that case of someone really pushing Fedoseev, in this case, wanting to win, wanting to have some impact at the top of the standings, wanting to win the tournament. But it was one risk too many. And Leon, fantastic game, fantastic endgame maneuvering. He was in control throughout. And yeah, the Black King, importantly, is just going to sit in front of White's pawns, and the rest of the position will play itself. Faustino Oro there eyeballing Fedoseev, being like, okay, it's over. And you can tell body language, Ivanka, he probably won't continue this much longer. White simply has nothing to do. The king is stuck. The bishop can't control everything alone. And he's signing the score sheet, it looks like. He stops the clock. He resigns without his opponent being there at the board, but there is a handshake. Leon Mendonça takes the win, his first ever win in the Masters section here in Wijk Aan Zee. Congratulations. I think that's all we can say, Ivanka.
That's all we can say. Mendonça, what a performance. You know, it was an experience for him. First time playing in the Masters, first time fighting it out with the world's elites. And he certainly redeemed himself. And today he scores his first victory. Absolutely tremendous stuff. And look at that, David. Players are leaving the tournament hall fast. And more games are ongoing. Everyone has made the time control. And there we see one player there on the camera, Caruana, with the white pieces against Hari Krishna. And you can see the rook is superior to the knight. This game is not going to last too much longer either.
Wow, what a massacre it's been. Like this, it's like been a bloodthirsty few minutes. This time scramble. I mean, obviously players throwing punches at each other, but it's rare to see so many kind of decisive games all end at once. It's just in that build up to move 40. It feels like the players, they're so hungry, so much at stake, that they're taking massive risks. And there've already been 3 decisive games. This is about to be the 4th of the round. Yeah, essentially this pawn balances out with the white knight, which is tied down defending it. The black rook is coming to take this pawn. And it's just over. I mean, nothing to be done. If the white king were one move nearer Ivanka, this might be very different. White could play knight to c5 and defend this pawn, start marching the a pawn up the board. But unfortunately, the white king is not in the square of this pawn. It's not in the box, as they say. This is just, resignable. Hare Krishna endgame magic again, but he's been very calm and collected in this encounter. Caruana, this is going to be a second defeat in a row for him as well. Falling apart.
Yes. Yeah, you can see Caruana. He knows it's over. He's just coming to terms with the fact that he had the white pieces. He took one risk too many, and it didn't pay off. And now, second loss in a row, which means he now moves on to a minus score. But great news for Hare Krishna, winning with the black pieces. An important victory for him as he now moves to 5 points.
I believe maybe 5.5, even back to 50%. He's had a lot of decisive games, Ivanka.
I miscounted.
Yeah. I think this would be his 3rd win. There we go. Confirmed. Hare Krishna takes the point. Caruana, undefeated until 2 days ago, has now lost 2 games back to back. And really nice positional composure there from Hare Krishna. Navigated the tactics when it came and took the point. It's another win for the black pieces. That's a 3rd win for the player with black this round, Ivanka. Rare to see that.
It is incredibly rare to see that. And also to see that before the time control. So many games being decided. 1 game remaining, David, in the Masters. And that is between Vincent Keimer and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. There you can see on the camera, players locked in battle. It's incredible to see such a decisive day so close to the finish, David.
Yeah, it's been an exciting round, a decisive battle on most of the boards. Only 2 draws, and even those 2 draws had a lot of content packed into them. Vincent Keimer against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, of course, will keep us here for a while. It's a long endgame ahead. Nodirbek missing a clear win earlier. That would have been a 4th win for Black. But yeah, that one important, all important now for the standings, Jovanka. Still a lot of action ahead. Still vital, this result, whatever it is.
Absolutely. David, you mentioned it. The players brought all the content today. 4 decisive games so far. Well, the time control has been made. The players now settling into deep thoughts. It's perfect time for us to go on a quick break. And when we return, we are going to dive into all of the action. Can Nodirbek Abdusattorov break down Vincent Keimer's defenses? Well, we'll find out.
After tactics based on lines and squares, we have tactics based on timing. In a game, you often have cases where you calculate a sequence of moves. I go here, she goes there, I go here, she goes there, I win. But sometimes a tactic can disrupt that flow and totally change the nature of the game. Our first timing tactic has 3 different and commonly used names, but they all mean the same thing. A Zwischenzug, intermezzo, or intermediate move is an unexpected move in between a sequence of moves that changes the outcome of a set of captures. The brilliant knight takes g3 sets up 2 different intermediate moves. First, after white captures black's queen, there's the royal fork, knight takes e2 check. Then black also snaps up the bishop with check while concluding by capturing the white queen. The excellently named Desperado is a tactic in which a doomed piece sacrifices itself for some gain. The piece is still lost, but the game may be won. Black expects white to capture the black queen, when black can also capture white's queen. But white plays an intermediate check, also called a Zwischenzug, to give up the queen for the bishop. Then white can capture the black queen and be a piece up. Zugzwang is a tactic usually relegated too late in the game. It means compulsion to move. In fact, if your opponent was allowed to pass, many positions, even king and rook versus king, could not be won. But the opponent must move, and sometimes all moves surrender key points. Zugzwang simply means that you have placed your opponent in a position where they have to make a move that worsens their position. King h1 is a stunner of a Zugzwang. One of the best moves of all time. Black must move the king or the bishop. They are fine where they are, but every single move will either let the pawn push through to promotion or walk into a knight fork that wins the bishop. Maybe the least known tactic on this list is the lifeline. This is often a defensive tactic, and it occurs when you are trying to defend against 2 threats. The situation is seemingly impossible, but you can defend against 1 threat and make a counter threat to the opponent. The opponent must capture your piece, and in doing so, they allow you to recapture with the other piece, saving both threats. International master Axel Smith coined this term, and in his book Pump Up Your Rating, he showed this example. Black escapes the knight fork with queen to f8. The trade of queens will also save the rook on a8.
We develop the knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, bishop e6, and that's the clincher.
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double X Clam, what a blow.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
We are back, and there you can see the playing hall. Well, it is a little less full of spectators and players. Lots of games have finished, and indeed, in the Masters, we did have a decisive day of action. Well, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska. I'm your host. I'm super pumped, as always, to be alongside Grandmaster David Howell. And David, well, the players, they brought the fireworks today.
They really did, Ivanka. I was hopeful for a lot of action, of course. The players did have a rest day yesterday. That does normally signal the fact that they'll throw all their energy at the next game. They're fully rested, fully prepared. But I didn't expect there to be 4 decisive games before the first time control. And we've just reached move 40 in most of the boards, and suddenly there were resignations left, right, and center. There were tactical flurries. There were blunders, of course, there always are, but there were also brilliancies, especially from Praggnanandhaa. And that just leaves us with 1 game remaining.
1 game remaining, 2 warriors standing, and 4 decisive results, and here they are so far. And there were so many twists and turns in all of these games. Anish Giri just exploiting a 1-move blunder there from Max Varmadan, and the excitement that was Fabiano Caruana, Praggnanandhaa. But you said 1 game remaining, let's dive straight in.
Yeah, let's do that, because we were covering this game quite a lot earlier. Ivanka, I don't know about you, but I probably expected this game to be one of the first to finish. At least the first decisive result to tick in. But here we are. It's now move 41. The players gained 50 minutes each after move 40. And suddenly the eval bar almost back in the middle. Vincent Keimer, he's got to an endgame with opposite color bishops. Everything's defended. We get that infamous pawn and bishop combo protecting each other. Super strong, immovable. And drawing chances, that is for sure. Just whether he can hold. And how easy is it for White to defend? I think those are the questions.
Those are definitely the questions in the current position, but we gotta backtrack. How did the queens come off? Because when we left it, it was like the queen, the black rook, were all swarming around the white king, and then suddenly we're in an endgame mode.
We are in endgame mode, and okay, Vincent Keimer pushes his pawn forward to h5. Brave move, caging the black king, but also putting a pawn on a light square, a bit of a weakness. We'll cover that and break down this endgame later. I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of time to do so. Nodirbek's going to be here for hours trying to win, but Ivanka, maybe I'll take us way back even to that highlight, the missed opportunity by Abdusattorov, just because it was so unique, so difficult. We actually expected him to find it, but after pawn to h4, a big mistake from Vincent Keimer. He did strike Nodirbek with e5, trying to open up the f-file first of all. Then Vincent Keimer realized that, whoops, he was also being hit on the d-file, and the white queen slid over. And after an exchange, bishop for knight, there was a winning move, and we thought he would play it, rook to d3. I think maybe just the fact it was so natural and also strong stopped Nodirbek from winning on the spot with a pawn to g5. And I'm not sure what to be shocked by, the fact that the move is so beautiful or the fact that Nodirbek didn't find it, which he normally does, these types of moves.
Yeah, and we do have to show the precise sequence of events, because black has to be very careful in this position. because I think this was the thing, maybe he saw g5, but for instance, after rook to d3, g6, what was the move?
If f takes e5, then g6.
Then g6, yes.
And white somehow miraculously saves the day, threatening g7 check with a fork and escaping with the bishop if black takes a timeout to capture it on g6. But yeah, the winning move, maybe the one missed, was rook to d3 first, hitting the... Was it rook to d3 first? No, it wasn't even rook to d3 first. Pawn takes pawn. This is why it's so difficult, right? And pawn takes pawn first. And only then, after the bishop, which is attacked, moves, then rook to d3. And the queen is hit. She cannot defend both her bishop on g5 and her pawn on f2 any longer. And I think you have to give up the queen here because queen to e2, defending the pawn, would drop the bishop. So this was missed. Very difficult, but Nodirbek will regret not seeing that. I'm sure he'll be kicking himself if he doesn't win this game about this opportunity. He played rook d3. Attacking the white queen. What could be more natural? He takes this pawn now. Maybe he'd also missed this move, Jovanka. Bishop takes e5. I must admit, I missed this one. I thought the white bishop would just step back to e3 and try to plug the gaps, try to control the dart squares, but bishop takes e5, very clever. Still protecting its rook, and queen takes bishop now would be a huge mistake due to rook takes rook with a pin on the e-file. So after bishop takes e5, allowing this scary-looking check, Vincent's still alive, king to h2. We left it here after a rook exchange. Queen takes c5, we said black's got an extra pawn. A second pawn maybe about to fall. Queen's on the board. And with queens on, the safer king is important. White's king very weak. Black's king super safe. But after bishop c7, I don't know about you, Jovanka, but the biggest shock for me, some checks threatened, h6, was this moment. Bishop to b6. And Nodirbek, with a choice of so many squares, he can come to c4, it's f5, h5. I'll say maybe h5 the most natural here. He can even give a check on e5. He played queen to e7. He had loads of time on the clock, and he allowed a queen exchange. And suddenly, this is the endgame we find ourselves in.
Yeah, just an oversight. I think he just completely missed the fact that Vincent also had the defensive idea of trading off queens. Because otherwise, queen to e7 makes a lot of sense. You're attacking the pawn on h4. You're perhaps building up pressure with the rook on the f line. So I can understand the reason why, but it is a huge oversight is queen to d8. And yeah, with the queen trade, the drawing margin suddenly increases significantly. And now we find ourselves in the game position. The evaluation bar saying it's kind of in the middle, but how easy is this? Because you can kind of see that the black king can like shuffle itself to the middle and support the pawn on e4.
Yeah, I think that's why he played his last move, maybe Vincent. Pawn to h5. He's trying to lock down black's kingside pawns so that if the black king ever kind of wanders around, like tries to come to the queen side, takes a while, but then white will have counterplay with rook e3, g3 going after this pawn. Also, it's well known that kind of h pawn, because it promotes on a dart square, it combines really well with the bishop on d4. So it's not so easy for either side. I've got to say, for Vincent, I would still be terrified. I would still probably think that I was significantly worse, if not losing. But for Nodirbek to actually pose problems, that's also a challenge. I mean, it's actually an easy plan for white, right? Rook e3, rook g3, bishop d4.
Totally. That's what I was thinking. Whereas black all the time has to keep an eye on the e4 pawn. He also has to keep an eye on like the g7 point. Whereas even the white king can shuffle up, right? You can go rook e3, king, you just... I was trying to find a universe where white is the one pushing for the win. Not
Blitz,
quite
maybe.
there yet.
Yeah, black shouldn't be in much trouble. I mean, one question that crossed my mind, assuming black isn't too happy about his winning chances and doesn't find a plan, then pawn to e3 is possible here, just to totally change the structure. And then your plan comes into real effect, Jovanka, after pawn to e3, hitting g2. I don't think you can allow this pawn to survive and bypass the dart squared blockade, so you probably just take it. And after rook takes g2, now you move your king up the board. And as long as you don't get checkmated on h4, I don't think you should. Then, yeah, you protect your pawn on h5. Annoyingly for black, this bishop is dominated. It can't use the e8 square or the f3 square because of the white rook. Otherwise, you would just win this pawn on h5 and probably just win the game with 2 connected passes. But yeah, if you can't somehow attack this pawn, then white will offer a trade of rooks. And opposite color bishop endgames are always going to be guaranteed drawn now. There's just no passed pawns for black anymore. Wow.
Yeah.
Skin of the teeth, but he looks like he's holding Vincent.
It really does. And the plan does seem quite straightforward, just try and trade off rooks where you can. Great counterplay by attacking g7. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And actually, really decisive game for the standings. Okay, we started the day with Nodirbek half a point away from Gukesh. And Praggnanandhaa, after this incredible day of results, has now really starting to put the heat on. He's there on 7.5 points out of 11. So very, very critical. And talking about decisive day, there was so much action on the board, David. Maybe we can take a quick check-in on 2 of the other games that finished in a stunning fashion.
Yeah, and we will actually go back and maybe go into a bit of a deeper dive on some of the other games that we did see results from earlier. But first, some games that are ongoing in the Challengers section. 3 results here. Not quite as bloodthirsty as the Masters, but there was a win for Divya against Irina Bulmaga. So a win for the Indian player there. And meanwhile, still 4 games ongoing. And Jovanka, I'm looking at the bar on some of these, and it looks like Faustino Oro, unfortunately, in trouble. That's the red board at the top. But still some crazy positions. Vaishali, I mean, her position looks absolutely crazy. And the leader still in play, the Czech Grandmaster Van Wyn there. He's defending a difficult endgame. But my eyes are drawn to that Vaishali board. Maybe we can check in there. Jovanka, just looks like visually such a nice position, but not quite close enough to breaking through.
Yeah, the problem is that white is a piece down. The pawns on f6 and g6 are very, very impressive, but the rook moving to h3, covering the h7 square. It's always unfortunate, right, when your opponent just prevents your plans. You have the dream of going rook h7 check as white. You're going to follow that up with checkmating ideas, pawns pushing, and your opponent goes, no, not having it.
Oh, I mean, it's so... just if you show me this position, I'll be like, there must be something for white. There must be something. But no. This rook covers any checks. This rook covers any checks. The bishop pins. And yeah, sooner rather than later, these pawns will roll. Or maybe black will even try and checkmate himself here. Suleimanli. Supermanly. That's my nickname for him. But yeah. Looks like he's got everything covered.
He does, doesn't he? Like I was thinking rook to e7 or rook to c7. Either way, I have a sneaky idea up my sleeve, which is to basically
try.
Yeah. So all I want to do is rook takes d5. I'll give you a heads up. Rook takes d5.
I fell right into it, Jovanka. Oh wait.
No, it doesn't work.
Maybe you give a check first. Yeah, because just to mention rook takes d5 is very clever. Like there's a back rank checkmate if black takes the bait, but probably black can safely take on f6 and defend. So where's the knockout blow? Is it just g7 check?
Yes.
The threat. Yeah. Now black has to step forward, because if you step to the side, whoops, there's going to be discover check. Just want to show a nice pattern, like king takes pawn. This is, whoops, there we go. That's a double check and mate next move, or next couple of moves. And if king here, then you make a queen, then you make a, oh, you can't quite make a knight, but you probably just make a queen and win. Sometimes you can make a knight in those positions and it will be checkmate, but this would be over. But where's the killer blow? Just if this is a threat, like what happens after king to h7?
Then
Is it
go
yeah?
rook to. Can I not go rook to g5?
Rook g5 looks good. Threatening promotion, and if I block,
No, I go f7.
f7, and suddenly the eval bar says mate in 10, obviously. So white is winning. Yeah, this is beautiful stuff. So it's not over.
Was it really mate in 10? Or are you messing with me, David?
Oh, it's changed its mind to mate in 8. It says m8, unless it's calling me mate. I mean, it's literally saying mate, m8. The eval bar here, for those with very good eyesight, I think you can back me up. But yeah, bishop takes, and then you make a new queen, and yeah, this is okay. I'm going to guess that this is the checkmate. And back rank. But okay, if we set that trap, then Vaishali, if she moves her rook somewhere, rook e7, rook c7, how does black prevent this?
I thought bishop takes pawn. That would be my chicken move.
Yeah, I was scared you'd say that. Rook takes.
You know me too well, David. I don't do complications.
Killjoy.
Give me the fail-safe move every time. And yeah, now can you not just push the pawn? Yeah.
Poor Vaishali, like she's cornered the black king. She's got her rooks about to be stacked up, doubled on the 7th rank. But it's this infamous g-pawn as well. It's like the g-pawn is always just blocked by a king. It's something you said in the last round before the rest day in the Caruana against Harikrishna endgame. It's like the g-pawn or the b-pawn. It's always frustrating. If it's like the f-pawn, then you have some leeway. You can kind of get around the black king. But here you just get blockaded.
It's just because, you don't have too much space to work with. You need, in rook and pawn endings, you need to work usually on 2 flanks, on 2 wings. And when it's a H and G pawn, you literally only have 1 wing that you can work your magic on. And unfortunately, it's not quite enough. Like if we only had an I line, that was a bit inadvertently. But if there was a new version of chess, we could go rook to I6 and yeah, we would have some play, but no.
Oh, you should coin that one. Maybe make 10 by 10 chess. I mean, that'll be so complicated, but the iPhone 6, the iFile, I don't know what you call it, but yeah, that would add a whole new dimension to this game. I mean, that pretty much proves, Ivanka, that bishop takes pawn is a threat, unfortunately, for Vaishali, and it might just be over when that happens. Bishop takes pawn, and then yeah, maybe rook e7 is best, I was going to say, just to stop the black pawns from marching. But this still looks winning. At some point, the pawns will mobilize. Maybe rook to e7. The downside is that black might be coming with some swift checkmating patterns soon. Okay. Looks like Suleimanli about to score a really important win. He's not far behind the lead, Ivanka. He might make a late surge.
He's in one of the chasing pack as well, 1 point off the lead. So absolutely critical for the standings. And we do remember that in the challenges, the person who wins the event, well, they get that golden ticket into the Masters next year. So a very important prize. Did you do that, David?
Don't know what you mean, Ivanka. I was just testing out the emojis there. White's in trouble, so I thought I'd make a sad face for the king.
I thought my eyes were deceiving me there. I was like, do not adjust your TV sets. David Howell's gone rogue.
Oh, it's that time of day. It's when it's rook endgames and rook and bishop endgames, and but maybe we zoom out of here. Just do a quick recap again of the challenges to see who might be the challenger to surpass all other challenges and rise up to the Masters section next year. Okay, 4 games remaining. Yeah, it does look like Faustino is going down to Yakuboev. Unfortunately for fans of the young Argentine sensation. Looks like black is just a pawn up, a very strong pawn up in that game. 2 pawns up even, if my eyes don't deceive me. That is the red board at the top of your screens. The green board might be the one for the standings, Jovanka. Although Lu Miaoyi, we did mention her game against Owen Lamy as well, several times earlier. So maybe just a brief check-in on those ones.
Yeah, this one is very sharp in that game, and Lu Miaoyi, very young, very close to getting a Grandmaster norm in this event. She's had a tremendous tournament so far, and here, b4 played as a last move. I mean, this game really has had its own story. It was there with an opening surprise, crazy positions. She really had Owen walking a tightrope for points, and now this one, it's very double-edged, I would say. Black looking like they're on the back foot, but on the other hand, if white rushes too much or gets greedy, you can see that the black rooks primed on the E line, they're going to swoop into the action. So danger all round. No king is safe.
Yeah, danger all around. And maybe just actually to highlight that point you mentioned, Jovanka, maybe we just show this tactic on the board. So how would it work? It would go like if black just makes a waiting move. So just h6, for example. Probably there's more productive moves. But rook takes pawn now, I think would lose on the spot. Just to exactly what you just said, what you showed there. Rook to e1. Black suddenly gets behind enemy lines. Queen c2 and Jovanka winning tactic.
You can throw in the rook to h1.
Yeah,
this is
nice.
lovely. And then
Check.
king takes, and you say thank you very much for gifting me the h3 square. And yes, once the rook comes into e1, it is going to be curtains. That's it.
Oof. Yeah, so still some tricks up his sleeve. Owen Lamy, he's a very, very kind of cultured player, I would say. He's very good understanding, but he always tries to be creative when given the opportunity. And he's still got his extra pawn somehow. I thought that extra pawn would disappear about 30 moves ago. But yeah, this I agree with Footballero there. Lu Miaoyi, very exciting player, very talented one as well. But it looks like she might be on the defensive in this game. I think she would take a draw. I don't think Erwin would in this position, Jovanka.
Yeah, I also agree with that. And you can also see that on the camera, Lu Miaoyi, she's looking around. But I also quite like her last move. She's just saying, hey, we're at a standstill. Let's see what you got. So it's going to be an interesting battle whether she can hold firm and just keep her position watertight. And there we also see a move from Erwin dropping queen back to c8. Tense game.
Tense game. Very sneaky. And just to mention that rook takes pawn still would most likely be a big mistake due to the idea of rook to e1, followed by rook to h1 check. The black queen is still ready to pounce on this diagonal. So just as we showed. Okay, maybe just as we move back to the master section, a very quick check-in on our leader. Okay, maybe not our leader in the challenger section. We do here instead, though, see Nodirbek Abdusattorov still deep in thought, Jovanka. And yeah, it feels like a big missed opportunity for him. Coming to terms with it now.
Big missed opportunity. Yes, because he could have, with a victory, caught up Gukesh, and he would be toe-to-toe. And that need for having to win would have evaporated. He can kind of take it a little bit easier. Now, in the next 2 games, if this is a draw, there's going to be this constant pressure that at some point he has to win. And as we saw, in the run-ins, it's not an easy pairing that he has, especially when you bear in mind that he has to beat one of these like world-class players. Not an easy task for.
Not easy, no guarantees here. Just to confirm that Nodirbek in his final 2 games will be, well, tomorrow he'll be facing Arjun Erigaisi, and on Sunday he'll be facing Pintala Harikrishna, who just won today and who is in great form. So, yeah, he's been unlucky, Nodirbek. 2 years ago, half a point away from a playoff. He was leading on his own going into the final round, lost the final round. Anish Giri overtook him. And then last year, Jovanka getting into the playoffs, coming joint first, but not making it through to the final of the playoffs. I thought this might be third time lucky for him, especially the way he started today's game. But yeah, calculating a king march according to Mikideket. Ooh,
Well,
king
that
march.
seems to be his trademark, right?
Yeah.
He did a king march against Jordan. In his game against Savannah, he was wandering around with his king. So why not get the black king going? I think he would be dreaming about doing that, right? Getting king march, but at the same time looking after his pawns on g7 and h6. Maybe what he needs to do is sound the retreat with the rook, which is not something I would normally advocate for. I'm just thinking if you could post up a rook to g5, let's just...
I'll go a safe way round. This guy.
Yeah. Let's do something like that. And then once you've got that rook tying everything together, let's go with Reginald.
Reginald Rex, the king, attacking this pawn. Yeah, I could see this being annoying. Like g4 now looks a bit suspect, although of course the engine says it's fine. The problem is the black bishop is stuck, can never attack this pawn because it's tied down defending its own little soldier on e4. And then the white bishop might come at some point, just dislodge this rook. I agree, it looks kind of tempting, Jovanka. It just looks like a nice outpost, but I don't really see it doing much. Maybe the question for me would be whether it's kind of beneficial to exchange these pawns. And if you could exchange these pawns, maybe it frees up the black king to go on that kind of mad dart around the board, just like sneak in behind.
But then in that case, let's do it immediately. Let's not bother with maximizing the rook. Let's just go g6.
Oh wow, nice. g6. I really like that one actually, Jovanka. I don't know why. I didn't think of it. And now you've said it, I predict he's going to play it because you're always right with your predictions. But yeah, this is a much quicker way of doing it. Just get rid of the pawn.
Yeah, get rid of that nuisance. And then... And now king takes.
Yeah, and this is a king march I could get on board with. Or this way around.
And how to defend the h pawn though? Rook h3, or maybe you don't bother. Rook h...
Yeah.
I was thinking e3. No, you don't do that.
Yeah, maybe e3. The problem is this exchange, I'm not sure how much it helps. I think you need the e4 pawn later, maybe. This pawn is a bit less promising. But maybe you mentioned the other alternative. Maybe just leave it, like rook h3. Like, I don't know, rook e2? Please take me so that I can move.
Okay, I will oblige.
Okay. Oh, wow. But now this one's hanging.
Yes, I just wanted to show that not all pawns should be taken. So, yeah.
No, definitely. But I love your first move. Like, the black king is struggling to get into the game, just to show, like, if it goes on a king march first without moving the pawns, then, I mean, suddenly you get to this point and you're like, oh wait, the bar drops. I was going to say you get to this point and it's still fine for black, of course, but if you start moving, then you start to regret giving away the pawns. Yeah.
And the next question, David, I have for you: G5 or G6?
Oh, en passant. Giving me nightmares here, Ivanka. Like, how am I supposed to explain this to everyone that you maybe shouldn't take en passant there for white?
Yeah. This is the thing. Do you kind of go G6 and force the issue, or do you go G5 and go, hey, one time offer where you can, in passing, capture the pawn that's crossed two squares?
Yeah, I think what I would do is like play G6, and if white doesn't, I don't know, if white like steps up, then I might, okay, probably here you take, but I might just play G5 and laugh, be like, haha, tricked you. Now no more en passant. But yeah. What would you do, Ivanka? Tease the opponent or force it? G6. Probably the same thing, right?
Yeah, probably G6. I think probably G5 doesn't get rid of the weakness of H6, and the pawn on H5 is still alive. So I think I would go G6 and go, hey, no risk whatsoever, no funny business. Let's mobilize the king. And that was all inspired by that featured chat there. I said, Nodirbek is going to go on a king march. Well, we might see that.
Yeah, I also saw a feature chat by Kal-El saying Nodirbek hasn't equalized yet, but I'm pretty sure Nodirbek is more than equal. I don't know if he's winning, but Nodirbek is the one pushing, that is for sure. And okay, high accuracy in this game, both in the 90s there. But yeah, maybe some missed opportunities. And okay, Tiago Ursulino says, whether Nodirbek wins or not, we should be prepared for a very tight race this weekend between the top three. And that is correct. It's likely, Ivanka, I think it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. It's going to be one of Gukesh, Nodirbek, and Praggnanandhaa, who's going to be the 2025 Tata Steel Masters champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that featured chat. That is going to be incredibly close. I mean, Pragg just impressing us all with that amazing sequence. And Fedoseev was up there in the mix, but unfortunately, he lost his game to Mendonça. So maybe we can actually do an action replay, because that happened when everything was crazy. And then when we went to the game, everything had been absolutely determined by then. So we just caught the handshake. But what happened here?
Yeah, and I think we'll retrace this game maybe all the way back to the opening, just very quickly power through it, because yeah, for Fedoseev, he was taking big risks. This was the final position. Black simply had a rook versus a bishop. Black's king was coming, and yeah, so he saw the end. Fedoseev resigned, but yeah, this game, it lasted literally till move 40, till the time control. I'll just mention, okay, that it was the Catalan opening, white bringing his bishop to the longest diagonal. Fedoseev plays the Catalan quite regularly, but it feels like he walked into an opening surprise by Leon, taking this pawn. Sorry, Ivanka, I'm going the whole way back to the start. I'm a long-winded old man. But, A4 here, and just to fast forward to where we left this game, there was a check. Black accepting the queen's gambit. We talked about gambits and sacrifices earlier. It's like a queen's gambit delayed, basically, this opening. Bishop c3 made a bit of an odd impression. There has been a move from Nodirbek. He didn't play one of the moves we suggested, but nothing too groundbreaking. We'll catch up in a minute. Knight e5, aiming to regain the pawn from Fedoseev. Okay, it's actually, maybe we do jump back, because there have been a few moves.
There have been some moves, and it was a radical one as well, where
okay,
he gave up the e-pawn.
Okay, we'll pick this one up later, everyone, I promise, when the next long think inevitably happens. But just to quickly update you all with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he did give up the e-pawn. Wow. I'm shocked, Ivanka. I think that's very impatient, actually. I think the best bet was to, at some point, get the king coming. There wasn't a rush. But e3, he could have played this at any time as well, but he gives up that pawn for the g-pawn. And king h3, blue move, blue arrow, obviously the only move. You don't want to walk backwards into that bishop's sight. And Nodirbek now activates his king. Okay. What do you make of this little transition, the pawns disappearing?
Honestly, I think it makes White's life easier. I feel like the rook can now just swing down to e7. The bishop can anchor itself on d4, and I just don't see how the black pieces are ever going to activate themselves to be serious menaces to the white pawns. So, yeah, I like the other approach that we were looking at, where you kept the tension on the board, you kept the e-pawn alive, because those pawns, they are fantastic assets to the position.
Yeah, I mean, I already want to force the issue a bit with rook g3, but I'm not sure it quite works. Rook to g3, trying to hammer down on this pawn. The black rook moves, and unfortunately, bishop d4 doesn't quite work because you're attacking this pawn, but suddenly the white king caught on the edge and would actually get checkmated. So not quite yet can Vincent Keimer force the issue. He could start with bishop d4, potentially. This would be my favored move. Rook g5 looks like it attacks two pawns, but you can still guard. Ooh, then the bar drops. Ooh. Maybe it's due to this move. Check. Actually, yeah, wait, I'm blundering everything. Check, you can't go forward because of a check. And then a discovery. So you would have to, you'd have to retreat. And now, actually, this is very different. Opposite color bishops is not a draw when black has two connected pass pawns. So there are tricks. Don't rush like I did, Vincent. That's my advice.
Well, still margin for error. This is where you need to really be full focused. And if you feel like you need something lucky, well, this is the moment to bring it out. I remember, David, when you were younger, you used to have chess wristbands and chess socks. I
did.
I have lucky chess pens. I absolutely love it. I feel like it gives me a lot of confidence. And if you're also on the lookout for chess merch, ooh, is that your chess wristband there, David? Well, I got news for you. Because pawns get sapped up into space. Pawns serving you up a cup of coffee. We don't do boring merch at chess.com. So upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. So visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to shop. And that's some seriously cool stuff. I have on my table one of those green pawns. You know, the one that Mike Klein gave to Gukesh?
Yeah, I know. I've got one too on my desk. I mean, there's some good stuff out there. Like, I literally, the chess.com hoodie that oh my goodness, it's the most comfy thing ever. So I definitely recommend. I want one of those chess clocks though. Those look really cool.
Yeah, I really like the ones, the stuff that Danny Wrench wears, you know, his exclusive things. I'm like, I got my eyes on it. I need to bring out editions. Oh, the chess clock is amazing. I think it's awesome, and how they've got the values as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know some adults who struggle to tell the time. I'm not sure how they would do if the numbers were represented by chess pieces, but it's definitely a good way to learn. Definitely, if you're looking for a birthday present for a friend, or you want to get a new buddy into chess, teach them this whole new world. Then yeah, definitely recommend some of the merch. And yeah, I mean, all the players, they have their lucky items, right, Ivanka? Even the players in this tournament, I'm pretty sure they're all superstitious. They all have their favorite gear.
Do you know, Pragg did an interview with Fiona, which I was watching, and there he spoke about superstitions, actually, because Fiona actually asked him, so he said, yesterday you lost against Giri, did you do anything different today? And he said, yeah, when he lost to Giri, he didn't go down to breakfast. So when he was playing his next game, he made sure he made breakfast. And sure enough, I'm sure he's made breakfast today as well. Chess players, we are superstitious. So we really do believe that objects channel energy.
Yeah, good tip for everyone at home as well. Don't starve yourselves. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You need a bit of fuel, especially these long 6-7 hour grinds that we're likely to witness today. Jovanka, you need that energy. Vincent doesn't look like he's enjoying it too much. Still some difficult moves to find for him. And just while he thinks, maybe we just finish off that recap earlier of the other decisive games. Leon Mendonça, who did get that win against Fedoseev. Let's jump and show that one. We'll check back in on this endgame soon. Nothing too dramatic happening. But yeah, this game that Leon won, I was taking us very slowly through the opening. But there was some exchanges. And I just wanted to show this pawn structure, Jovanka, because it's the Tower of Terror, as I like to say, the triple stack. And there's a fourth pawn. Not quite connectable, fourth pawn of whites. But not just that, but I mean, look at this. And I don't know what color to do these, but I'm trying to do some green pawns, some red pawns. Either way, these are weak pawns. And yeah, I mean, the game continued. I think Fedoseev maybe just out-weirded himself, if that makes sense. These pawns now are easy for black to get to. Black attacks this pawn, black defends this pawn. The white pawns, very vulnerable. The black pawns can't really be got at. And a few moves down the line, Jovanka, we didn't check in on this game too much, but Leon, he just did everything right.
It's looking great. You know, it's perfect light square strategy. Now he comes in and the c3 pawn is going to be dropping, and you don't really want to be sounding the retreat, nor do you want to be going bishop takes knight. But Fedoseev, he's tricky.
Yeah, Fedoseev, very tricky. He tried to go for the c-pawn, and now maybe the move I'm most impressed by from the whole game from Leon was not getting carried away, not kind of jumping the gun and saying, okay, let's trade off pieces. Instead, he made use of the fact that he's got the more active rooks compared to the white rooks, and he just said, okay, I've got a new target. The pawn on c3 is irrelevant. That's small fry here. Knight to f6, a simple retreat in order to come this way to get the rooks in, and actually the f2 pawn was the big target. And we'll see something similar in the game. So bishop takes, and now rook takes a3, double exclam. It is a sacrifice short term. Bishop takes would have allowed probably simplifications in a draw, but rook takes undermining the white bishop. Rook takes rook now would have been met by bishop takes bishop, and clearly these two pieces superior to the white rook. And Jovanka, talk us through what happened next, because he made it look easy, even though to my eyes I thought this was still roughly balanced.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, because you can just see the way he's keeping it control. You know, puts the rook on b2, the knight is going to come into e4, start targeting c5, f2, and you try to swap off active rooks, but in the end, they simply, and this is the key mistake, although it's not really entirely clear why rook to d1, as the engine was indicating, is so much better than bishop to e2, but
yeah, I guess he had to go active somehow. Rook to d1, trying to get the white rook into the game. The white rook never got into the game. It didn't make another move because after bishop to f3, maybe he'd missed after knight takes f2, Fedoseev, that simply knight to d3 check was a monster threat, and it's too late to go back. Maybe he could just retreat his bishop, keep the game going, but bishop takes pawn, allowing a fork. Very strange stuff from Fedoseev, and after a couple of checks to repeat the position, gain more time, Mendonça realized, okay, he's easily in time with the black king to step into the square, the box of this pawn. As long as you're in this box, you can stop that pawn advancing, and just to finish it off, the king came, and yeah, so impressive, so patient from Mendonça. And this was the resign moment from Fedoseev. Just about to mop up this pawn or this pawn. Game over. Jovanka, first win of the Masters for the youngster there.
Big moment there. Leon, he's just 18 years old. And this is, as I mentioned earlier, very fast Super Grandmaster tournament where he's fighting against the world's elite. And you've got to be nervous at the beginning when you're playing these events. You know, you play against the reigning world champion. And he said it himself in the interview, you know, he said he just wanted to, do as well as he could and just acquit himself in being there in the company of such great chess players. And he's certainly been learning loads about his chess. And this new Indian generation, they are just absolutely fantastic. And what strikes me so much is how quickly they're able to improve. And I'm pretty sure that Leon, he will start the year 2025 at some like ridiculously high rating, and I'm sure he's going to end at like 80 points higher.
Exactly. Leon, no matter how the last 2 rounds go, he'll have benefited a lot from this tournament, and maybe another 2700 in the making. You never know. He was really unlucky in round 1, actually, against the player we see in front of us, Vincent Keimer. Let's go back to this game now, because in round 1, Leon Mendonça was beating Vincent Keimer, just pretty much let it all slip in one move, and it was a full 360 turn. Tournaments, they often depend on just a little bit of luck here and there. In the end, I don't know how much of his own luck he's going to make Vincent, but he drops his bishop back to d4. That's the move I said not to play, Ivanka, because of rook to g5. But what does he have in store? Is it just a simple protect the h5 pawn idea?
Yeah, totally. And let's just run through that one line again, because it was quite instructive. That I just like rook to g5, and here we were looking at rook to e5 and saying, let's trade, get into an opposite color bishop. And you saw the evaluation bar, it sunk down, and that was to do with the oh wow. I like it when the engine is like, no, that would be the worst move on the board. It's not for rook takes rook, it's just for the fact that you just drop the bishop back to d7, and the king cannot slide up to the square it wants to in h4 because of the check on g4, and oops, you get yourself in the firing line if that happens. And as David indicated just once more, that you drop the king back, then now rook takes rook, bishop to g4, and well, if you've had any doubt about this position, David's now answered them. No, you can't go into an opposite color bishop endgame when your opponent has 2 passed pawns on the one side of the board.
Yeah, especially if they're connected. If the pawns were disconnected, sometimes you can, but the pawns will guide each other forward once the white pawn drops. So this would be a terminal blunder. But I think his idea, Ivanka, if rook to g5, just to finish off this line, I think his idea is just to defend the h4 pawn, h5 pawn even, by playing king to h4. And after the a pawn drops, suddenly we see it's not easy for black to defend. And suddenly the black king may be in some trouble. This is, at least still interesting. Still something to play for both sides.
Yeah, and rook to g5, yes, black is still a pawn up in an opposite color bishop endgame, now has a passed a pawn, but unfortunately the bishop on d4 is going to do a sterling job of keeping an eye on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the promotion square is defended, and black will not be able to win this game. So you need to keep rooks on the board. Rook g5. I do wonder whether black has an improving move, though. White would have a threat now of rook to g3. This is very kind of Vincent Keimer-esque. Like, every time I see him defend, he tries to force the issue. He doesn't want to sit around or wait or play patiently. When he's attacking, on the attacking side, like if he were the one a pawn up, I think Vincent is very, very patient. But this is a very concrete decision. He's threatening rook g3, Ivanka.
Yeah, that's massive. If you allow that, you might as well shake hands on the spot, especially if you're not going to win h5. So, yes.
Yeah.
Not easy, David. And whilst we leave Nodirbek pondering as to how he's going to maintain his lead, his advantage in this position, how can he avoid Vincent trading off into an opposite color bishop endgame, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to delve into the final portion of this round.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Wijk Aan Zee, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess. Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level.
For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament.
Feel ready to fight for the win.
The game is on.
We are back to the Demorian there in Wijk Aan Zee, and the game is on, the matches are on, and there we can see round 11. The players are fast departing, but all the action remains there in the challengers section. And we see lots of games still in progress. We do see Vincent Keimer battling out against Nodirbek. Lone match in the Masters, but for now it is Erwin Lamy against Liu Miaoyi, and what a fight it has been. Erwin, as we had there during the break, what a remarkable competitor.
Yeah, Owen, well loved in the chess community. Very strong grandmaster. He's had a journey. It was emotional hearing about what's happened to him in the last few years, but I think he's doing much better now. He's out the other side. He's playing some fantastic chess. He nearly launched a bid to win the challenges last year. He came quite close, but this year might be his year, Jovanka, and I think everyone would be celebrating with him if he were able to win this tournament. It'll be nice for all the Dutch fans as well, a very popular player. And it looks like after defending for most of this game against his young prodigy opponent, he might have finally found a way to at least start turning things in his direction, at least asking some questions. And he's very strong in the endgame. I can attest to that. He's beaten me so many endgames throughout the years. And other boards, still 2 other games remaining. I think maybe just before we jump into Owen's game, we do check in on the leader in the tournament who's in deep, deep trouble. That is the Czech Grandmaster Tai-Dai van Nguyen. And he's losing to Friedrich Svanner, the German. Wow, look at this position. It's all about king activity, because at first sight, black is totally fine. This pawn ties down the white rook, but Jovanka, maybe the c pawn is the stronger of the two right now.
Yeah, the c pawn looks like a killer with a c pawn. Look at it. It's going quickly, and it's been aided by the king. And the rook is perfectly placed on a2 to guard the g2 pawn. Now, a lot of you might be going, why is she talking about the g2 pawn? Well, it's to do with the fact that the black king might go rogue and try to munch on those kingside pawns, but the rook on a2 will just hold everything at bay. So, great position here for white. And it's interesting because when we last checked on this one looked like it was actually heading in the realms of a draw. Van Nguyen having to defend for most of the game. But now, rook and pawn endgame. Not all rook and pawn endgames are draw. And it's to do, as David says, that the white king can just simply help advance the c pawn and can shoulder the black king out.
Yeah. I mean, the big question for me here, Jovanka, is like, how narrow is the path to victory? Like, if this were a blitz game, I would blitz out. I would instantly just land king e5 on the board. It just looks so tempting. You, as you mentioned, shoulder away the black king, stop it from centralizing, and you kind of zigzag your way forward to stop the c-pawn. The other more direct path to try and win would be c6, and then you run with the king this way, like very quickly. King c5, king b6, king b7. You actually gain time against the black rook. I think he's calculating whether to just go for glory immediately, no faffing around, no messing around with any like sophisticated shenanigans. Maybe the one downside to, for example, king to e5, just to put some moves on the board. Friedrich Svanner, one of the Svana brothers, two strong German grandmasters. He's very talented, but he looks like he's spotting something. And whoa, I was going to say king e5. I didn't expect the bar to drop the whole way, but the margin might not be that strong. At first, I was worried about this, but it looks like white is just too quick. White is winning. Could it be that black can slow down white some other way? Maybe rook to a, rook to a6. How is this not winning? King to e5.
That is a strange question. Maybe.
Ooh,
No,
he doesn't play this.
I don't see it.
Yeah, and just to check here, maybe I'll quickly check. We normally don't turn on the engine, but it is the 6th hour of play. c6 was played, just to mention king to e5. Oh yeah, I was actually, I'm annoyed at myself I didn't say it now. Not rook a5, but rook a6. I was also going to suggest cutting off the white king. Now the white king actually has to lose a move sidestepping. And black is just in time with his own king, not to go forward, but to actually go back and guard the white pawn. The king will blockade. So actually the path to victory was very narrow, and he found the winning move. Yeah, one of the other moves, I think it was a 50-50, you move the king or you move the pawn, but he did push his pawn. And yeah, I believe he won an individual gold medal at an Olympiad on board 5, Friedrich Svana. He's a very strong player. He's leveled up the last couple of years, and he's about to take down the leader. He'll be just half a point behind if he wins this one, Jovanka.
Yes, well, it helps having a strong grandmaster brother. And I also wonder whether his older brother, Rasmus Svana, will be seconding him for this event. Because I do know that Lucas van Forest, which is Jordan's younger brother, they're working together for this event.
Ah, that's nice symmetry. And I wouldn't be surprised. I know Rasmus and Frederick here, they're very close and they do study together most of the time. I've played them both a lot online at Blitz. And I played Rasmus more in classical chess. I've never played Frederick yet, but yeah, both fantastically strong players. You've got a very strong chess playing brother yourself, Jovanka.
Yeah, he doesn't play chess anymore. It doesn't help me either. So
I
think he gave me one. He gave me one idea against the Caro-Kann, funnily enough, and I think that got me my 4th women's grandmaster norm. But I didn't care because I finished the tournament on the high. And that's about the only help that he gave me. Oh, he did play loads of Blitz. It does help in that sense, actually, because I find that these days it's very difficult to sometimes just rock up somewhere and start playing Blitz. And when you don't do it regularly, you kind of get intimidated by speed. And this is the difference, I think, between a lot of the younger generation, and maybe I would even say between boys and girls, that the boys can somehow, this is the younger boys, they can just hang out together and just play Blitz all the time, whether it be online, in person, and practice makes perfect, and you practice by playing. So I think this is really important that everyone should be practicing Blitz, trying out all these positions, chess positions, and and yeah, and playing as much chess as possible.
Yeah, stick to those chess positions. But I agree. Like we saw in one of the breaks, the woodpecker method. It's just pattern recognition, just process all these ideas, kind of hammer them home, drill them into your brain. And Blitz is a good way of doing that. The modern generation, they've shown. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura was one of the first to show that playing constant online Blitz day in, day out actually can help the chess if it's done right, if you do study alongside that. And yeah, it's clear that, at least in this game, Friedrich Svana is about to win. Looks like the black king, which is awfully sidelined. Not quite quick enough. This time, the white king will gain some time against the black rook. Maybe we just show or predict how this game might end. You can see body language. Van Wyn looks defeated at this point.
And Van Wyn, he's nurturing a very slim lead. So a loss would actually be really bad for the standings. So yeah, definitely let's show what's going to happen, because I think I saw a featured chat suggesting the move and David's highlighted it, but let's put it into action.
Yeah, the white king is coming, so king to f6 I'm expecting. Maybe king to f5, I'm not sure if there's a big difference. Look, let's say king to f6 just to have more hope of getting back. King into c5. And now if the black king crosses, this is the only tricky moment, I would say, Jovanka. I haven't worked it out yet. I'm assuming it's king to b6, but okay, I'm wrong. It's a 50-50, basically. You could also use your rook, give a check. And I'm wondering if this is actually the way. It might be quite a narrow path. Rook to e2 check isn't a solution either. What is the win?
I thought it was c7.
Well, maybe c7, yeah. Wow. Okay. It does look a bit counterintuitive to march forward, but there is a threat now. You're threatening to, or some point in the near future, you're threatening to take this pawn and deflect. Maybe not quite yet. And king d7. The black rook is stuck. So king d7. Now you go in.
Yeah, and then
nice
if you try to get behind king to c8, you've got the time to go rook to d2.
Yeah. I think I was trying to do the same in the other order. I thought it would transpose, but actually, if you go king forward first, maybe black has this extra solution of a check. And then, yeah, you actually have to give way, and the black rook will come behind. So c7. Wow. So it's very narrow path. Only one winning move. Not 100% easy, but he's got 18 minutes. Svana, he will find this. That is beautiful, actually. Like, black is just totally frozen. And you'll either play king to b7 or rook to d2. And over. Active king.
Yeah. It's funny, right, David, how often you have to be so precise against these world-class players. They do make your life difficult for you, you know, because we saw that there's only one way to win this one. And we also saw in the game earlier on between Vincent Keimer and Nodirbek that there was one incredible way to win the position almost on the spot, but you had to be precise. And that's what strikes me about these games, is that the margin of error, you know, the players don't give too many chances. And when they do, you have to be accurate until the very end. And there we go back to the bird's eye view. And you can see Vaishali there at the top in the middle. Things are not going her way. Suleimani is about to queen pawn, and that's looking like it's game over. What about Lu Meiyi? Is the chances for her to survive this one? She's down on time, and king safety may begin to play a factor here.
Yeah, let's, I think, just quickly jump into this game before we head back to the master section. Because we have been following it so much, you called it. Jovanka Vaishali did just resign against Suleimanli, so the Azerbaijani player closes the gap on the leaders. But we jump into this one. We followed it for a long time. We loved her, or at least I loved her opening, Lu Meiyi. And ultimately, though, Owen's still a pawn up, as he was right from the start of the game. And now there's a blue arrow appearing, showing that she has to now take this pawn on e4. I'm very surprised to see her thinking, I must admit. She spent 12 minutes on this move, because allowing this pawn to survive is terrifying. Unless she's... I mean, you can't take with the queen, because the black queen jumps in with a check. Yeah, and the queen drops. So what's she thinking about here?
I don't know whether... Okay, she does take.
Okay, she finds the best
Perhaps it
move.
was just making sure everything was perfect and sound.
And now I'm actually expecting Owen to not take this pawn, because, yeah, at the very end, after a queen exchange, there would be a white rook giving a check, and the b7 pawn would drop. I'm wondering whether his intention is queen to g4, maybe to pick up this straggler on the edge of the board.
Makes a lot of sense.
These endgames are tricky. Safer king, though, should make Owen the favorite, Jovanka.
Yeah, I was also wondering whether she could, whether Owen could go queen e2, you know, just do some dancing with the queen, just to confuse white. Because after queen to g4, which looks really tempting, by the way, white will be playing. No, but then if you go queen to d1, goes queen takes 4. There's been some confusion.
Yeah.
tricked myself there, David.
Oh, I know the feeling. I think we all do. Tricking the opponent, though, that is what Erwin needs to accomplish. I think the fact he's got a slightly safer king will be a pawn up, and the clock situation should add up to a victory, but objectively, maybe she can hold with best play. It's just so tricky, and I mean, when you've been going for almost 5.5 hours, Ivanka, to defend, it's not going to be much fun for her. If she does, though, I mean, yeah, she deserves all the plaudits, because this is a difficult position.
It is a difficult position for her, and the clock is ticking down. So, Owen, we're expecting him not to trade off queens, but to keep the pressure remaining on the board and ask questions to the white king. Maybe, David, we can go back to the game between Vincent and Nodirbek, because there's been some developments. I wouldn't call them like life-changing or game-changing by any means, but...
Yeah, let's do just that. Developments are developments, after all. And what more can we ask for? 1 or 2 moves, I'll take those. And the master section is where we've been focusing on, of course, throughout the day. Nodirbek needs to win that game to catch up with the leader. And win the Tata Steel Masters for the first time in his young career. He's done pretty much everything else. Won an Olympiad, Nodirbek. He's won the World Rapid Championship. Feels like he's leveling up by the day. But okay, we see the players. The clocks are ticking. Vincent down at 8 minutes. And Nodirbek at 18, Ivanka. That's been a theme of the day. Vincent struggling on the clock. But is he struggling on the board anymore? What do you make of these last few moves?
Yeah. So he's just played bishop out to b6. So I'm first trying to understand this move, because when I first looked at it, I thought, well, hang on a second, isn't there some bishop f3 business?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe the idea is that he wants to defend with his rook on c5. Defend the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of need the bishop on... I was wondering about bishop f5 actually, going for checkmate almost. But this can also be guarded if the bishop drops back. I mean, first question is whether white can just ignore it and take a pawn, but white can also just bring the rook back and defend across the board here. Meanwhile, Erwin Lamy is so confident in his game that we just came from that he's watching this one. Oof. Nodirbek, what's the strategy? Do you set traps? Like, we're looking for one-move tricks or one-move ideas, or does he just wait? Or is there a way to even wait and prolong the pressure?
Not so easy. Not so easy to wait. And I can see that bishop f3 would be a really big mistake, because your move rook to c5, and then the only move would be like bishop back to d5, because if you try and dodge the exchange, there's also rook to f5. So bad news. You don't want to make that happen. But then I guess you wait, right, David? You just go bishop to c6, then you go king to e8, and keep passing. Actually, no, but I mean, I was just thinking, white's running out of moves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the bishop c6, you have to give ground some way or other.
Well, the problem is, firstly, that the bishop just came from c6, so I think white would copy, and white's bishop on d4 does a good job of eyeing up the g7 pawn, tying black down. I think black's also running out of moves. Maybe that's the issue. And if white can just defend everything quite easily and keep bullying black with the threat or the idea of exchanging rooks, then there might be no way forward. I really don't like the fact he exchanged his e-pawn for the white g-pawn like instantly a few moves back. It feels like he could have gone for this exact position anytime he wanted, Nodirbek, but he rushed headfirst into it, and he's struggling for resources. The black pawns are just totally stuck, and playing with pieces alone might not work out. White only has one weakness. You normally need two to probe at.
Yeah, you do need to weaken the lines of defenses. Well, does look like Vincent Keimer will be holding a draw. But someone who had a very comfortable draw was Wei Yi, as he drew against Gukesh early on. Now, he did chat to Fiona about the game, so let's have a listen.
I'm here with Wei Yi, who just drew his game against Gukesh. Yi, congratulations! You made it look quite easy with the black pieces, but maybe your feeling was different?
It looks like an easy game, but it's really a tall game for me, I think. Because my opponent is the world champion, and he's the leader of the tournament, and he wants to win because he has white pieces. Yeah, and
were you surprised by his move, knight b d2, just to not do anything to try and prevent d5?
Yes, I think knight d2 was the opening surprise for me, and I was out of jury after this move. Okay. And then I tried to play actively.
Should be the most principled way, right?
But the position was very complicated, and I spent quite a long time to calculate.
Both of you were spending quite a lot of time, right?
Yes,
out of the opening.
Yeah, here he took more than 30 minutes to think. But then, I spent too much time on this move because I was calculating this move, and I think after this, I'm not sure, because I wanted to play this in the game, but this looks maybe okay for black. Yes. But I should play this faster, and then if he go this, then I start to think. But then he played f3 and c3. I feel so disappointed after this. And then I have to play too fast. Yeah. Then I had not too many time to calculate.
But I think you handled it quite okay, right? Considering how low you were on time. You defended very cleanly.
But I felt not good.
You didn't feel.
Yeah, and because I have less time, so I had to play maybe simply. So that's why I played bishop f3 and then went into the endgame. Yes. But maybe here is the key moment, because if I take by a rook, then he will take. Then I think white has b3, maybe because after knight d3, he can play bishop b3.
Very nice.
That's why I play rook f takes d8. And okay, my position looks very dangerous after the rook exchange, because my knight looks bad placed and my rook is passive. So that's why I tried to active my rook. Yes. But maybe it's just okay, because if he played bishop c1, then I can play h5 and king up to, and rook e8 just keep waiting, and he can't trap my
bring
knight.
The king.
Yeah. Okay, so after this, I sacrificed the pawn, but then my pieces are better placed. I think after knight b2, I felt okay. So,
you felt active defense was the key to holding this game?
Yes. And then I think it's just a draw. Yes. Yes.
Probably one of those games where, if you look at it with a computer or to be at the board, is two very different stories, right? You felt under some pressure, but
yes. Yes, for a human maybe you feel.
I think for the computer it was was not so worried about your position, but for human,
I will check.
It's a different story. You have had a very solid tournament. You're on +1. You drew all games and won 1. You are one of only 3 players who are undefeated in the tournament. Do you take some positives from that, or are you disappointed that you didn't win more games?
I think I feel disappointed because I made so many draws. It's not my style, of course, but of course my opponents are strong. That's why I can't win too many games.
And tomorrow, I believe you're playing the winner of the tournament the year before you, Anish Giri. Are you looking forward to that matchup between the two past champions?
Yes, Anish is very strong, and many times he at least he was the co-leader of the tournament, and I think he always play very good in Wijk Aan Zee. So I need to be careful, of course.
How are your energy? You've been in Wijk Aan Zee for a very long time. You arrived quite a few days before the tournament. So how is your energy, and are you still enjoying being here in Wijk Aan Zee?
Not really. I think I have no energy.
No energy
now,
left.
And, yes.
What's next for you after this tournament? Will you go?
You know, what amazes me about him is how calm he is all the time, how he's able just to, work out and express his calculations. And in the meantime, well, Vincent, he's playing very quickly now as he's confidently saying to Nodirbek, hey, I know how to draw this position.
Yeah, big decision though from Vincent Keimer, I've got to say. All of these players are so strong in calculation. We got a kind of glimpse there into just a fraction of what Wei Yi saw. It was very, very impressive. And of course, these two in front of us also seeing a lot. So maybe we can try and break down just what Vincent's tried to work out. I do see one way for Nodirbek to kind of ensure that we're here for another 2 hours, and I think he might go for it. Here he can trade off a set of pawns, Jovanka, but he can connect his own pawns, more importantly. The black G and H pawns, he can actually take on H5 with the bishop. So black's bishop can take a pawn. The downside is you do lose control over one of your own pawns on the queen side. So we could see a swap, bit of a race, and very unclear to me who profits from that one. There are some tactics as Vincent gets up. I was going to say jacket off, he means business. I don't think he's actually going to be wandering around too much around the playing hall, at least. He's going to... Oh, there we go. Of course, he looks at other games. His compatriot there, Friedrich Svanner, fellow German Grandmaster. But yeah, it's getting to that point, Jovi, where, I don't know, Nodirbek might take some risk, but better to do it now rather than when there's no time on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, we have to dive into the line that we were both mentally just checking out, and maybe Nodirbek is actually going to play it, which is, as David's indicated, bishop takes pawn.
Yeah,
and
just a quick... Yeah, sorry, go on, Jovanka.
No, go on.
I was just going to say, just to quickly show, rook takes pawn would be a terrible, terrible mistake for those wondering at home. This is a check, but the white king drops back, attacking the bishop, and there's a huge threat of a rook takes g7 as well. It's not just any old pawn, it forces the black king back, and whoops, this rook drops because of a discovery. So yeah, don't take with the rook. That's all I was going to say. Nothing groundbreaking. But bishop takes, this is the alternative. Rook takes pawn, and suddenly you do have to worry about this one, the c pawn running. I don't know how do you estimate the black pawns and their journey, Jovanka? Difficult to push?
It is pretty difficult to push, and the thing that concerns me is the bishop on h5. I can just see that maybe after moves like rook to e7, it's actually going to be very difficult to maintain complete control. Well, he goes for it.
He goes for it. Pawn's disappearing. But this is hugely committal from Nodirbek. It's no longer one-way traffic. Like, this pawn might march if he's not careful. And now there's no... We were talking about anchors a lot earlier today. It's nice how kind of this has been echoed now. There's no obvious anchor for this bishop anymore. Maybe you could put it on the b... Okay, I was going to say, maybe you put it on the b5 square. He plays bishop in to this diagonal, of course. But that might be kicked away at some point by the c pawn. Wow, he really wants this. He really wants to win, Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, and I think that's because of the history of the game, because Nodirbek was winning early on. He would have understood that he was and felt that it's unnecessary, that he's here having to grind out a position. And it's very difficult to adjust and go, hang on a second, this could be just a draw. I completely blown it. Instead, you just say, okay, let's play on until the bitter end, at whatever risk that might be. And sure enough, the rook does come to e7. Do you expect the bishop to post up on b5?
Yes and no. I'm not sure. I think it will go there at some point. I'm just not sure whether it will be immediately. The white rook can harass the bishop pretty much no matter where it goes. I think it was just more important for Vincent there to just break the connection between the black bishop and the black rook, so there won't be any checks, annoying checks at least, against the white king. To be honest, I would actually be a bit scared here in a blitz game with black. It's not blitz yet. He has 11 minutes, Nodirbek, plus the 30-second increment, but I would just be worried that I would walk into this kind of the rook exchange and it will be an immediate draw. Then again, black has these connected pawns, so even that is a big question, whether it's going to be a draw. Just to point out one very small thing in the distant future, Jovanka, that I think is on the player's mind, but if the rooks get exchanged and black allows a exchange for the white bishop for these two pawns, the kingside pawns, then black's a pawn promotes on a dart square, so the wrong color, to his bishop. So long-term, white could think about sacrificing his rook and his bishop for black's rook and kingside pawns, as long as the white king is quick enough to run the whole way across the board into the far corner where it can never be evicted. So anyway, just a long-term thing that may or may not become relevant, but it's definitely on the players' minds.
Yes, you know something, David? I completely agree with you. It's a very valid point. And it just occurred to me that black has to be very precise with where they put the bishop. So say you put your bishop on f1 or on d3, the rook can actually come back to e3. Oh, here I was thinking rook to e1 could even be a possibility. And if the bishop moves, you go rook to g1 and say, hello, I think you'll find you need to trade off rooks.
Yeah, and Jovanka, I mean, that rook exchange, it's difficult to evaluate from afar, right? It's like probably a draw, because it's hard to imagine black ever not allowing that exchange for white's bishop for the black pawns. But then again, white's king is so far away that even if that exchange happens, maybe the black king is quick enough to kind of run later towards the white pawns. I do wonder, again, it's a very deep, chessy, nerdy endgame thing, but if, for example, the black... Okay, say the rooks come off, say white's bishop disappears, the black pawns disappear. Maybe we just quickly show this on the board. Your idea, rook to e1, it's very forcing. Like rook to f5 doesn't help. You can't keep this protected because white just goes back and repeats the position. So rook e1, bishop moves, say somewhere, rook g1. Okay, first I said it with bated breath because the eval bar doesn't move, but just to show, like if this happens, check, let's say white, just to kind of accelerate this situation, say white just quickly, okay, black should wait, like here. Let's say white just gives up the bishop. I was going to say, is this a draw still? Because the white king's so far away from the corner. You need to get into the corner, but yeah, it's still a draw. Vincent doesn't go for the exchange. Just to put it on the board, this type of position, to my eyes, I'm always scared that like the white king gets forced away and is not able to get into the corner, but actually it's still a draw, this endgame. This is really useful endgame knowledge for anyone. I'm going to put this in my memory bank now, because anytime the black king moves, then you run into the corner, and then you always seem to be in time to get there. Draw. He missed it.
It's very close.
Or maybe he just didn't want to risk it.
Exactly. It's very close, and there could be some tricks abound. So I can understand that decision. With black having two passed pawn, you don't want to go there. Oh.
Wow. Question mark. So actually going for that rook exchange by force, just to put it one last time, rook e1, attacking the bishop, and then rook g1, forcing the rook exchange due to the g7 pawn. This would have most likely banked a draw for Vincent Keimer, but instead He misses this. Now the black bishop gets back. And apparently the best move is to return to e7. Oh, Jovanka, there's a trick in the position. If you go to c7, which I expected, maybe black goes back to e6. And there's suddenly checkmating ideas against the white king again. Whoops.
Yep.
Wow.
That's very
Danger.
dangerous.
Danger, danger. Only move for Vincent Keimer. Do you think he'll find it? 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I think he will find it because you're on hyper vigilant mode here, and this whole concept of getting a bishop onto the c8 h3 diagonal just to give check will have been something that Vincent has been mega aware of during this endgame. So just trying to figure out like why is this a massive inaccuracy, because we did see it given a question mark, because it's not easy to untangle with the black pieces. Maybe you can now kind of do your king run with king f8, king g8.
Yeah. I think he might be banking on just getting the bishop by force to the e6 square, Jovanka, because even if white plays the best move, highlighted by the blue arrow there, computer pointing it out, black can, for example, drop the rook back and then force the bishop to g6 in some variations. Maybe tactically white can hold that together. Black's pieces will be overworked there, but I completely agree with QT Jelly here in the feature chat. This is the kind of calculation that might get Vincent in trouble. And especially 3 minutes left now. This is where the alarm bells start ringing. Oh, I think that missed opportunity, Jovanka, not trading off the rooks and not having time to evaluate that endgame. If he had 15 extra minutes, I think he would have realized rook exchange banks the draw, but not having time, that might come back to haunt him.
Yeah, getting tricky. I like your plan, David, so much of rook to g6, bishop e6, box in the white king. It's precariously placed there on h4. It's also possible to step back with the king, just chase away the rook and try to achieve the same thing, but with the whole army.
Yeah, I think rook g6, planning to kind of close the door, bring the bishop back, and then start checking the white king. I think this might be met, though, by a similar idea you showed, Jovanka, like rook e1, rook g1, or maybe, yeah, same thing, maybe rook e3, rook g3, just to try and force the exchange of the rooks. But if he hasn't realized that rook exchanges help him, Vincent, then, yeah, having to exchange rooks, being forced to, I don't know whether he'll try and walk away from that. I wonder how much, how deeply Nodirbek has seen into this. He plays bishop d3, same idea. Bishop coming. But now the rook exchange can happen again? Maybe? Rook to e3, rook to g3, swapsies.
Yep. This endgame, again, is really complicated to assess, especially when you've got no time on the clock, because you can see variations where the black king does some wandering over to the queen side, the pawns carry on advancing on the king side with the bishop, opposite color bishop endgame. And there's so much room for craftiness on Nodirbek's behalf. So I can understand the reluctance to go into it. And I suspect that Vincent will be looking at keeping the rooks on the board, but trying to maintain the balance using constant attacks against the g7 pawn.
Ooh, yeah, he's terrified of the rook exchange. No other explanation for his last move, which is probably a good one, retreating with the white king. I must admit I missed that one, Jovanka, that the white king doesn't have to just stay on the h4 square forever. He's just going to run backwards. Very clever from Vincent. But it does show that he doesn't want the rook exchange. He doesn't trust it, understandably, as you mentioned there. It's very hard to evaluate when the panic is, well, the panic of the clock under 3 minutes is on your mind.
But on the other hand, it does allow the bishop to step back with a check, and perhaps the h-pawn can start motoring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's... I was was almost going to say guaranteed, but nothing's guaranteed in chess, right? Especially in Wijk Aan Zee. But I should say it's very likely about to happen. Your idea, just push the H pawn sooner or later. Maybe he'll wait 49 moves before touching that pawn. Okay.
Maybe you're going to see him wait, David. I like it. Rook to g4, depriving the king of the h3 square. And now h5. And the pawn advance is on the agenda. And did you suddenly detect that Nodirbek's body language is a lot more positive? Like you see him flexing over the board. He might not be 100% sure that it's winning, but he certainly feels that his chances of winning the game have significantly improved.
Yeah, there we go. Again, flexing. Sometimes it's just momentum, right, Jovanka? Sometimes you don't even think you're winning, but you know that, the opponent doesn't realize the rook exchange helps him, or you realize, the opponent's starting to panic, the clock. There's a whole bunch of reasons. I've played some of the top players in the world, and they're just bluffing as well with the body language. They're just posturing, or sometimes they're just trying to psych themselves up into that state of frenzy where they're like, okay, come on, I got this, get the energy going. So there's a whole variety of reasons, but I agree, body language looking good for Nodirbek. And rook to c7. Mysterious. I guess he wants to chase down the lone black queenside pawn. But black's bishop at some point can land on the dream diagonal. The long, long diagonal.
Ooh, and there we do see that Vincent is trying to establish a fortress of some kind, prevent the black king and the kingside pawns advancing. And we are going to go on a very final break. And when we return, we are going to dive into all of that time trouble action that this game will provide us. And we are back. It's the final leg of round 11 of Tata Steel Chess. We are so close to the finishing line. And talking about finishing, there we do see teenager Lu Miaoyi. She's setting up the pieces. She's getting ready. Unfortunately, she did lose to Erwin Lamy. And what a game it was. Provided us with thrills, spills, and a lot of exciting moments. And there you can see that has been a tremendous shake-up in the standings, because now it is Erwin Lamy with that victory who has overtaken Van Wyn to be in the sole lead, nurturing a half-point lead over both Van Wyn and Aydin Suleimani. So anything can still happen, David, with 2 rounds to go, because Frederick Sparner and Benjamin Bock, they are all in the mix.
That's right. Only 1 point separating place 1 and place 5 in the challenges. So the final weekend, the final 2 games are going to be all decisive. Erwin Lamy, though, the favourite to qualify for next year's Masters section. And we see the final Masters game in front of us. The hunt for Nodirbek starts now. And can he win this game? That is the big question. Can he close in and catch up Gukesh heading into this weekend? Saturday and Sunday. Ivanka, it's going to be all decisive, but this game is where it all begins. Vincent Keimer's down to 1 minute. That might be the biggest factor right now. He's done everything right. He's still holding the door. He's still holding a fantastic defensive setup, all to do with the pressure on the G7 pawn, rendering Black's rook passive. But can he keep holding as the clock ticks down? Do you think? Do you think he's getting closer?
He is getting closer, because things have been setting up very nicely, and it doesn't seem very possible for Black to advance the pawns. So I was going to say, David, when was the last pawn capture? It was a bishop takes h5, and Nodirbek has to keep it going.
Yeah, the last capture was on move 53, so White captured a pawn on b7 11 moves ago. So we still have 39 moves to go for the 50 move rule. So I'm pretty sure before 50 moves elapse, he'll push his pawn to h5 or try something, or there might be a capture. But yeah, it feels like Vincent, he knows what to do. He's just kind of moving his king up and down now, just saying, you shall not improve, you shall not pass. Yeah.
And he's getting a 30-second time bonus when he does that as well, which is great news for him, because he can just build up some time and start to just think in those critical moments.
Yeah, he's thinking in Nodirbek's time as well. But Nodirbek first needs to come up with a plan of action. Not easy at all. Vincent looks much more confident, body language, sipping his water there. Looks more relaxed than he did, at least within the last 2 hours, where he's been stressed, understandably. Oh, we don't need to wait another 39 moves. A pawn does push Ivanka. h5, he's going for glory. Maybe he'll move his rook forward next. Just try to kick the white king back. Sooner or later, the black king might also start advancing, the black g-pawn advancing. At least he's showing his hand now, Nodirbek.
He is. And you know what, David? I'm going to call it. I think this is going to be the last game to finish in the stunning Demorian playing hall. I don't think anyone else will be there except these two. And there's a certain quietness and beauty when you're in that situation.
Yeah, I love the spectator in blue there, just kind of head resting on hands there, watching this game unfold. I actually have bragging rights there as well, Ivanka. I was, I think, at least once, maybe even twice, the final game going during the Tata Steel tournament when I played in the B group. I won a 7+ hour opposite color bishop endgame against Dmitry Reinderman. And it was literally empty. The arbiter and the two of us were the only ones left at that point. And it was the night before the rest day, so I think they were eager to lock up. But in the meantime, this game raging on. Rook back to c5 by Vincent Keimer. 45 seconds left.
And the h-pawn is under attack, so must be defended. And there we see bishop to e2. Everything calmly done. And attacking bishop. Vincent playing these moves very quickly.
he needs to. Not too much time on the clock. But yeah, it's not easy to break through the dark squared blockade. At the moment, Nodirbek, he's kind of tied himself onto the light squares. Everything other than the G7 pawn is on a light square. But breaking through the blockade, that is the next step for him. He has 7 minutes. He needs a second step in this grand plan of victory.
Yes, and there you mentioned Nodirbek pushing hard for victory, but someone who was victorious earlier on was Praggnanandhaa. He played a fantastic game against Fabiano Caruana, and early on he did have an interview with Fiona, so let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with Praggnanandhaa, who just won a very important game with the black pieces against Caruana. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pragg, before we get into what was a crazy game, did you have breakfast this morning?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I'll definitely have next 2 days as well. But yeah, I was quite happy with what we got after the opening, because I looked at this bishop d6 today morning, and I mean, long castle is a very interesting idea. I mean, it looks like white will mate, yeah, like just can push g4 f4 or f3 e4. Looks nice for white, but computer prefers black in this position, and I knew that you just have to push the pawns on the queen side, but I started to worry about something during the game, like some f3 here and then e4, like similar to what happened in the game. And once I found this a4, I was quite happy, because now if you take cd b4, and I thought this position is, I mean, even if it's not better, it's much easier to play from black. And a3, I thought this is quite nice for me, but I couldn't find a way here. And yeah, it's like I wanted.
How did you reevaluate the position around here?
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't evaluate properly. I just kept playing active moves and hope that it will be fine for me. Yeah, queen b6, king a2. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have taken. Like, I thought you should go e5, bishop e7, b5 here. And it was very interesting and complicated, but I wasn't sure what was going on, because there were like many interesting options for me, like bishop d7, and I was looking at some knight a4, like I could go rook a4, but yeah, there were like many interesting lines, and I think I could show all of them, but but I think
we'll be here a long time.
Yeah, king a2 surprised me. I didn't really consider this move because here I can't take this pawn, because there is bishop c4 and I lose a piece. So I assume that queen b6 I threaten to take d4, but king a2 is it's very interesting, because what happened in the game looks like it should be around equal. If I had anything, it should be around in this position, but I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what happened, because we were doing another interview before this, and when it started, it felt the evaluation was roughly even, and suddenly you had won the game. So
yeah, I think we played well in this point, because I mean, this is like more or less forced for him, and like you just I mean, everything feels natural here, and I think around this point he should have probably, I mean, not bailed out, but he could have just gone queen f2, and it's like very slightly better for him, but I don't think it's much. I can take and go like knight g6, knight e5, and I thought it should be around equal, but white is the one who's playing because of this weak a3 pawn. And I was quite happy to see this like queen d3 move, because now you don't have this queen f2, and I stabilize my position on the king side. He doesn't have any attack, and we were also getting low on time, so there was always some tactic that could work for me. And rook f2 I didn't like. Maybe there was, I mean, you could have played something better here, because after queen b8 it started to get very tricky, because I control this g3 square, and I can opt to go queen e5 next. There is always some trick, and I think rook c2, knight c5. Even here he probably could defend with some move, but I couldn't see, and we were already down to like he was down to a minute, so I think it's already practically over, because this is the point, and rook b1, bishop a4. I think everything works for black by this point. And I think it's not
it's not even there yet.
Bishop d3 I went knight c5. Maybe there were like easier. Maybe there were like forced way, but I think knight c5 is also clean. And yeah, it was just over after this.
Fantastic win for you. You are now back within half a point of Gukesh. Abdusattorov is still playing. Did you check his game when you finished yours?
I think it's pawn up, right?
It was looking good for him. I think just before the interview.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, he will definitely push. Yeah. But okay, I don't think it really matters for me. I mean, yeah.
Let's see. You are playing tomorrow, Alexei Sarana, and on the final round, Vincent Keimer. How are you looking forward to those two matches? I mean, on paper, it's not the highest ranked opponents, right, in the tournament?
Yeah, but they are still very, very good. And yeah, today win is very important, and yeah, gives me a lot of confidence. And yeah, I'd like to just try to give my best, because yeah, you can't really force things. They are also very, very good players. So yeah, I think I'll try to give my best and see how it goes.
And the final question today, well, I think you started us off on the decisive results, but suddenly the wins just keep coming in. What do you think it is about, the final weekend? What is happening there for today? So many things to be happening suddenly. Do you think it's tiredness, the pressure,
I think combination of everything. Yeah, everyone is tired. Also, everyone wants to, score points, because yeah, like you need to win games to get to the top. So I think mixture of both, and I think we are seeing more fighting games now.
Pragg, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on a big win, and best of luck for the final weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a fantastic effort from Pragg, who now finds himself half a point off the lead, and someone trying to join the leader. It is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but it looks like he's not making any progress whatsoever against an ever-resourceful Vincent Keimer. So there we saw a lot of shuffling, David, with the rooks, but ultimately Vincent has the dark square blockade that he so desperately wanted.
Yeah, beautiful dark square strategy from white. The rook, bishop, pawns, all on dark squares. Also the king, able to creep in at some point, also in dark squares. But more importantly, there is a target, and Vincent is likely to lift his rook up to the 7th rank. And actually, Nodirbek cannot then bring his rook back across, because we have been repeating the position almost in the last few moves, and that would allow Vincent to instantly claim a draw. So yeah, it's just deciding now how to target that pawn. Black's king is just too passive. There's no dark squared influence for Nodirbek. So even with the two connected pawns, that leads to nothing. Okay, he plays for the win, Jovanka, but watch out. That black king is pretty weak. And even a rook exchange now would be an instant draw, as the black pawns will not be able to bypass that white king.
And tell you one thing, though, the white king could also get frisky and start making an inroads into the position. So there's some play here for both of them, I would say. But Nodirbek, he is unable to accept that the position is a draw. So Vincent playing rook to b7, perhaps posting up the rook to b6, offering up a trade. And once again, if the rooks get swapped off, it is an instant draw. The white king works beautifully to blockade those kingside pawns.
Yeah, fantastic spot there from Vincent. He can force the rook exchange, it looks like. Nodirbek makes a move. Is he going to try one final trick? Is the black rook coming into e4 to target the white king? It does look too risky, though. Vincent now, with the move rook to b6, will get those rooks off the board. First, he brings his king in with a big threat of a check, rook to g7 check, to take a pawn. And you can tell body language there, his face, it looks like a bit of a grimace from Nodirbek, shielding his head there from the glare of our cameras. He is coming to terms with the fact that he will not win this game anymore. And he will drop his bishop back. Vincent now will offer that rook exchange. And it looks like this game was always destined to fizzle out, this endgame Jovanka, despite everything Nodirbek tried. I mean, we've got to commend him for pushing it to the end, trying to grind it out, 75 plus moves now, but he will not be successful in his quest to join Gukesh in first.
He's not, and indeed, the rook trade has been offered. And Nodirbek more or less obliged to accept. The black king so far away from the action, and here it comes, David. The rooks are going to get traded off, and this is going to be an elementary draw. There is nothing black can do on the dark squares, and they look at each other. It is a draw. Oof, what a game between these two. It did look like Nodirbek had it in the bag, that Vincent was barely surviving, but, well, a well-timed queen trade, and, well, a resourceful Vincent Keimer finds the draw. Well, regardless that this was a peaceful result in the end, David, what a day of action.
What a day of action. It was very fitting that this final epic battle ended peacefully. Neither side really deserved to lose. Vincent Keimer defended, fought so valiantly, but clear frustration for Nodirbek, who left the De Morian, the playing hall, very, very quickly. Just almost storming out there, because as we see in the standings, it is still Gukesh, the world champion, out in front on 8 points. The pack is closing in though. Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa are the only two players with a realistic chance of catching him. And that sets us up perfectly for the weekend. The weekend showdown that we're about to witness, Ivanka, tomorrow.
Yes, it is 3 people in the running for what is going to be 2025 Tata Steel champion. But there's another golden prize, David, at stake, and it is, of course, the challenges, of course, because the person who wins that one gets that golden ticket into the Tata Masters next year. And you can see now there has been a shake-up. Owen Lamy, after his victory today, he now has leapfrogged Van Wyn, and he moves on to 8 points. But Van Wyn and Aiden Suleimanli, well, they are half a point behind with 7.5 points. But here, the chasing pack is still a lot wider, because you see Frederick Spanner and Benjamin Bock, they are in the mix with 7 points. So, David, so much action ahead of us. It has been super tense, super exciting today. So many shake-ups in the standings, in the challenges, and also here in the Masters. Could you have even expected something like this?
No, I've got to be honest. Usually, even situations like this where there's a few rounds left, the players are starting to play a bit more conservatively. But even the players who were out of the running for first place, they were taking risks, going for it. It's hard to pick a highlight, I've got to say. And I expected it to be between Gukesh and Wei Yi. That game was a bit more peaceful. But yeah, Praggnanandhaa's win, including some brilliancies, was fantastic. One of the highlights, just always commentating with you, Ivanka, of course. And yeah, it sets us up perfectly. It was 4 decisive games. I think that's a pretty decent amount anyway. And full of content, full of really intricate moves. So yeah, it's been a great day. A long day, but a fun one.
It has. It's been a day full of fire, action, tension, you name it, it's had it. Big thank you, David, for the commentary. It was absolutely incredible. And a big thank you for you at home for watching. And if you want to find out who will win Tata Steel Chess, well, join the show over the weekend and find out. But for us, it's good night.